That's right, boy. We're back. This is definitely the day of the Lord. We made it to another beautiful Sunday. The sun is shining upon all of us right now. It's beautiful outside. Beautiful day in the ghetto. We're going to celebrate the resurrection of Christ in a few minutes. Yeah. Oh, I didn't get the video ready, man. Damn, y'all. Damn. Hold on, gang. Too busy talking about Jesus and stuff, and we messed up the intro here. I gotta take you to church. What's a Sunday service without church, huh?
Okay, then, wake your ass up, boy. Wake your ass up, boy. Boy. All blur, wake your ass up, boy. Okay, then, boy, wake your ass up, boy.
Clap your hands,
What'd you say, boy? Did your voice change, your boy?
Happy Easter, everybody.
DB boy.
Yeah.
Look at this is the
Praise
real
Jesus
fucking DB
today,
boy talking tonight.
Yeah.
DB boy.
Tell your friends, tell everybody to come on round. Time for church, boy. The service is in session. We're gonna change this intro too. We're gonna have to change
My
this
father is
Get
not
tired of getting
their
this woman's
father.
I don't give any credit.
Father.
I want to hear that shit no more. My father.
DB boy.
Yeah, we gotta change this fucking intro. What up, Sven? Tina Beagle. Thank you, Nightmare. Yeah, praise Jesus, boy. Nightmare, boy.
You guys are so dumb, you couldn't fuck a dead horse. That's how stupid you people are. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, ain't no dead horse fucking today, boy.
That's pretty highly of you. You know what I mean?
With the glory. Try to scream, motherfucker, scream. And the stories.
DB boy.
Even the DB boys need to have a nice Easter out there. Yeah.
You know, why is that wall? Oh, he
Easter
built
egg
that
hunters.
wall. I said, wow, he built that big wall. Uncle Angelo, too? Yeah, Uncle Angelo, too. We believed it.
Want to hear that shit? Tina B. Thank you, Tina. Happy Easter. To all of you. Yeah. What up, Steve?
I don't think you've seen a day's work for fucking 20 years.
This is crazy! I'm here to help you, but clearly you can't help your fucking self!
I would have broke his jaw. The first fucking insult out of Gordon Ramsay's mouth, that would have been over.
You sound like you're out the fucking Godfather.
Classic episode. Tony Pizza's gonna be the Easter Bunny this year. That's nice. Something for the
Motherfucker!
kids. Oh, there's no cursing in church. Come on, sing it, boy. Yeah. Save it, boy. Save the Lord. Lord, save me. This world needs some saving, y'all. We're gonna make it to the mountaintop. Hand in hand. Come on. Anybody come to praise God today, man? Yeah, come on, man. Clap your hands.
Are you out of your
Clap
mind?
your hands.
Are you seriously out of your mind?
Beautiful pony.
You sick bastard! Ain't no negative, you!
And I touch you.
Dude, With all due respect to Lee, I didn't mean to call you dude.
Lee, don't say nothing, Lee. Sit the fuck down and shut up.
What kind of life is splashing around in the waves and saying, wee?
Don't say that to my face. I'll crack you upside your head. You fucking punk. You shouldn't even be in here. Now I'm out. Have a nice night. Motherfucker!
Hey!
DB boy.
Hey! DB boy! I like when they sing that shit. What the hell? Hear ye, hear ye. We are gathered here today in holy matrimony to bear witness to a very special Easter Sunday service special with your host, Reverend Gunsmoke the Don. Remember that, it's special, okay? For the next few hours or so, we're going to have some stuff to talk about. I'm going to drop a link. Maybe get somebody on here. Have a beautiful Sunday, Easter Sunday service. Sunday service, Easter boy. What's up there, Easter boy? Hope you guys are enjoying your weekend. Felt like a long week. Some crazy shit happened yesterday. Guess I'll talk about that. Try to explain it, like dramatic and stuff. And yeah, we'll have a good show. We got other shit to talk about, some shit in the news that's pretty interesting, something relevant to this community, you know. So you guys should be interested in that. Should be a good show. So anyway, yeah, praise Jesus. What's up, Jersey girl? Thank you, Kirk Davis. You too, brother. Kirk Davis, boy. Welcome to church. Jersey girl. I also want to thank Nightmare, Sven, Tina Beagle for being so supportive. And of course, you too, Jersey. Thank you. Member for 29 months. Holy Toledo. Holy Toledo. Yeah, man. So, yeah. Welcome to the show. Anyway, so where do I start? I don't know. First, let me just say, if you guys haven't checked out my YouTube shorts, I've been doing YouTube shorts now. Some of you guys are out there watching them. Some of you aren't. You better get it together and watch these YouTube shorts, all right? Hit the like button, all right? Some of my shorts are hitting. Some of them are not. Some of them getting decent views. Some of them get nothing. Anyway, one of them I worked on pretty hard for fucking few hours, working on this friggin' YouTube short. Got like 100-something views in 24 hours. I said, "Oh my god, I'm gonna throw up. I'm gonna throw up." Anyway, while I was making one of these YouTube shorts yesterday, I heard a friggin' explosion. The whole friggin' house shook. It sounded like Islamic Jihad outside. I said, "What the hell's going on?" I mean, you should have heard the sound. I mean, holy Toledo. I mean, this friggin' sound was something else. I don't know if it was Islamic Jihad or I thought the Russians were attacking us, a missile strike. That's what it felt like. That's what it sounded like. I've never heard an explosion like that in my life. Anyway, there was an explosion in front of my house yesterday. There was electrical wires, from Con Ed in the street. They have like a big metal grate. Now this metal grate, it's big, it's heavy, it's heavier than a friggin' sewer cap, much heavier. They say this thing flew up 25 feet in the air, 20 feet in the air. However tall a friggin' street lamp is, a street light. That's how high this thing went up in the air, and then it landed on the sidewalk, and there was a car parked right next to it. Missed the car, didn't hurt nobody. It was a miracle, actually. Thank you, Jersey. Happy Easter. I took some video, but it was only the aftermath. It's not like I got the explosion, so I'm like, fuck it. Who the hell wants to see a bunch of friggin' fire trucks and stuff, But the whole neighborhood was outside. It was a big deal yesterday. Big friggin' deal. I thought it was a terrorist attack. Or I thought Trump got us attacked by Russia or something. I don't know. So that was that. And I already told you guys to check out my YouTube shorts. So that's that. Motherfucker, man. Okay, fine. Fuck it. We'll get into the main topic. It's always something, man. Anyway, I don't know if you guys are aware, but our dear friend Casper Roza is in the news today. I'm going in the bathroom. I'm using the bidet. You know what I'm saying? And I'm reading the news, and I see in the New York Post. I don't know if it was headline news. It might have been. We're gonna read it together, and then we're gonna listen to some of the audio of this shit. Casper Roza was. They have a whole friggin' whole article about Casper Roza. They doxed him, his name, what area he lives in. I mean, a whole bunch of shit. They try to make him look like a bad guy, really. They try to make friggin' Alite look like a friggin' altar boy. A reformed, The comment section wasn't so receptive to that. But, yeah, we're going to read about that. But I was shocked, I saw the video last night. I was laughing my ass off. He went over there to the council meeting with Alite sitting there, and here comes good old Casper Roza sitting in the back row, fucking waiting until everything's about to be over, and then he starts kicking up some questions. Excuse me, I have a question. And it just popped off from there. Now, there's some really wacky people at that friggin' city council meeting. I don't know what they're thinking, but they were very upset that Casper Roza came there and brought shit up that Alite doesn't want being brought up about the past. And I was shocked, I was shocked. Instead of the people being grateful, like, wow, now we know what this asshole's been up to, because maybe they don't know, but they were telling Casper Roza, get out of here, shut up, sit down, get out of here, you. Some other guy was like, yo, why don't you get the fuck out of here? Why don't you make like a tree and leave, man? Big Frank, Tommy Lucchese. Those council meetings for Alite are less than 20 minutes from me. Damn. You should stop by and say hello, Offer him a cookie puss. He likes that. Oh, that's what it was. Yeah, Transformer, I guess. Yeah, they got a big fucking, the whole building shook. I think it might have even shifted some of the concrete, too. I don't know. Thank God it didn't kill nobody or fucking land on no cars. And a guy next door was moving out while this happens. The moving truck comes by and the fucking thing explodes. So maybe that's a sign for the guy. I don't know if that's a good sign or a bad sign, but he left the neighborhood with a bang, I mean, what are the chances or the odds? I mean, I've never seen that on this block. That was a first. This guy, Rob Jean, happy Easter. Rob Jean boy. What was I talking about? Fuck, man. I get distracted, see? I might have freaking ADD or something, man. Not about the explosion. What was he talking about? Oh, Alite bullshit. Yeah. Let's read the article, huh? Hold on. We'll bring it up. I'll bring it up. We'll do like DJ Academics does. He gets real interactive with the crowd, And I'm going to drop a link in a few minutes after that. Hold on, we gotta Google this bullshit. All right. Hold on. I'll bring up the screen here, boy. Ryan Morrison. My man, happy Easter. Thank you. Thank God. Thank God for you. Do you say happy Easter or happy holidays in the USA? If you're woke, you say happy holidays not to offend people, you know? They wanted to do away with Christmas. They wanted to say, tell people to stop saying Merry Christmas. You believe this shit? And for a few years, people did it. It kind of caught on, but then, there was a revolt, and now, hold on, what the hell is this, man? They got more friggin' advertisements than anything else. How about you just give me the friggin' news article that I clicked on? How about that? Oh my God, this show's negative. He's still complaining. I only want to hear other assholes complain. Anyway. Hold on. They got Casper Roza's picture in here and everything. Look, this is Casper Roza at the meeting. I don't know if you can see it. And then there's an asshole. That guy standing right next to him in the center. He's got like an attitude. He's definitely one of these genre. He would fit in perfectly with the genre. Like a real scumbag, fucking mouthy, friggin' asshole lowlife, you know? Like, my name's Go Fuck Yourself. That's my name. Why don't you get the fuck out of here, man? Why don't you make like a tree and leave? You know? What a dick that guy was. We're gonna listen to it too. I wanted to show you guys this friggin' article here. Oh, look at this. Yeah. Everybody with their shirt off in a hotel room. Where's the bitches at? God knows what they were doing in this fucking room, weirdos. Anyway. There's Chris. There he is. I think they did some Photoshop too. Like they touched it up a little bit. They made him look all Hollywood and shit. Look at this. But they doxed his real name. They doxed the area he lives in. It's fucked up, man. But yeah, Alite's crying in this article, like, oh, he's obsessed. He's obsessed. He's harassed me nonstop. Maybe Casper Roza is a little obsessed. I don't know. But it did make for good television. I mean, I don't know if you guys have seen the video. It's on Casper Roza's channel. You can go check it out. It's pretty good. It's not too long. It's short, sweet, and to the point. Look at this fucking. Look, he's wearing the tie too, like the friggin' politicians with the orange tie and shit. We're gonna clean up this town. One guy was pissed off that Casper Roza was asking questions. He's like, "Listen, man, this town's got a lot of problems. Okay, and if he says he's gonna fix it, let's give him a chance." You know, it's like, bro, are you fucking stupid? You need John Alite to come clean up your town? I mean, that's a sad state of affairs. I mean, even old ladies were sticking up for this guy. Like, shut up! Get him out of here! You said that was your last question. Get out of here! It just shows you how fucking sick this country's become. Sick people out there. I'm not saying we don't deserve second chances in life, you know, but yeah, my name is Go Fuck Yourself. That's what he said. Yeah. Standing next to him in an aggressive manner. Thank you, Ryan. Jersey Girl. Thank you. Tina. Nightmare Boy. Sven. God bless y'all. But yeah, let's read this shit. Hold on. This is good shit. This is good shit. Talking about this went better in my head than actually presenting it to you, but that's because I'm unprofessional. Anyway, the article starts off by saying this is getting whacked on a whole different level. John Alite, a former Gambino crime family enforcer turned mob turncoat, now serving as a councilman in the sleepy New Jersey borough of Englishtown. He's a real fucking Nottingham motherfucker, huh? He was being heckled during his first town hall meeting. Oh, this was his first. Oh, so Casper Roza ruined the party. He'll always remember his first. You always remember your first. That's what they say. So, Casper Roza fucked up his party. But the meeting was, he was being heckled during his first town hall meeting by a former underling of John Gotti Jr. They called Casper Roza an underling. However, Alite didn't have to lay a finger on his critic, 39-year-old. I don't know. The article's there, but I don't feel comfortable saying his name. Call him Christopher. I'm not gonna say where they doxed what area he lives in. Fucking asshole. Dozens of townspeople shouted Casper Roza down. They called him by his real name too, so I'm just gonna call him Casper Roza because that's what I'm used to. Casper Roza stepped up to a microphone and confirmed he once worked for Junior Gotti, Alite's ex-best friend, and the son of the late Gambino, blah, blah, blah. My father, you fuck! Including some critical of Alite who testified. Well, all right, who gives a shit? Hold on. Casper Roza asked the Englishtown mayor, Daniel Francisco, if he was aware of the newly appointed councilman's criminal activities, only to be drowned out by the angry mob. Some asshole said, stop harassing this guy. He did what he had to do. He did his time. That's it. Go. You don't belong here. Oh, they were pissed that he didn't even belong in the town. They said, you don't even pay taxes in this town. Get the fuck out of here. I'm like, oh, wow, nice talk. Nice talk in a friggin' council meeting. Using the F word. Casper Roza came there as a gentleman. He didn't get flustered. He didn't get upset. He didn't start using foul language. He didn't make threats. And these people are over there getting fucking real nasty with him. Shows you what type of element you got in that town. No wonder they got problems. They think Alite's going to come up and clean up the town, huh? People are whacked out of their fucking minds. Another told Casper Roza, if residents are unhappy with Alite's March appointment, they'll have a chance to vote him out of office later this year. Adding, I don't need to listen to you badger somebody at this meeting. Now, when the guy said that, I don't need to listen to you badger somebody at this meeting, I thought to myself, hey, nobody's forcing you to stay here. He's got a right to say what he wants to say. You have a right to not listen to it. So get your ass up and get the fuck out of here. How about you get out of here? It's the end of the meeting anyway. You don't have to sit there and listen to it if you don't want to. Shit. Just like most people who left me for dead. They don't fucking listen to this show. They don't, nobody's forcing them to. Motherfuckers. Others shouted in unison, go, 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 and demanded that the cops escort Casper Roza out before he exited Borough Hall on his own. Casper Roza promotes himself online as a writer, director, and an investigative journalist called Chris Casper Roza. He has websites devoted to Gotti Sr., Alite, and other past and present mobsters. He's a tall motherfucker. They got a picture of him here. He's a very tall guy. Let's see. Son of a bitch, huh? This guy ate his fucking Wheaties when he was a young kid, huh? Look at this. I don't know if you can see it good, but look at this fucking schlep. She showed up in her friggin' slippers. Dingy hair. She's fucking miserable with life, attending council meetings, city council meetings. Who am I to judge? I'm not living such a grand life myself, but You know you've hit the bottom when you end up at some fucking city council meetings looking like that. Some fucking slippers. Ugh. Looks very shabby. Anyway, we're not here to talk about the fucking lady sitting there. We're here to talk about this bullshit. Hold on. And we'll leave it there. We'll leave it there. Alite, who reinvented himself as a motivational speaker since becoming a free man in 2012, said Casper Roza has been harassing him for years. The Queens-born good fella claimed George has, God damn it, Casper Roza has popped up at the homes and businesses of family members to confront him, as well as what the fuck am I on? A speech impediment? Hold on, let me read that over again, all right? I sound like an asshole. The Queens-born good fella claimed that Casper Roza has popped up at the homes and businesses of family members to confront him, as well as at speaking events where he appears. What? At speaking events he appears at where he tackles topics like domestic violence and the nation's drug epidemic. They're trying to make this guy sound like a fucking a victim here. Yeah. Let me tell you something. Alite is nobody's victim. All right. Tell you that much. He was doing the victimizing. All right. You heard those stories. Baseball bats, butcher knives, cookie puss. We heard those stories. You know. Now he's over here crying like the babe in the woods. I'm being harassed by this guy. I don't even know him. He used to work for the Gaudis. That's what it is. That's what it's all about. I'm not a scumbag. Okay, I changed my life. Did you see this shit too? Sammy got friggin' christened, or what do you call it? Born again. He got baptized. They dunked his head in the water. Gave him a big hug. What a mess. They got a close up on his face. I mean, what a horror. You know, what a horror show. I guess we all get old, but fuck, man. They didn't need to get a close up of that shit. I could have done without the freaking close up. They should have just left him under the water there, but I gave him a little quick dunk. Now he's born again. Now he's, all's forgiven. Motherfucker. Anyway. Alite claimed to the crowd that Casper Roza was hired by guys from my ex-life and had his own fallout with the Gaudis himself. Somebody else interrupted and said, "You don't have to explain. You don't have to explain yourself." They really like Alite out there, huh? I don't know what it is. Hold on. Islamic Jihad. Alite spent 14 years in prison on convictions that include 6 murders. I thought it was 3. Now it's 6. Then it was 15. And I heard it wasn't 14 years. It was less than that. But whatever. And at least 37 shootings. Okay? Fuck, man. 37? I mean, holy shit. I don't even think friggin' Al Capone had friggin' 37 shootings. They all lived. Yeah, I know. They all lived, but still. Fucking A, huh? Let's see what you guys are saying. Fat Bold Italian Boy, happy Easter. He was good. Who was good? You just watched it? Yeah, we're going to listen to it. Uh-oh, we got a dissenting opinion here. Hey, Mustache Pete. I got to stop calling you that. Armand, happy Easter, brother, to you and your family, man. Casper Roza made himself look pretty stupid doing that, if you ask me. They booed him and didn't care what he had to say. I don't understand his motives at this point. That he's not working for now that he's not working for Junior. Uh, if anything, I thought it was sad that they weren't listening to him. You know, uh, I mean, that they were hostile towards it. You know, like wouldn't you want to know like what your politician was doing? You know, I don't know. If he was up to the crimes and shit, you don't want politicians. We got enough crooks in office. You know. Not saying that he's not reformed and that he doesn't deserve a second chance, but I think it's highly inappropriate. That's like Casey Anthony going to become a babysitter or run a daycare center, or she's becoming a fucking kindergarten teacher. You know, nobody wants Casey Anthony teaching kids kindergarten or fucking babysitting or running a daycare center. Like, come on, some things are inappropriate. You know, it's like OJ teaching a DV boy class. You know, anti DV boy. Counseling shit. What up, Vegas Pete? Happy Easter, brother. No, I hear what you're saying though, Armand. Look, he's a little obsessed with the guy, but he's got like a personal beef with the guy. I don't know. The guy threatened to kill him years ago. I don't know. Some shit. Some people don't forget, man. Some people, it sparks a friggin' trigger in them. They don't forget. It drives them, you know. I'm not saying it's normal, and I'm not excusing it. I'm just saying. I'm just explaining it. Anyway, somebody's got to do it, right? The guy did wrong, and I don't know. Maybe he should be out there doing that. Somebody's got to do it. There's always that one asshole out there that has to fuck up everybody's party. I guess that's just nature. But, look, he's got a personal thing with this Alite guy for at least a decade now. So me, I'd let it go. But all right, Frank, I'm going to send a link. All right, I just sent it, boy. You mean the Casey Anthony Child Care Center won't work? I don't think so. No. That's like getting R. Kelly to run like a dance studio for like teenage girls or something. It just don't work, man. Can't do it. It's inappropriate. Casey Anthony has a big ass. She can pull a trailer with the I'm sorry, I am attracted to her in a weird way. I don't know. I don't like what she did. I don't know. It's scary, man. It's scary. David Lopez, boy. Easter. All right, here's the man of the hour. Big Frank. Is he there? Fuck, what happened?
What's up?
Oh, there you are. How come I can't see him?
Because you got that New York Post thing in the way.
Hold on, what the fuck's going on here?
Why am I disappeared?
Yeah, you're fucking invisible.
Oh.
What type of propaganda? Oh, there you are. Wait, what? What?
Why isn't the camera on?
Oh, that's what it is. You're trying to go on camera. It's disappearing.
Ooh.
The Holy Spirit.
Let's try this again. I'll come back.
All right. Shit. Well, there he goes, Big Frank. Enjoying his Easter Sunday. Carvel just announced major expansion in South Jersey Cookie Puss because of Alite. In commemoration of my councilship this month, Cookie Puss is at Carvel half off. Whenever you say the name Alite, you get 50% off. This month only, as long as supplies last. Casper Roza is harassing me, and don't ever forget it. He's obsessed with me, and I'm sick of it. I just want to be a corrupt politician like everybody else. There's nothing wrong with being corrupt in the state of New Jersey, and my citizens will stand up for what's right. Yeah. If anybody's going to be ripping off New Jerseyans, it's going to be me. If Governor Hochul could rob New Yorkers with a fucking congestion pricing toll and tell New Yorkers that she's fighting for them, I'm going to do the same to New Jerseyans. God damn it, you forget. Oh, there you are.
Mm-hmm.
Nice glasses.
What's up?
What's
Happy
up,
Easter,
man?
everybody.
Happy Easter, brother. What the hell you got going on back there? Real New York, man.
Yeah,
Was that Times Square, boy?
Yeah, I'm gonna get hit by the cab.
I used to love Times Square back in the day, man. Times Square used to be like Disneyland back in the day.
Yeah.
Early 2000s.
Yeah, when Lee Cole used to freaking clean up my schlop.
That was 20 years later.
Yeah.
That was 20 years before when he was doing that.
Now
My
he's like,
time came later.
Now he's like, you could clean mine.
They still got a few strip joints over there, some CD bookstores and shit.
Do they?
Yeah, a few of them, I guess. I don't know. I haven't been around there in fucking over a decade, but
You can catch Honolulu Jeff in there.
yeah, like Pee Wee Herman.
Yeah. What's up? Happy Easter, everybody. Hey, another Fat Ball Italian, David Lopez, Steve, Bruce City.
Bruce City boy.
Yeah, rough night last night. Fucking work.
Stevie boy. So yeah, what do you think about Casper Roza going to this council meeting to break Alite's balls?
I'm friends with John, so
whatever your opinion is, you know.
Everybody got it. Everybody got their own agenda, you know.
Yeah.
Casper Roza got his. John got his. Unfortunately, I feel that John's come a long way.
For sure. Yeah.
He does a lot for his community.
Yeah.
What's going on here?
I mean, I'm nobody's judge. I think he's a character. Whatever he did in his past life, as long as he's not doing that no more, and he's out there doing right, huh?
Which one's the character?
Well, they're both characters, but Alite, he's his own character, you know.
I got to know Casper Roza. I got to like Casper Roza.
Yeah.
At one time, it was not always like that between both of us.
It was war.
Well, I don't know about war, but it was what it was.
Yeah.
But yeah, at the same time, I'm a fan of John, and I wish him all the luck in his venture. And I'm sorry that had to happen. I actually, but everybody has their own reason for doing things. You know?
Yeah. I don't know. Some people don't let grudges go, you know.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they were fighting over who's the lesser of the evil. You know, at one time, even Junior had his own. I had my own problems in life. I still have problems in life, but not those kind. You know, like where people, you know, just didn't care about me too much because I was doing shitty things. And they were the same. They were doing shitty things too. But I don't know. So in the name of John Gotti Jr., which all this started, I'm going to forever go after the guy John Gotti Jr. hates the most. You know, I don't get it. I could see if this was personal. He can
I
say
think it is more personal for him because Alite used to say
they had
things
run-ins. I've seen that. Yeah. They had run-ins. I don't know. I mean, I believe in John. I think John's going to do the right thing.
Well, they're going to watch him like a hawk, so he better do the right thing.
Well, yeah. I mean, and they should. I mean, anybody who has a checkered past and then gets an office. This is America. He won't be the first person with a checkered past.
Oh, no, hell no.
Have a position such as even higher than mayor.
Shit.
Or crackhead. So,
yeah.
You know,
DC, Detroit, Yeah, all over, man.
And the people have spoken, man. The people want him there. I get it now.
Evidently, they really like Alite. I mean, they were making Casper Roza seem like he was a criminal. I think they were under the impression that he was like a mob associate of.
Right? Who knows?
Yeah.
Right? Who knows what kind of relationship John has with the people of that town? And that's the way.
No, they all stood up for him. They were pretty gung ho for him. I mean, they wanted to give him a chance. They like him. Oh.
They do. And if you got to know him, not the old one, but if you got to know the one I got to know, in recent years, he's not a bad guy. He's not a bad guy at all.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I guess.
He's been through a lot.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, he's definitely been through a lot. He's got a story there. He's overcome a lot in his life. And he's trying to do good, I guess. And that's good. That's a good thing. He's trying to repent for his sins, I guess.
Hey, look, and in life, you're not always going to have somebody to agree with you on anything, especially somebody with, like I said, John's past. And
but they try to make him look like a choir boy in this friggin' article, like he's a victim of Casper Roza.
Well, that's not his fault. That's not John's fault. I mean, if they, they could write, the Post gets it wrong a lot of times. But it's one of the, it's a tabloid.
True.
But
that's the problem with the media
I don't
today.
know. I wish him luck, and that's all. And I mean it. I do.
Which one, Alite or both of them?
I mean, Alite. What's?
Well, Casper Roza is famous now. Now he's in the news, and the article was kind of harsh towards him.
That's what he wanted, and I wish him bigger luck. I hope he goes after bigger platforms. Corruption and higher government, stuff like that. But
he should definitely be getting more traffic to his website now. That's a good advertisement, whether it's good news or bad news.
Yeah, he's being called out on a higher platform, and that's what it is. Steve say? Some people can hold a grudge like nobody's business. My old man was like that. Yikes. Yeah. I hear you.
Usually Sicilians hold their grudges.
Right? Yeah, well, yeah,
that's what they say about Sicily.
Yeah, I guess, but I can't hold a grudge, I have a checkered past, so what the fuck? So I kind of like, I'm glad somebody like in a similar situation as myself made good,
Yeah, it could have went either way. So yeah,
it happens. We read about it all the time. Guys go back to jail or do stupid shit.
For sure. Look at the other guy, his buddy over there.
I didn't want to say that,
but that's an example. But yeah.
Yeah.
I hear you.
Yeah. Look, if you can't change somebody's mind. If they're gonna hate somebody who was in my position, and no matter what they do, they're always gonna hate somebody in my position, and no matter. I said this before. I hated rats, and to a degree, I know it might sound hypocritical, and even might sound a little crazy, but I do too. I never, if somebody can't mind their business or after the. I'm always like over nothing,
Yeah.
It still bothers me.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, at this point, it's kind of when is enough? Yeah.
We don't start with John Alite, though. I mean, you want to talk about when is enough? We could start with so many other people in political office. We could start Donald Trump, and I think
shit, yeah.
I think he's the better of the of whoever is up there today. I'm not either for him nor against him.
What about Sammy? Do you think he deserves the hate that he gets, or the?
When you're wearing a number 19 on a shirt and still fuck with it, and I don't know. Yeah. You reap what you sow.
Yeah.
You see what the problem is with people like that tell people. A lot of these guys, they go out and Tell them, yeah, that's what I did. So what? Fuck you. They fucked me. I fucked them.
Yeah.
And people don't see it that way. You understand? And instead of being like, I want to, this is what I'm doing. And I think both of them do a little bit of that. When it comes to putting blame on and that's just like add an insult to, you know what I mean? It's an insult to injury, whatever, and a lot of people do that. So a lot of people always like, but they're two guys out there that are very popular. Sammy and John Alite, and you either like them or you hate them, and I don't think they care.
Yeah, I don't think they care very much either. Yeah.
No.
Nah. But
yeah, no, I get it, but then you got an asshole like me. I do care, what say, but
yeah, but nobody says not bad about you.
They do. I mean, and they're entitled to, but at the end of the day, I'm getting over that too. Certain things used to bother me. Believe it or not, there are things that don't bother me would think the things that you guys think bother me.
We don't pick up on it. It's the little things.
Yeah. Little things, exactly.
Yeah.
But it's not the things you guys think at all.
Yeah.
The things that people do shows about me drinking. I like to drink. I don't give a fuck.
Who cares about that? Yeah.
I'm gonna drink tonight. It's Sunday, but it maybe. But yeah. A lot of things don't bother me like they used to, but like I said, I'm getting over that too.
Yeah.
So how's the chat feel about this?
Pronsky, happy Easter. Pronsky boy.
Pronsky boy. What's up, Pronsky boy?
Jersey
and
says
Miss Jersey. Hey, Miss Jersey.
I can hold a good grudge.
Yeah.
That's the problem around here in this community.
And this is what makes these chats, though. Everybody's entitled to their opinion,
Yeah.
And that's that. I mean, fuck it. It's America. First Amendment right. You could do, Casper Roza could go in anywhere he wants and voice his opinion,
Well, somebody got in his face, but I guess he looked at Casper Roza and he still was much taller than him, but he still got in his face. Like, why don't you get the fuck out of here? That's my name, man. Get the fuck out of here. I was like, wow, that's the same type of typical scumbag that you would find in this community out there,
Or in
just a real dickhead,
Happy Easter, Darren. Hey, happy Easter, Mo. Politicians, the most corrupt individuals out here. He fits them perfectly. He can probably teach them a few things. Happy Easter, everyone. I'm not going to deny that the politicians are corrupt. Fuck yeah, they're very corrupt.
Happy Easter, Darren C. Fuck, what was I gonna say? God damn it. Anyway, this fucking A-Light. I was gonna say, oh yeah, they had like a bunch of people. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with the society, man.
Yeah. Oh,
guy, but the way they were sticking up for him, like, wouldn't you want a guy that stands up and tells you, hey, this guy has a checkered past? Like the way they were just like not receptive to it at all.
They probably know you. They're not. I mean, and
then once they heard that Casper Roza used to work with the Gaudis, that's the whole crowd went, oh,
ooh, yeah,
like whoa,
yeah.
And that was that. I was like, oh my god, they act like he was like an enforcer or something. He should have reiterated, like, hey, just let you guys know, I didn't commit crimes here, right? I wasn't a criminal.
You got a lot of fanboys out there, fanboys and fangirls. We have them in this community, and they're out there too. That's what you're just seeing. You're seeing a guy that's popular in this chat, a live version. You went after him. People are like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah,
it's scary. I'm pretty sure there's
that
other
guy was
people.
a fanboy. Yeah.
Yeah, well, probably, and you probably there's other people that will sprue other people's messages on here. If you see him in person, and it might be scary too. there's somebody who's a Nazi, you know, and he has a group of friends, and they do a lot of that shit too. So when when you see it here without any consequences, you know, on a computer,
yeah,
it's not as real as when you see it in person. So you basically, that's what you got. You got 30, 40, 50 people in a room, a real room, not a chat room, and they're basically telling you to go fuck yourself because you're fucking with my guy.
Motherfuckers. Yeah. Why don't you go fuck yourself? That's my name. Casper was like, "What's your name?" I said, "Go fuck yourself. That's my name."
He said that?
Yeah. Let me see if it's still up there. It's fucking hilarious. You didn't see it?
I did. I don't remember him saying that.
Yeah, it was like kind of like towards the end. He's like, "Yeah, my name's Go fuck yourself." Something like that.
Brett picked something up too that John Alite said, and I'll leave it for Brett to say. It's kind of funny, and he kind of fumbles on a name, and it came out funny.
What name?
Well, I'm not gonna say I'll leave it for Brett. Brett picked it up.
Sorry, I'm looking for this guy's channel. All right. Let me see if I can fast forward to the part where the guy's like, "My name's Go fuck yourself."
Yeah. Hey, Angelo
What's your name?
Gio Grande. Happy Easter in Bushwick. Angelo, you're not related to the people who had a bakery, are you? Just curious.
Bakery boy.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. I fast forward.
I think that was Gian Grande, but I could be wrong.
Okay, hold on. Let's see. Let's see if this is the part.
Tom, get out of here, dude. Please, do me the favor. I'm do me the favor. I just like to ask Mayor Francisco one last question, and then I'm on my way. Fuck is this dude? I'm just asking a question, Mayor Francisco. That's what you said before. You said a bunch of statements about John. You got 30 seconds. Go. Seriously.
You got 30 seconds. You don't put no time limit on Casper Roza, boy. He don't talk as long as he want to talk.
Mayor Francisco.
Why don't you just get the fuck out of here, man? Wow. I don't know. Has Alite ever invited you to like come talk on like these shows and shit? Like he like, you know, when he does like those what do you call it? Those meet and greets and shit?
Where?
You know, I don't know. He goes around like he does like these speeches.
He's come to visit me and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I went to visit him. I've been on panels with him. Howie has to.
Yeah.
We were on a panel together. I had him on my show not too long ago.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's a friend of mine. You know, and that's that. You know, people don't like it. What can I say? You know, I might not like people who are your friends, but I still like you.
Well, these people seem to really like this guy. So it's crazy.
Who knows what he's doing? Who knows what he's done? I think he's one of those guys that's going to make a difference in his community when it comes to something that's dear to him. When it comes to fentanyl, yeah, I do. You know, is he always going to have that shadow over? Yeah, of course.
At least he's out there doing good. I don't know what the fuck Sammy. What does Sammy do for people? I don't know.
Yeah, that's just that. I know them personally.
Yeah.
Obviously, I haven't talked to Sammy in 16 years.
Yeah.
He's definitely the better of the two. John is, and I told John too. I said he was all about going to meet with Sammy at one time when Sammy came out, and this was years ago, and I like 7-8 years ago, and I told, don't bother, man. He's just not. He doesn't play well. You know, he's got to be that guy, and if you have a little bit of ego,
yeah,
and I don't, and I still like fucked them off,
Yeah.
But and they did. They bumped heads.
Yeah, well. Let me see.
There's no denying who Sammy is. He was the second highest in one of the largest families in the world. When it comes American
at the height of his power too.
Yeah. So there's no denying that. You could say whatever he was. He only shot somebody one time. I don't even know what that means. He's gay. I've heard that one too.
Yeah, there's a few stories there.
There's stories, whatever. At the same time, all you motherfuckers that talk shit about him wouldn't even say a damn fucking thing to him when he was who he was. Nobody.
Not in the 80s.
Including myself. Myself. And I was nothing near that rank. But none of you would say anything. And
say it to my face,
boys, Yeah. Doesn't make, but now you can say anything, and you kind of have a right to, because he cheated at the game of organized crime of the mafia. He cheated.
What do you mean he cheated?
He cheated. He told when you tell you.
Yeah, he took the easy way out, I guess.
Yeah. There's no. He played checkers. I played chess. That's bullshit.
Yeah. He didn't want to lose.
And I'm with you guys on that, or anybody in that situation. But when he was Sammy the Bully underboss. Matter of fact, a lot of you guys that in the life or around the life today was sucking his ass.
Yeah. Well, he was the bull. Everybody knew the bull. Even fucking Pakistani deli owners knew the bull. They knew Sammy the Bull. Oh, you know Sammy the Bull.
All that shit.
Everybody knew Sammy the Bull. They heard his name. They never even met him in his life. But
yeah. Yeah, of course. Hey, Joe Rue, what's up, my man? Joe Frakes says Virginia Beach. Yeah, let's talk about Virginia Beach tonight.
Why? What's going on now?
A lot to say about Alite. Only on here though, with no way to respond back. Guy's the biggest pussy on the internet.
Happy Easter, Joey Frakes.
But he's also half retarded, so you got to give him that.
I wonder what he said about Alite.
Huh?
What do you say about Alite?
He's a rat. He hates fucking people, and he obviously got something wrong with him.
That's what I'm talking about. What do you deal with these
There's a lady friend. She has her own show, and she's friends with him, and I'm friends with her. And she feels bad for him, but I try to explain to her sometimes he does this to himself.
Yeah.
He's over there, but this has got to stop though. One of these motherfuckers, and I hope it doesn't happen. But deep inside, I'm like, maybe I do. One of these motherfuckers got to get their head cracked open.
I mean, it's a possibility.
They're calling out active people in the mob.
Yeah.
Or people who know active people who haven't told. And he's called a guy a rat. That's still, it's up to debate if he's active or not. Is it to be afraid of him? No, I mean, but
it's still,
But if you're walking,
you're playing with fire.
Then you're inviting people to the Lower East Side. And you're not in the Lower East Side no more. You're not. That was the last day you went to the Lower East Side when you made that little fucking that little commercial there. But he's not the only one. There's these content creators that get a little bit too fucking full of themselves, and at the time, right now it's not bothering me. But if I got my 2 minutes and they were in front of me, I probably wouldn't mind a year in jail or two. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not trying to sound like a tough guy. I'm just sounding like
No, it could happen. It could happen.
You know, there's anger management classes. Maybe I need to take sometimes. I might have a bad day that day, and I think these guys, if they're in front of a club and they're hanging out and they see one of you guys passing by, I'll go back to 2000 when I was out on the street. Chances are you're gonna wear a head cast.
I mean, you don't know who you're talking about. I mean, you don't know what these guys are
I'm
like.
not talking about
some guy might
whacking them and not like that.
Yeah.
But a beat, and if you guys don't think that shit's going on anymore, you're out of your fucking mind. You just don't hear about it. And the one you do hear about, the one that you hear about is the guy who probably had enough and just fucking ended up telling or whatever, or just scared, or somebody told. It's like there was one in Jersey in the restaurant. I don't even know the particulars.
Yeah.
But an assault. But those things happen more than you think. I would say a lot more than you think.
They might not kill you, but they'll break your leg or something or crack you. You know?
No, yeah.
They got to. They have to.
There's got to be a deterrent. You understand? There's got to be a deterrent to what they consider organized crime today. You understand? All right, they won't kill you, but that's got to probably be the last measure.
Yeah.
But you will get fucked up.
Yeah, it's not a problem.
No.
Even in this day and age.
No.
But people sleep on them because, you know, it's not like it used to be, you know. You don't know who you're talking about, though. You don't know how these guys are going to react. Maybe you might be able to manage your anger management, but you don't know who the fuck this guy is, you know. Maybe he don't handle his anger management. Maybe he ain't going for that bullshit, you know.
I was that asshole back there. To me, it would have been a recreational fucking, just getting a little wreck out of fucking one of these guys. That's all it would have been.
Catch a
wreck. I was an asshole. I would have been with a couple of my friends, and we would have laughed while we were doing it. You know, kicking you in the ass. You know, shit like that. I hate to say it, but that's who I was. And if you don't believe me, ask. You know, you want to be a wise guy, put you in a corner. Like Tommy Joeli did that to somebody one time. The guy was telling people he was made. So they made him stay in a corner for about a fucking 12 hours.
Just stand there?
Yeah, while they were playing fucking cards.
Tommy Shots told him to stand in the fucking corner.
Yeah.
Wow. Did he have to face the corner, or did he get
like hours? Huh? Yeah.
He had to look at the corner, or could he look at the game?
You tell people you made, and then he embarrassed them for anything. Told him to stand in the fucking turn around.
And Tommy Shots was made at the time?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's funny.
Yeah, those stories, there's so many of them.
12 hours.
I could see the dude being told to go in the fucking corner and stay there.
By who? Berlino?
Anybody who fucking has a gun on him that day.
Oh, shit. Some obscure mobster from the Casey family. Nobody ever heard of.
Yeah. That's a lot of truth to that. What's he going to say? He's going to come on in and say, well, you tell me if I could do it. I could. Be careful.
Tommy Linguini. Froggy didn't fetch it gets.
Well, people get fucking after a while. Shit gets fucking, too much. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And then what happens after that, though? Let's say somebody does get banged up a little bit behind this bullshit. What happens after that? Somebody goes to jail, or does
he doesn't use the word rat anymore because he's going to become one. But what can you put a guy in jail for? Well, they'll be like, "Why did you listen to me? I had a gun," and then you got to prove it.
Didn't you say that to a guy one time? Like, don't make me fucking make a rat out of you, you motherfucker.
Yeah. There's a lot of them out there. I'll make a rat out of you. But what do you think is gonna happen? Guy doesn't fucking do nothing. He comes on the fucking internet all day. Not him. I'm not talking about the content creators. Anybody. And that's the way they get their rocks off. That's the way, by calling people, going after people. I'm talking about guys who were in their life. You kind of understand. You got to take it because it's back to playing the game. I lost. To a certain, degree. But not from fucking who? John the sanitation guy, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm not putting down the sanitation workers. I'm just saying, fucking guy who has a square, works an average job and all that, and they want to talk,
This is a great question. Let me first thank Jane. I don't think I got to thank Jane Creek. Thank you so much for the support. Degusta, happy Easter. He says, "What's the most embarrassing thing you've ever seen a maid guy do to someone?" That's a good question.
Basically, what they always used to do is dummy up on a motherfucker. What, like a guy who used to kiss a maid guy's ass, and he was always, up the guy's ass. He'd come there, and the guy would stick out his hand, and the guy would just like pass him by, like pretend he's not there. That what did Rob say?
No matter how you look at it, he lost. You're right. You're correct.
No, I understand. About what? The guy at the corner?
I guess.
Yeah. No, Rob knows this story. Believe me, this is not story. This is the thing with Joe Elliott putting the guy in a corner. That's common knowledge.
Yeah. And he had to face the corner?
Yeah, he had to turn around and stay in the corner for about I said 12 hours. I think it was like more like 5 hours, 6 hours while they were playing cards.
That's still a fucking, the fuck.
Yeah, there's a lot of stories guys do to people fucking just to embarrass them because they know they did something, and a lot.
A lot of these fucking gang members in California, they make guys strip now. They make them strip. You ever seen mob guys do that? Make a guy strip and embarrass him?
Mob guy strip?
Yeah, like they pull out the gun and fucking make the guy strip and fucking embarrass him in front of everybody.
Flaps.
Claps?
Flaps.
Flaps?
Slaps.
What's a flap?
Slaps?
Slaps? Yeah. I guess that's enough.
Oh.
I guess a slap is enough, right?
Yeah, that's a bad one. Spit on somebody.
Yeah. They
There's
got
a
weird
lot.
shit out there, man, with the spitting now.
I never seen stripping somebody, I never seen that.
You ever ran when you were younger, you ever ran into Tommy Aggro out there?
No.
That guy was a sick fuck.
Yeah, he put that one guy through fucking hell. Yeah, shit like that. There's a lot of abusive. There's a lot of abusive guys there. Usually the maid guy, once he gets made, if he was a prick, he usually calms down.
Yeah, he didn't calm down.
You don't come around that much, but then there's guys that just fucking they get worse.
Happy Easter, Taton. Yeah. Well, he became a fucking maniac.
Mm-hmm.
What else? Yeah, I couldn't believe that baptism video with Sammy. That was fucking hilarious.
Fucking
he looked scared too.
Hey, Tato, what's up, my man?
He took a deep breath. Yeah.
He thought there was gonna be girls there. That's why he went.
I don't know why they got the close up on his face though. Like, why would you zoom in like so close? Like,
he's old, man. He was born at 44. What was he? 82 years old.
Yeah, he's old. Yeah. But
me
Jesus,
and him have similar birthdays. He's on the 12th. I'm on the 19th. Yeah, he's 82.
Yeah, he outlived them all, that motherfucker.
Yeah, I mean, when I seen him, but he was doing stuff when I met him that even though he looked sick, he was doing physical stuff that people his age weren't doing. Doing a lot of push-ups, working out, running, playing paddleball, racquetball.
He was always like that, I guess.
Yeah, very active, very active.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Playing handball and shit.
Yeah. Shout out to the Knicks. Shout out to the Knicks.
The Knicks?
Yeah, they won last night.
Wow, they won one game in fucking 46 years. Wow.
You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong.
And the Yankees are winning now, supposedly.
Yankees haven't won eight. And I don't know, people are going to give me shit about the Mets. They haven't won a World Series since 09.
Yeah, it's a disgrace.
Since
The
I was
team's not what it
born,
used to be.
since
Yeah.
I was born, that's probably the longest drought. Or was
Yeah,
it?
2000s was something else. Late 90s, 2000s.
When I was born, 77, that was the last time they won. And then they won again with Jeter, 19 years. So we are, no, that's the longest drought. That one right there.
The team is shit now. Who do they got? Fucking Aaron Judge. He sucks. You know,
What?
I
Best
mean,
player in baseball.
yeah. It's kind of
Yeah.
disappointing. Doesn't he always fucking hurt his ankle every other fucking week? Like, oh, my ankle. They don't make them like they used to, man. Fucking Babe Ruth used to smoke a fucking pack of cigarettes, chew on some tar, go outside, spit on the ground.
They were pitching softballs to Babe Ruth.
Huh?
They were pitchers that pitchers weren't fast. They were pitching to him.
No?
He was swinging a tree. I mean, fucking nobody swings that kind of wood anymore.
What?
You
So
can't get
now what?
around.
The players just evolved and now they're throwing 90-mile-per-hour fucking fastballs?
No,
What were they throwing back then?
the game
Huh?
has evolved so much. It's not anything near it used to be. Fucking what? 100 years ago. He was playing 100 years ago. I mean,
I did a poll probably last year sometime. Who was the greatest baseball player of all time? And Babe Ruth was on the list, and he won decisively. And I had at least over 100 votes, maybe 200 something votes.
on a pioneer level, I could agree with you, but not the best ever. My favorite baseball player was Willie Mays. Ken Griffey Jr.
Ken Griffey Jr.?
Yeah.
He's got some
600 home
sneakers I
runs.
like.
He could play both.
My man.
He could play both offense and defense. Great fielder, and he was hurt, and he had 600, I think, 30 home runs. No steroids. So, to me, he was one of the best I ever seen. There's a lot of good ones today. A lot of good.
Babe Ruth didn't have no steroids. He was hopped up on pork chops and fucking tobacco and fucking, the guy was morbidly obese running that fucking field, boy. Fucking, making history.
Yeah.
Kai Tab, boy.
What keeps calling me? This motherfucker's out of my eye. Oh.
Uh-oh.
All right. It's early here, too. Shit.
Motherfucker.
What else is going on with everybody? Josh Hart is really good. Yeah, he's good. He's another Villanova guy.
Thank you, Jersey. And thank you, Scott. Good to see you. Happy Easter, brother. 1976. Mark
the Bird.
Fiderick.
Yeah, he was great. You got to look at clips of that guy. He was great.
I like when that, what's his name? I don't know if it was Willie Mays, whoever the fuck it was. Jesse Jack. I don't know what the fuck, man.
Jesse Jackson.
Whatever, man. He fucking won the World Series, I guess, or some game. And the whole fucking crowd just charged the field, and he was pushing him out of the way like a fucking linebacker.
Reggie Jackson.
Reggie Jackson. Yeah.
Jesse Jackson.
Get out my way, motherfucker.
Tito Jackson running around the base with his
Come on, man. Get out of my way. Don't touch me.
I got to go see my brother Michael. That's crazy.
Yats Remensky.
Yastrzemski. That was
Yastrzemski.
Yastrzemski. Triple Crown winner, 1968.
That's before my time, boy.
Great player. His grandson plays today. I forgot what I think he plays with the Giants. I'm not sure.
Fucking Giants, boy.
Yeah.
You don't have to run fast when hitting home runs. That's true, D'Augusta. I like that. That should have been a quote of Babe Ruth's. Babe Ruth should have said it himself.
When you play wiffle ball, you don't have to run at all.
Fucking volleyball, boy.
Right. The third story is a home run.
I don't think you give Babe Ruth enough credit, man.
Why you say that?
I'm just fucking with you. I'm just trying to think of something to talk about. God damn it! I know you want to get the fuck out of here.
No, you're fine. But back to Nadeau. I did give him a little bit of a shot there, and I don't mean it on purpose. I don't. I feel bad for him. Because sometimes I think he makes decisions, and I'm saying as a former friend, that's detrimental to his show, his mind, and I just wish him luck.
Yeah.
I'm serious. I'm
I
serious.
mean, he knows how to keep the views going. He knows how to keep people in tune. There's always something going on over there.
No, and it's not on a competitive level because there's no competition. I got 2,500. Me and Brett got 2,500 subscribers. We got different. We do have different content. I got more of a hands-on, and he has more of a researcher. He's got to research his stuff.
Yeah.
And I could talk about experiences. I'm not saying one is better than the other.
Firsthand, yeah.
But obviously he's doing a lot better. Of course, we're new than we are.
You just.
But it's not. It's not. I'm not throwing a shot on a competitive level. I'm throwing a shot as in regards to the way he comports himself sometimes.
Yeah. Sit outside of the club in his underwear in the middle of the winter. Who's that? Who did that?
Listen, if he says he's from Bensonhurst, he probably has 100 hundreds of those stories. I believe that. Fucking something is wrong with the water in Bensonhurst.
Yeah, for sure. Philadelphia too.
Yeah,
Definitely Bensonhurst. And the Bronx.
Really, yeah, there was a lot of guys who played in the fucking kitchen sink underneath. Where the chemicals are.
Uh-huh.
Gowanus
Canal, boy.
Yeah, Gowanus Canal. They went swimming in the Gowanus Canal.
What's his name did that?
Hey, Common Sense. What's up, baby?
Crazy Joe Gallo. What up, Common Sense, boy? Happy Easter.
When I was a kid on Metropolitan Avenue, that separates like Brooklyn and Queens, when we were on Metropolitan going towards like Manhattan, and we were on Metropolitan, there was the Newton Creek. And the Mexicans used to jump in that fucking thing. It's the dirtiest body of water in the world. Some guy swam it just to make awareness of how dirty that is. It stunk like fucking eggs in the fucking summer. Like
you get that shit in your mouth and your ears.
Bro, it's just it's by Western Beef. And then people used to go to Western Beef and buy their food there, fucking knowing that it was right next to the Newton Creek. I don't know if anybody knows. Yeah, it's this creek that goes out to Manhattan and the boat just goes up. God fucking knows what's in that fucking page. Everything.
They probably still didn't clean it up.
Yeah. I think that's where fucking Honolulu Jeff got baptized.
He was never the same after that.
Yeah, he's like one of those villains in a fucking Marvel comic book, I'm gonna get Polito, he's all fucking creatures of the Black Lagoon.
The Thing. Remember the Thing?
See, Rob Jean goes, we stripped a lot of guys. I
guess that's the thing.
I believe it.
They did that to Tupac Shakur's stepbrother. Suge Knight's associates made him strip on a balcony and throw snowballs in the air. Juggle snowballs.
Yeah, it's crazy what these fucking people do.
People are sick, man.
People are sick.
They got worse shit now, what they do in the prisons out there in California. I'm not even going to repeat it, but it's some sick shit.
Yeah. Don't
that
ever,
shit ain't gangster.
If your kids are listening to this, don't ever be in a situation where you have to be in one of those, God forbid, predicaments, in these jails and whatever. And the dude doesn't understand that guys from the street look at him as a cornball. I mean,
well, he's not part of the life. He's
I never took him as part of the life, and I took him as a kid who was trying to at one time further his journalistic abilities.
Yeah,
and he's good at what he does.
He's got what it takes. Yeah.
The only problem is he gets too involved, and and he's becoming Honolulu Jeff.
I don't know about all that now.
No. Wait a minute. When you're calling out people and tell you, you're at a line or you're doing this and that and everything like that.
Yeah.
You got to let that shit go because your main focus is on doing what you do. You understand?
Yeah.
Yeah. And this other guy's telling you his grandfather was Patriarcha's butt buddy. At one time, his name was actually Patrick Patriarcha.
Lopping pricks up in the peanut can.
Yeah,
primo spot at the beach.
Right. I got Molino on speed dial. He was all about that. And you want to see? You know, I mean, who gives a fuck? Who cares?
He gets looked at like that. What? When he opens his mouth and starts talking. V, not men. Hitting you with bread tells you what they think of you, huh?
He gets looked at like that when he opens his mouth and starts talking tough. That's when there is an issue. Yeah, that's if you're gonna call it. Don't you don't have to live it. That's like an umpire. That's like an umpire grabbing a bat after the guy strikes out and tells you this is the way you got to do it.
Yeah, I'll show you.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, he definitely does know how to stir up the drama. That's what you need, I guess, though. To keep the views going. That's what people want to see. He understands. I think he understands people want to see some drama too, He knows how to push people's buttons.
Yeah, but he would stray away from that too at times. I remember when fucking Goofy over there used to go at it with him. He'd be like, you know what? I'm tired of this. I'm not even going to listen to this guy. And just do his own thing, You know, has thick skin actually, and I can't get him to budge for nothing. Is Jeff? What's his name? Another Jeff? What the fuck? Bernstein.
Oh yeah,
Scott.
Yeah. Have you ever breaking his balls?
I sometimes do. Yeah.
I don't know. He doesn't really.
But he don't respond. So that you don't respond, and even if I'm doing it, people after a while just stop.
Yeah, there's nothing to engage with,
Yeah.
Thank you, Tatone. You know how I feel about those memberships, boy. Thank you. That guy.
Yeah. He's been having people shoot it out in Glen Cove for years now. I'm surprised there's anybody. I'm surprised there's anybody left in Glen Cove.
Last time I looked, he had some headline like "New War coming." Fucking, let me see.
Yeah, Montreal.
Yeah. The Montreal Tupac. So
he should do. He should be on the safe side. Report something that is going to happen, like landmine in Afghanistan.
Let's see.
One day he had his dog snoring on the fucking couch. He was doing a show.
Yeah.
Well, I put on that thing. Who's that fucking gunner sleeping on your couch?
Probably smells like a wet dog.
God damn.
Yeah, I'm looking at his channel now. Oh, he has the clip where Victoria says, "My father is the last of the Mohicans." That's where I got that shit from.
Yeah, I remember that. She doesn't, she's very intelligent. People have met her. I mean, I get it. That's anybody who has a Brooklyn accent or a Queens accent comes off a certain way, but she's extremely talented. A lot of people, she's an author too, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was a journalist. I think she worked for the newspaper or something. Daily News or some shit. Yeah. She had books. Yeah, she got books. She got Lifetime movies.
Yeah, she doesn't get involved.
TV shows. Yeah. The other one, though, she just doesn't stop.
That panel, though, man, fucking straight out of a short bus.
That's always been her show, though.
I seen one day. I was like, "Motherfucker, you're kidding me, right?"
Welcome to the circus.
Yeah, it wasn't like
they were circus.
It wasn't like they were contestants on Jeopardy ready to go on stage.
Yeah.
Although Marla's pretty. She makes sense when she talks.
Yeah.
And And watch it what she says. You ever see it sometimes? She be like, I don't know what I think they were trying to say. And you know.
Fuck y'all. Y'all
Yeah,
ain't a
yeah.
drop of sweat on John Gotti's nutsack. Y'all ain't shit.
Yeah, she broke bad one time. So
Yeah.
well, anyway, I got
Yeah,
a
man.
long day.
right.
Happy Easter, everybody, and stay out of trouble.
That's right, boy.
This is not the end all do all, you know, whatever you call it, mob too. But stay good, stay healthy. All right, man.
Thank you, Frank. Happy Easter, brother.
Happy Easter.
Later, bro. All right, there goes. Fuck. Well, there you have it. But yeah, back to stripping, people. Suge Knight, his MLB The Real Bloods, his whole crew, the MLB The Real Bloods, they made Mo Preem Shakur, Tupac Shakur's stepbrother, made him strip in the snow. I think he was on a balcony of a hotel. And they made him juggle snowballs or some shit. Something with snowballs in his underwear. And yeah, after that, Tupac Shakur didn't talk to him no more. And then after Tupac Shakur got shot, he was in the hospital fighting for his life. Mo Preem said he went to go visit him. And he said Tupac Shakur woke up from his coma and looked at him and started shaking the whole bed and was trying to tell him something. And he said it always haunted him for the rest of his life. He never knew what the guy was trying to tell him, you know? What was Pac trying to tell him? I think I know what he was trying to tell him. He's probably trying to tell him, hey, why don't you get the fuck out of my room, you fucking punk motherfucker? Get the fuck out of this room, boy. Fuck from around me. That's what he's probably trying to tell him, motherfucker. Anyway, I'm going to drop another link. See who else wants to come on. The party's not over, guys. It's still an Easter celebration. I want to thank everybody who's supporting the channel, too. Thank you, guys. Praise Jesus. Thank you so much, Jersey Girl. Scott. The anonymous people. Shouts to Roger, too. Big shout out to Roger. Yeah, shouts to Roger, man. Thank God for Roger. Ryan. Jane Creek. Thank you. Taton. Tina Beagle. Sven Boy. Of course, Nightmare. My man. Yeah. And don't forget, check out my YouTube shorts, damn it. Tune into the YouTube shorts and hit the damn like button. Hit that damn like button. What's so hard about it? Hit the friggin', even if you don't like it, hit the like button. It tingles the algorithm, man. I'm trying to get some views with these shorts. I got over 100,000 views this month for the first time in a long time, thanks to YouTube shorts. And I got over 200 subscribers, thanks to YouTube shorts. We're gonna keep it going with these YouTube shorts. It's a little time consuming. It's hard to come up with ideas and shit, but some are hit and miss. Some do really good. Some do really bad. You never know what's going to hit. So we're going to keep at it. It's helping the channel grow a little bit, keeping it alive. You know what I'm saying? Things are looking up. You understand me? Where the fuck are you going? Motherfucker. All right, well, enjoy your day, bro. Happy Easter, brother. Yeah, thank you, Tato. Thank you, man. I'm trying. God knows I'm trying. I turn this ship around. Resurrected from the dead, just like Jesus and Lazarus. What happened last night? I got a notification you were doing a show. Yeah, right before I was supposed to go live. I was too tired, man. I freaking I passed out at a reasonable time. Woke up early today. But yeah, I was just way too tired. I knew I shouldn't have scheduled that show, but I did it anyway. I had to take it down. I just couldn't do it. It would have been a bad show. Plus, I didn't have much to talk about. Thank God for Casper Roza not minding his own fucking business and showing up to Johnny Late's first council meeting. He'll always remember his first council meeting. Casper Roza was right there to see him through it and ask him questions. But yeah, some asshole said, "Hey, why don't you go fuck yourself?" Hold on, let's see what that guy said. Hold on. Let's see what this motherfucker said right here. Hold on. What this motherfucker said right here.
Mayor Francisco, his book Gotti's Rules that came out in 2015.
Oh,
Are you aware that the original draft of it that he went to Georgia Anastasia with, the original
fuck you,
the original draft of it,
you stuttering prick, you.
So it's just my question. The original draft of it that he went to Georgia Anastasia with was co-written with his cellmate in witness protection.
Albert Anastasia is my friend.
No, his cellmate in witness protection.
This asshole in the background said, "Albert Anastasia is my friend." Albert Anastasia is your friend. He's been dead since '57. What the fuck are you talking about? How the fuck old are you? You don't look that old. Let me see. This motherfucker don't look that old. Man, you ain't no damn Albert Anastasia, lying ass motherfucker. Now, I think Albert Anastasia had a house in Jersey, but I don't know. Maybe he wasn't lying, you know? He didn't know fucking out. If he knew Albert Anastasia, he was a baby. He was a little fucking baby. He didn't know no damn Albert Anastasia, boy. The fuck is you on, gang?
Was a pedophile named Michael Kuchek. Are you aware that he was the co-writer of the original manuscript before you appointed him to or nominated him to the council?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So
Yeah, the mayor doesn't know anything. He just appoints Alite to a city council position. He don't know any of this stuff. Good research, good vetting you did there. You know, now they're doing a new poll. These assholes are thinking about AOC running for president now in 2028. You believe this shit? Worst nightmares are coming true. Just what we need. I don't know. I'll probably be dead by then, hopefully. I don't know if I'll live to see another 4 years with the way I feel. I can't live another 4 years like this. Maybe it's time for Jesus to call me home. Anyway.
I'm going to be sending you some information in advance of the next meeting. And
yeah, send the info.
In the town.
Yeah.
Thank you for everybody for your time. What's your name?
Get the fuck out of here. That's my name.
Good name.
Good name.
Good name.
Very.
What's your name? Get the fuck out of here. That's my name. Typical fucking attitude that we see around here in this community. Not from you guys, but from the other side of the community. The dredges of society. Coming to New York possibly in May. Nice. 22nd to 24th Broadway. You're going to be in the hood, boy. Oh, Broadway? Off-Broadway plays? I might go for the ride. You can't die. What? Just make sure, you're packing some heat when you go to the Broadway play. So when you step outside, there's going to be some asshole in a bubble jacket waiting to fucking ask you for fucking directions or something and try to pickpocket you, boy. So just be careful out there. Biggie Smalls, happy Easter. Oh, George Anastasia. Is that what he said? Did he say Albert? Oh, hold on. We got an Easter surprise here. Little fucking Easter surprise from the Easter basket. Everybody straighten up. Sit up straight and show respect. Yo, comment.
Hey, what's up, man? Happy Easter, fellas.
Happy Easter, brother. What up, man?
Happy Easter.
What
How's
it
things?
is, man? We're getting by. I guess things are all right. Look, I'm grateful. I'm grateful.
You say your fucking rosaries today or what?
No, just it's a nice Easter day, Everything's nice and relaxing outside.
Yeah.
Yeah, no traffic, really. Yeah.
Hey.
So what's going on with you, man?
Nah, shit, man. I just saw you around or whatever. I figured I'd pop on for a minute while I got back. I had to run an errand real quick. So I was trying to hop on when Frankie was on, but I came back. He was fucking gone. So I said, what the hell? What, you got plans? You got shit going on today?
Yeah, he's always busy on Sundays.
Oh, yeah. True. Good story.
Motherfucker.
So what's new, man? What's good?
No, I'm just talking about this Casper Roza shit. You heard that Casper Roza's in the news? He made the New York Post. I think it was front page. I'm not sure. I don't know about the paper, but
for what?
Online.
Why?
Because you didn't see the video when he went to Alite's first council meeting?
Oh my god, yeah, I did saw that shit popped up in my
Yeah.
feed, man. I don't know what that's all about.
Shit was hilarious. That shit was classic. The reaction from the crowd, I wasn't expecting that. They're very hostile. They really like this Alite.
Well, he lives in a small town. You know what I mean? Only has a few. I'm not gonna say a few people. I don't know the exact population there, but I don't think it's more than a few thousand people. So I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure everybody knows everybody type of thing where he lives. I just
Son of
don't
a bitch.
understand fucking. I just don't understand why he's even fucking bothering personally. But what do I know? I figured after all the shit that happened with the brother and fucking hurt that he would just fucking keep it moving. But I don't know. It's a little strange.
I think this Alite pissed him off years ago with threats and shit. And he never let it go, It's
Oh
a
well, yeah. I mean,
fucking
I know. Yeah, that's true. I guess they got
vendetta,
the. Yeah, he's got his own personal issues with the guy, I guess, or whatever. So I mean, that's his
Some
decision. But
people don't let shit go, Some people they
I
hold
mean,
on to that shit.
listen, the guy lost his daughter to part of this drug epidemic, and a lot of the
Yeah.
reason why he was trying to get involved in politics and stuff like that is to spread awareness about the problem with these pills and drugs and shit in the street, and I think that was the catalyst for him wanting to get involved in some sort of public service or awareness, and to use a platform that he can to try to do good and bring awareness to that issue.
Yeah.
And I feel like whatever the guy did in his life, regardless of shit, the guy did lose a child. That's not easy for anybody. I don't care whether you like the person or not. You know what I mean? But to go in, if he is trying to do good, just to stir up the pot from some shit that was 10, 15 years old, to me is just like a little too much, bro. But listen, it is what it is.
Yeah. I guess he doesn't want to see him succeed at nothing. He don't want to see
Well,
him do
listen,
nothing.
that's what I'm saying. I get it. You know what I mean? If that's what his thing is, I just think that it's I don't know. I don't know how to take it, to be honest with you.
Can we compare it to like OJ? Like, let's say OJ wanted to take up like some domestic violence fucking counseling shit.
Yeah.
It'd be inappropriate, right? I don't know.
Well, not real. Well, not really. If he's actually out there trying to spread awareness to it and own what he's done or had done in his past or whatever. I mean, that's just a bad example because there was one incident the guy got fucking arrested for and pled guilty to and did his public. So all this stuff that they put out there about him beating her all these times and all this shit that turned out not to be fucking true.
Well, there was those phone calls though. I don't know if he hit her or
There was
not,
one
but she
phone.
said that.
There was one. Yeah, there was one phone. It was one phone call. The one when she's calling saying that my ex-husband's here. He kicked in the back door and he's screaming and ranting and shit like that.
Yeah, him in the background. It's like, you weren't worried about the kids when you were sucking his dick in the living room.
Well, yeah, because you don't know the context of why he was there. The problem is that she was throwing these fucking sex parties and orgies and shit in a house that his two young children are at.
She was the
and
original
he was over there.
Kardashians. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you remember when Faye Resnick, the chick that wrote that book that was living at the house that had to get checked into the drug rehab facility 3 days before the murders, she owed people all kinds of money because they were freebasing cocaine and shit. And the fucking this distasteful bitch during the trial put out an autobiography, right? Yeah. And in the autobiography, she's talking about how when a new guy would move into the neighborhood, that her and Nicole would sneak into the guy's house and give him a Brentwood hello, which was a blowjob.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like this
Kardashian shit.
Yeah, like this is supposed to be your deceased friend, you're mourning her loss, and you're writing a tell-all book talking about her doing this ridiculous shit during a fucking murder trial right now. I mean, it's ridiculous, but my point is that they were definitely doing some nefarious, shit or whatever. And, OJ knew about the shit that was going on and he didn't want her doing that shit at the house that his kids were living at,
Put him in a rage. Yeah.
Well, how would you feel if your, 5 and 6 years or 4 and 6 year old kids are at a house where they're having drug sex parties and shit where the kids could walk down and see it? You'd be pissed off.
He was hearing some bad shit, but I think Ron Goldman,
right.
He was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and it looked bad, Young guy in shape, meeting up with her in the middle of the night. Supposedly, she was in a hot tub with candles, all romantic.
No. That's not true.
She came out in like a fucking cocktail dress or some shit.
She came out in the dress that she was wearing that night. She was wearing a black like dress, like mini skirt type of thing. That's
Yeah.
what she wore to the kids' recital and to dinner that night.
And OJ was standing right there in the fucking bushes watching this shit.
No, what?
Yeah,
No, the night
that's what they said.
You're talking about two different incidents. You're talking about the incidents with Keith Zlomzowicz, which was her boyfriend at the time, when he came over and saw them fucking around on the couch.
No, not only that time. I'm talking about the night of the murder. He was waiting in the bushes, and he sees Ron Goldman open up the gate, and she comes out, and he's like, "What the fuck?"
No. That's not a matter of fact or the matter of record.
What do you
I'll
think
tell you
happened?
something. Let me tell you something right now. All right, we'll get into that. That's cool. I got time. We'll get into this. All right, because I'm gonna wind up doing shows on this anyways. I'm working on some stuff right now. I just been busy or whatever, but I'm gonna do breakdowns on this. Nobody knows for a fact who was the intended victim that night. Nobody knows. It could have been Goldman that got stalked to go over there. I'll tell you two things that you probably didn't know. Did you know that the restaurant that they worked at, the Mezzaluna place, was a local hub for fucking cocaine trafficking and cocaine dealing?
No, I didn't know.
Okay. Yeah. So if I told you that Ron Goldman was a convicted cocaine dealer who was also a confidential informant for the police, did you know about that?
Had no clue about that.
Okay.
Clue.
Did you know that two other people, his co-workers that worked at Mezzaluna restaurant, were both murdered in almost the same exact fashion that Ron Goldman and Nicole were, with brutal stabbings?
No.
Within a year before and a year or so after those murders?
No, I didn't hear about that, boy.
Well, of course. Well, if that's the thing, of course not. Why would you want to hear about that? That would fucking raise questions and say, who was the actual intended target? There was two people. One of their names, you can look it up. One of their names was Michael Nigg, and the other guy's name was Brett Cantor. They were both murdered, both co-workers at Mezzaluna that got brutally stabbed to death and murdered in unsolved cases.
The restaurant is cursed.
Well, they were involved in narcotics trafficking and all sorts of other fucking shit that was going on at the fucking restaurants. It was high class, parties. It was a party scene in Brentwood, with the affluent people,
Yeah.
But if I told you about those things, if you didn't know about that, then what would you think? And you'd say, well, how do you know that Nicole was the target and they weren't stalking Goldman over there and killed him and just,
Well, now you raise reasonable doubt, see?
Plus, this is a lot of the problem with that case, though, is that the public, would come home from work that night and watch the nightly news and hear the reporters and shit talking about what happened during the case that favored the prosecution, not the defense. So there was a public outcry and outrage when this guy got found not guilty. They couldn't believe how this fucking happened. Well, if they knew the facts of the case and actually knew the details, they would probably be more understanding of what actually happened in that case. You understand?
Yeah. But why did OJ flirt with it then? Why did he fucking always say, like, if I did it, it happened like this?
Are you talking about the book that got written?
The book and the interview. He did like some interview where they actually made him sit down and fucking
That was part of his agreement to get paid to do the book. Do you know that his daughter and his son were the primary recipients for that book? Because he couldn't get anything because of the civil. No. I'm trying to explain this to you. What wound up actually happening is that since he had that the civil lawsuit for the $33 million that he lost after the criminal trial, that they ordered him responsible for the murders, he had to pay the Goldman and Brown family $33 million or whatever restitution. So he did everything he could to shield all of his pensions and his money and assets coming in so they couldn't take it. That's why he moved down to Florida, right?
They never got a fucking dollar, yeah.
Right. So what wound up happening is during that time, he was going through some financial stuff, and he went to his daughter and he went to his son, him and Nicole's kids. I forget their names. Whatever. I can't remember their names off the top of my head. That's not really the important part. But the bottom line is that they were the primary recipients for the money from that book. He went and got it cleared through them and spoke to them about it. They co-signed off of it and told him that it was fine if he wanted to do that. And he explained the whole situation to them. So do they tell you that part about a book? Do they tell you the part of the book that, the whole thing was done as, basically like a hypothetical, and to do that because he needed money. He got, I think I want to say it was somewhere around like 300 something thousand in cash or whatever, because he couldn't take checks or do anything else. And the rest of it got put into his children's names, and they were the primary benefactors. So when you look at it from a legal standpoint, from the litigation where he had to pay the Brown family and the Goldman family the $33 million, well, The kids are the Brown family. They're gonna get his money when they die anyways. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So the way that's the way that he went forward and he did it was that they were the primary benefactors and they knew all about the book and co-signed off of it because unfortunately he needed money at that time because of the criminal cases and everything else that he had went through with having to give away, you know, everything the guy's made in his entire life. Now I'm not defending the guy saying that, you know, nobody can think the guy did it or he's got through. I'm just giving you facts and giving you plausible explanations for, you know, stuff that the media and these people are not going to tell you. They're not going to tell you the truth. You know what I mean? You have to kind of go out and look for it and come to that determination for yourself. You know what I'm saying?
What about the theory
But
with the son? Huh?
yeah, go ahead. What is it?
His son, he had an older son, OJ. And
Jason.
he had anger issues or some shit, mental issues. I don't know. He's violent.
Yeah, he tried committing suicide on 3 different occasions. He was a heavy drug abuser, and he was on an antipsychotic medication called Depakote during the times of the murders because he had a rage personality rage disorder where he would fly off the handle. Yeah, and did you know at the time of those murders that he was on probation for using a knife on one of his ex-girlfriends and chopping off her hair and then threatening his old boss with a knife to stab him to death in a restaurant?
Oh, you see?
Yeah.
Maybe it's in the blood. Huh?
Well, that's the thing too is that, you know, in regards to the son or whatever, there was a lot of weird shit that was going on regarding that, and it could quite possibly because if you are going to say that there were hairs and fibers that were in the Bronco or possibly could have matched an African American person with a similar composition of DNA, well, there you go. The son would match and fit all those profiles. And I'll tell you something else you probably didn't know. This will probably raise awareness to it. Did you know that after OJ was notified about the murder of Nicole, you know, he went and got his own legal team and he put his own defense together or whatever? Did you know that morning he also got a defense lawyer and a defense team for his son?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Why would you do that? Why would he get a defense attorney and shit to represent his son and make sure that he doesn't talk or say anything? Why would he do that?
That's very interesting.
Yeah, you see? So that it's not as cut and dry as fucking people say or people think, because the bottom line is a lot of people don't know all the details of the case and shit, you know? That's why I wanted to do this, you know, probably like 3 or 4 part series on it and kind of break it down because they just recently did a new Netflix special on it.
Uh-huh.
And it was all right, but my problem is that, you know, anytime these things are put together, they always favor the prosecution and point towards, you know, OJ's guilt. They never show any of the Brady material or exculpatory evidence that says that it wasn't him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
they always come from the standpoint. Huh?
He took it to his grave, man, the selfish asshole. I mean, he was on his deathbed. He was lying to people saying that he wasn't sick. Meanwhile, he was dying, and he knew it. And he fucking, he didn't say yes, whether, you know, definitively, yes or no, I did it, you know? Because what do you have to lose at that point?
He's always proclaimed his innocence, though.
Yeah. Well, he kind of did flirt with the idea, like, you know, that he got away with it or whatever. I don't know.
Why? Because of that book?
Some of the interviews he did, not just like that one episode. It was like I don't know what it was, Fox or whatever.
Listen, I've watched everything on that case. The Fox episode that you're talking about was part of the book agreement that he had to do an interview on the book as part of the book deal. Did you know that the guy? Do you know who wrote that actual? Do you know who the ghostwriter is who wrote that actual book? You know who it was?
Who?
It was Pablo Fenves. He was one of the principal quote unquote witnesses who lived in Brentwood next to Nicole's house that they used the time of the dog barking to say what time those murders happened.
Yeah.
And he testified during that trial. He was a screenwriter, and he testified on the stand that because they were trying to say that dog barking, you know, dictated the time that these murders occurred, which there was all types of problems with the timeline that they had. That was another big issue. I'm going to be doing, when I do my episodes and I talk about it, that's one of the things I'm going to focus on and show you how ridiculous and impossible it is if they're, you know, with their timeline that they used. And that's why they had such a problem in that case, primarily because of the timeline and the quote unquote witnesses that heard and saw shit that night. None of it fucking adds up, especially that lady Jill Shively, who's a stone cold fucking liar.
Was she the one that heard the guy say, hey?
Yes.
Supposedly that was Ron Goldman.
No. That was the white guy. He was like Russian or German or something. He had an accent. Jill Shively never got called to the witness stand because she sold her story to hard copy for $5,000 before the trial started.
Well, that was a lot
She's the one. She's the one that claimed that she was driving to the market to go get a salad before the buffet closed at midnight that night or 11 o'clock, whatever it was, and that she saw a white Bronco with its lights off flying down the streets yelling at her, telling her to get out of the way, and that he almost ran 2 people over and crashed his car flying on his way back to Rockingham after he killed these murders. Yeah. And she said, oh, at first I thought it was Marcus Allen, and then I realized it was OJ because I had just watched the Naked Gun movie, and I recognized his face and his voice when he was driving his car.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I have a question. They had a 1-800 number set up for any information by anybody that had anything to talk about regarding the murders and shit, like a tip line, you know? And they would get thousands upon thousands of phone calls every single day of people saying that they saw this, they heard that, you know, trying to get involved in the case because they wanted their 5 minutes of fame, so to speak, you know? Yeah. So you have to ask yourself, how come with all the people that came forward and everybody came out that was trying to get involved with the case, whether they knew anything or didn't, whatever the thing may be, where were the people that he allegedly almost ran over in his Bronco? Where were the other people whose car that he almost crashed into when she claims that he ran off the side of the curb over the road and was screaming at people? How come those people never came forward to say, oh, yeah, OJ almost hit me. He almost ran me over. I saw the fucking Bronco, too. How come none of them people came forward? Why not? Everybody else and their brother would come forward trying to get involved in the case. Where are those people? And not to mention, she got caught lying because she claimed that the morning after those murders occurred, when she found out about the killings and OJ's possible involvement, that she called 911 and reported what she saw that night and gave a partial license plate, like three or four of or it was either like 2 or 3 or 4 of the numbers on the 7-digit license plate or whatever, right? Well, the problem is that all the phone calls and recording logs to 911 are all recorded and documented. She never called the police department that morning. She called the police department the next day, later in the day. And you know what wound up happening when they started reviewing the news surveillance and news footage from outside of Rockingham the day that they were doing the searches and everything on his property? Guess who was standing outside of his house right behind the fucking Bronco?
Kato Kalin.
No, Jill Shively.
Yeah.
So that's where she got the partial license plate. She was outside of the fucking house looking on with the other thousands of people in the middle of the street trying to see what was going on. Yeah. And she got caught. Why wouldn't they call her to the witness stand if she, you know? And she got told previously by other people when it came out, you know, who she was and what she saw or whatever, that people told Marcia Clark in the prosecutor's office that she was a known liar. She had previously tried to set up and sue. I think he was like a rock and roll. He was from some major like rock and roll band or whatever. And she like defrauded him and tried, you know, stealing money from him and some other shit.
Yeah.
So they got warned about her that she was the shady fucking character. You know what I mean? So there was a lot of stuff like that you never heard about. Yeah. I know you didn't hear about it because most people didn't hear about it because you have to actually, you know, look through it and investigate it for yourself to figure any of that stuff out, you know?
Yeah.
They're not going to come out and tell you that shit. You know?
Now they got another theory with a serial killer.
Yeah, the Glenn Rogers one.
Well, what the fuck, man?
Well, so that guy, his name was Glenn Rogers. He went, they dubbed him the Casanova killer because he was like this blonde-haired, blue-eyed fucking, you know, southerner or whatever and shit that was involved in the disappearance and murders of a couple of women and a couple of guys or whatever. And he had come out shortly after that whole thing transpired and basically said that, you know, he was involved with the murders. He was hanging out with Nicole and these other people at the what's that fucking that bar in Hollywood there that's famous for like the blues, like the blues and shit. What the hell is it called?
House of Blues?
Yeah, the House of Blues. Yeah. So he wound up producing a picture of him and Nicole Simpson and Faye Resnick at the House of Blues. They were actually hanging out a couple of days before those murders, and he was working for a construction company that was involved in doing the painting on all the condos and properties. He did the painting on Nicole's condo, the renovations through the company he was working with.
Yeah.
So he was there, and I guess the day after the murders, they found out that he had called out of work because he said that a whole drop ceiling fell off of a property he was doing, and all the drop ceiling fell on top of him. He was all cut up and bruised up and banged up, so he had to call out of work for a couple of days. Now, when you go and you look at the defensive wounds and the fact that Ron Goldman's knuckles were bruised and his tennis shoes were slashed open with a knife.
Yeah, he was like trying to fight.
He was
him.
fighting for his life.
Yeah.
He was a 26-year-old guy. I think he was like 6 feet tall, like 180 pounds, very athletic, and he was a black belt in fucking karate, like legitimate, no bullshit. And how did he fight for his life and have all those defensive wounds, pretty much broken hands and broken knuckles, and OJ ain't even got a fucking bruise on him anywhere, but a little paper cut on one of his fucking inside of his index finger.
Yeah.
How's that possible?
What's up, Howie? Happy Easter, brother.
Happy
what's up,
Easter, Smoke. Happy Easter, Common. Happy Easter
what's up, brother?
To everybody in the chat. What's going on?
We just started bullshitting about the OJ case out of nowhere. I'm not exactly sure why, but it wound up coming up, and I got, you know me, bro.
I'm looking forward to when you do your little when you do your show about it.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask you, Smoke, too. In order to get to do shows or get a live or whatever, is there a certain amount of subscribers and shit that you have to do that, or no?
I think they used to be. I think they changed the rules now. So I'm pretty sure you could go live. Anybody can go live now, I guess. I don't know, man.
Oh, okay.
Or you might have to get like 300 to 500 subscribers. I don't know if they still have that requirement.
Oh, okay, cool. Well,
I
if I do, by any chance, if you didn't mind, I don't know, one day when I do the show, if I could just maybe tell a couple people, maybe they can subscribe, so I can do like some Q&As or after shows to talk about some of the videos and content I'm gonna do.
No, of course, man. Yeah. No, everybody's gonna subscribe to your channel. Yeah. That's not a problem.
But yeah, I'm gonna do like a 3 or 4 part series on that, just because I do know a lot about it, and they got a new show that come out about it and stuff like that, and I'd like to straighten out a few things that a lot of these shows never want to put the entire truth out there. They have an agenda.
I never heard of this shit. Yeah, I never heard of those like the whole shit about Ron Goldman and the drugs. I never knew that.
Well, yeah, of course, they don't want to tell anybody about that shit. And and listen, what do you think would happen, right? Let's say hypothetically that this Casanova killer, the Glenn Rogers guy, actually was the one responsible for these murders or whatever, right? And it come out. Do you think that the LAPD or the prosecutors would ever come forward and admit that they were wrong? Because OJ and his family would have been able to sue them and pretty much bankrupt the entire city of Los Angeles because of the damage that they would have caused him and his career and financially and everything else. Because they proved during that trial that some of the evidence in that case was planted. The bottom line, they proved it during the trial. Okay.
Yeah.
The sock, the back gate, and a couple of other things. You know what I mean? So if it came out that somebody actually committed those fucking murders, you know what that shit would have caused, man? They don't ever want that shit coming out, man, because of what they would have had to have admitted to. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It would have been they would have bankrupted the city of LA. It's the bottom line. That's a fact.
Yeah, I used to I was one of the people that didn't know any better. I used to think that OJ was guilty until I spoke to Common, and he definitely changed my mind. It's going to be really interesting for whoever watches the show when he does the breakdown, because it makes a lot of sense. But yeah, I see everyone saying Happy Easter. I just want to say Happy Easter to everyone in the chat. I see you guys. I just don't want to interrupt these guys by shouting everybody out. But anyway,
if you want to take a minute, go ahead.
No. That's fine. It's fine. I said Happy Easter to everybody as a total.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So what's going on, guys? What's the topic of the day?
Shit. Well,
whatever you want, man. Whatever Smoke wants.
We were talking about Casper Roza earlier. He made the news today. New York Post.
I wanted to ask you about that. What are they saying in the post about him, Smoke? I didn't see that. What are they saying?
Mean, they kind of they try to make Casper Roza look like the bad guy and make Alite look like the fucking oppressed fucking victim of Alite of Casper Roza's torture on Alite.
Yeah.
But then the comment section, they got a comment section, and the comment section was trashing Alite, but the article is trashing Casper Roza. I mean,
oh yeah,
not trashing him, but they doxed his real name. They, whatever he
is. Well, what is Alite doing wrong?
Nothing. He just showed up at the first council meeting, and
No, I
Casper
said
Roza was asking questions.
what is Alite doing wrong?
I guess nothing.
I mean, you guys don't. All these guys, they think it's funny. It's a joke to make fun of Alite. But I spoke to him on the phone. I heard the crackling in his voice when he was talking about his daughter.
Yeah.
And the only reason why Alite is going in this direction is because of what happened to his daughter. He wants to try to make a difference in her memory in this fentanyl crisis. What is so wrong about that? I mean, you got people that think they idolize Joey Molino, John Jr., and all of those people. Those people, those people are better people than Alite?
I wouldn't say so.
No, they were all the same.
Yeah.
They were gangsters,
Right.
And I don't agree with what happened. I don't agree with Casper Roza doing what he did.
You don't like
And-
Well,
those
that's the thing
tactics.
too. I'll give credit. Like when Junior
Yeah.
did the interview with Patrick Bet-David, and he had asked him about the Alite situation. Even Junior kind of tipped his hat and said, "Listen, the guy lost a child. He's suffering enough. I don't even want to talk about that or deal with that or address that right now." So he, in my opinion, he did the right thing and took the high road and whatever.
Yeah.
And if Alite's doing this in the memory of his daughter to try to make a difference and trying to do some good, to right some wrongs, or to maybe save another family or something like that, then I'll salute. You know what I mean? Why? I don't get it. I don't know. He's got his own personal thing with him. I just think like I don't know if it was necessary to do personally, but
his personal thing is because he decided to get in the middle of two gangsters fighting. So what do you think? You're going to come out unscathed? You didn't think the gangster that you're going up against and you're trying to dig up things to embarrass him and make him look bad and whatever the case may be for another fucking gangster, you don't think that your health can be in jeopardy by doing something like that? I look at it as yeah, okay, you want to hold it against John because you feel like you almost got killed or something like that. But hey, you want to play in a den of lions, you got to expect shit like that to happen. But as of recently, Alite hasn't done anything to Casper Roza. It's only been the Gottis who have done things to Casper Roza. Like, what is he trying to accomplish here?
yeah, I haven't spoken to him, so I'm not exactly sure. It was news to me when that whole thing came out. I didn't even know that he was doing any of that or whatever. So I was kind of shocked myself because I didn't really understand. I understand where he's coming from with his issues with the guy or whatever. I just don't know if that was the right format or place to kind of address his personal gripes or issues with the guy in that setting. But that's just we disagree to disagree. I think he could have went about it like a different way. I don't think he had to do it there personally, but that's just my opinion.
Listen, I support a lot of the things that Casper Roza has been doing, but I don't support this one. I think he should have thought it out a little bit better. You can see the reaction of the people. They probably know the story between Alite and Junior and know what transpired, and look at it as like Alite trying to make a difference because in the honor of his daughter, and that's probably why Casper Roza, wasn't too welcomed at the meeting.
Yeah.
Like I said, Casper Roza is entitled to dislike whoever he wants to dislike. But basically, it's his fault. He chose to go against Alite for John Jr. And now he wants to continue going after Alite because Alite got mad you were going after him back then. I mean, that's just the way it is. But I don't know what's going on specifically, personally, between the two of them. I just,
There's definitely bad blood for sure. For sure.
Yeah, there's bad blood caused by John Jr. because everything Casper Roza did was for John
on his
Jr.
behalf. Yeah. was on his back. Yeah. That's the part to me that I'm just a little bit confused by. I figured after everything that happened, you know what I mean, kind of like bygones be bygones. But there could be other shit I don't know about. Whatever. I just don't know if that was the right, format or place to like kind of do that. It's like he's trying to like embarrass. Like he was trying to embarrass him and shit in front of these people
Well,
or clown the people in the town, So
he was having his moment, and he came and shit on his party,
yeah, pretty much.
That's what
Yeah.
it was.
Yeah.
So what did the post say? Like, what was the head? Like, what was the gist of the story or the headline or whatever? Did you get a chance to read it, or did you just see it that they posted it?
Yeah, I read some of it earlier. I'll read it again. Yeah, let me bring it up.
Have you seen it, Howie, or no?
No, I just saw the video.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. Yeah, I guess the Post is following up with it, and they did the thing on it. They're saying.
Yeah. Hold on. God damn it! What the fuck?
Yeah,
I'm just curious to see what what they're saying about it. You know what I mean? I don't know. Not sure.
Hold on. What the fuck?
But he's entitled to feel the way he wants to feel, just like I'm entitled to feel the way I want to feel.
Yeah, no, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just a matter of opinions. Agree to disagree on how it went down or what happened. It's simple. Ain't nothing serious.
Just read it. Oh, here we go. Are you guys still there? Or did I get
Yeah.
kicked?
Yeah. Right. No, we're here. I'm here.
All right. So this is Casper Roza at the meeting. And the guy in the middle, he's the one who was like, yo, why don't you get the fuck out of here? That's my name. And Casper was like, oh, nice talk. Nice talk.
Who is that? The mayor guy or whatever, the town?
No. This is just a regular guy that attended a meeting.
Oh, okay. Got you.
I don't know who he is, but
yeah.
Casper was like, what's your name? He's like, my name's go fuck you. Get the fuck out of here. Hold on.
That's what he said?
Yeah, I could play that part. Hold on.
Oh shit, that's fucking great.
Well, that's what he said in the video also.
Well, one of the guys was talking like he was a gangster or something, man. He was fucking.
That's the guy he's talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what you're talking about? Yeah, he was like the mayor or something, I think, or the head of the fucking place.
The mayor was at the front.
Yeah.
Oh, that wasn't him? Oh, okay, my bad.
The mayor was standing next to Alite.
Oh, okay.
This is the guy that's right up
apologies.
in Casper Roza's face, like standing right
you
next
know
to
what?
him. I was a picture right there.
No, this is the thing. When I heard it, I was on the road and shit, so I wasn't watching the video. I was just listening to the audio. You know what I mean? I got to go back and watch it, and I didn't know that part. So my apologies.
What's your name?
Get the fuck out of here. That's my name.
Oh, good name.
Good name.
Good name. Next to it in the dictionary. All right.
So yeah, the article, it just basically goes over everything. But the way they talked about Casper Roza was like, like so-called journalists. Let's see. They called him an underling of John Gotti Jr.
Oh yeah,
saying that he heckled Alite during his first town hall meeting. Then they proceeded to give out his real name, the area where he lives. And they said dozens of townspeople shouted him down. Casper Roza stepped up to a microphone and confirmed he once worked for Junior Gotti, Alite's ex-best friend, and the son of the late Gambino godfather, my father, on various media projects.
Yeah.
Then Casper Roza asked the mayor of Englishtown, Daniel Francis.
Yes, you broke up. What?
What the video did.
I didn't hear anything you just said, bro. It just broke up. What did you say? Can you repeat that, please?
God damn it. They're saying the mayor, Casper Roza asked the mayor of Englishtown if he was aware of the criminal activity that Alite's committed. And the mayor's like, I've never heard of that before, whatever the fuck. Yeah. Somebody in the crowd said, stop harassing this guy. He did what he had to do. He did his time. That's it. Go. You don't belong here. Some other guy said, do me a favor. Step the fuck out of here. Who the fuck is this dude? I guess he's not a fan of the show.
Yeah.
Some other guy said, if they don't like what he's doing, they'll just get rid of Alite at the end of the year when they get the vote again. So they want to give him a chance,
Yeah,
And
that's fair.
then they say Casper Roza promotes himself online as a writer, director, and investigative journalist. They put investigative journalist in quotation marks.
Yeah.
And he calls himself Chris Casper Roza. He has websites devoted to Gotti Sr., Alite, and other past and present mobsters.
Mm-hmm.
Alite, who reinvented himself as a motivational speaker since becoming a free man in 2012, said Casper Roza had been harassing him for years. Alite claims that Casper Roza has popped up at homes and businesses of his family members to confront them, as well as at speaking events that he appears at.
To confront Alite?
Yeah, where he tackles topics like TV boys, domestic violence, and the nation's drug epidemic.
Yeah, so basically, every time Alite's trying to do something good, he shows up to crash his party.
Yeah.
I don't know who just texted me. I can't look. It'll kick me off of the stream, and I'm working right now, so I don't know who that was. I'm just giving them a heads up. I'm not ignoring. I don't know who texted me. My hands are full right now. I'm listening, so I just wanted to let them know. I don't know who it was.
It's probably texting like, "Yo, this show sucks, man. I hate the show." What
No,
up,
it
Jacket?
could be something completely unrelated. It could be a family member or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just saying if it was fucking. I'm not aware of it. That's all.
Yeah.
But yeah. So what was the next thing?
Let's see. Alite told the crowd, I just want you guys to know I appreciate what you guys did, but this is part of my old life that they don't want me to change. They want me to lose my temper. I won't do that.
Well, I will give him credit for that. He definitely was pretty, calm and collective, and fucking didn't, lash out or get crazy or nothing. So.
Well, he can't. What's he gonna do? Get up and start talking like fucking? He'll hurt. He won't do himself no favors talking stupid. It's better to just shut up and compose yourself.
Yeah, but it seems like people, and I'm not speaking specifically about Casper Roza, but people take advantage of that and say whatever they want about Alite and to Alite, and taking advantage of he doesn't want to do anything to get himself into trouble. I give him a lot of props for that, because forget about life or no life. As a man, you do that shit to me, I'd be looking to chop your fucking head off.
Right.
If I'm trying to do something in the memory of my daughter, and try to make a difference, and somebody's trying to pull some type of nonsense or whatever to derail my plans, forget about the old life or the old me or whatever. As a man, I'd be fucking looking to do some pretty fucking bad things to that person. Not saying I would, but I'd be thinking about it.
Oh yeah, that's probably only natural to think about it. But doing it, I mean, if he does it, then he falls right into the trap, because then they're gonna be like, "Oh well, see, look, he's the animal that I said he was." You see, guys, and then maybe the townspeople will turn against him.
I wasn't involved with the during the era of Alite and Casper Roza fighting with each other. Okay, yeah. I started talking to Alite when the MRE was making up lies about me, and Angel was going at me, and he had just became enemies with them and whatnot. And I supported the work he was doing to expose MRE, and agreed with with a lot of the points he made on how he felt the Gottis did him wrong, and basically telling him I told you so. I mean, I always told him you couldn't believe everything that was being told to you. But as far as like this incident, I don't know what he was thinking. I don't agree with it at all.
Yeah, it's pretty like 50-50, I guess. Some people say they don't agree. Some people do. I don't know. I mean, it depends how you look at
Listen,
it, I guess.
the guy's trying to make a difference in his daughter's name. Okay, some people, they that's some when tragedies happen, everyone reacts differently, and everyone wants to do something in the memory of whoever passed away,
Yeah.
especially when it's a child and something like that. I don't see anything wrong with what Alight's doing, and based on nobody has gotten hurt in the time that he's been out, he's definitely a changed guy. That's for sure.
He's doing better than what Sammy's doing out there. I mean, Sammy ain't doing shit for nobody. At least John's out there trying to do good, I guess.
Whatever it is, he's not trying to do anything bad by, councilmen's. They don't get paid fucking a lot of money.
No.
Yeah, I think they said it
Not
was like
do,
1,500 bucks a year or something like that, like crumbs.
yeah, he's not doing that for the money. He's trying to
Yeah.
do. He's trying to do something good in his daughter's memory. I just don't think it's fair for for people. I'm sure everybody knows Alight's story. They said they know his story already. A lot of the people. If they decide they don't want him in because of his past, that's up to them to decide. Um, you know, I don't think it's for anyone else to decide, especially if they don't even live in that town. But
Fair enough.
it is what it is. You're entitled to your opinion, Casper Roza. I'm just giving mine. Nothing personal.
Shit.
Yeah, that's basically how I feel.
Yeah, I just think it. I don't know. I just think it might have been a little bit maybe like inappropriate in that aspect of how he went at him, or whatever. He was probably basically trying to embarrass him, I guess. You know what I mean? But
Yeah,
I
basically
just don't know if that was the right time or place for that.
trying to embarrass him and make and give the people reasons to vote him out.
Yeah. And listen, they got a lot of bad blood and shit like that. So he's got his reasons for it. He feels that he did the right thing. It's on him. We're just giving an opinion based on what we saw and how it come out. I just
Yeah, but it's bad blood that Casper Roza created by taking John Jr.'s by working for John Jr. and believing everything that John Jr. said. I'm sure there's things that Casper Roza found during the courses of his investigations that he didn't really, he didn't see, he didn't take too kindly to. But any backlash he got from Alite was because he decided to jump in the middle of these two guys. So
right.
technically, it's nothing personal. That's just the way I look at it. You know, hey, it is what it is.
Yeah, pretty much. So this is like a big who do you think told the Post about that shit? Who the fuck you think did that? Obviously somebody had to send it to him, because who would have covered that in the Post?
It looks like excuse me. They've been talking to friggin' they spoke to Casper Roza and Alite. They spoke to him directly. Yeah.
Oh shit! Gotcha. I didn't know that.
Casper Roza said he wasn't fazed by the English town residents' spirited defense of Alite at the meeting. Casper Roza said he had numerous friends in the crowd that night, and I'm sure some of them are good people. But like many of his other unwitting victims, I believe at a certain point they'll realize who John Alite really is, and that his only friend is himself.
Well, yeah, but I mean, at the end of the day, that's up to the people who nominated him and elected him into office to figure out, and the people in the town that he's in. You know what I mean?
That's what one guy said.
He took a personal issue and turned it into trying to embarrass him or call the other people idiots for letting him in there. But it's like, you can argue and say, hey, listen, the president is a convicted felon now. You know what I mean? Whether you think it was right or wrongfully convicted, at the end of the day, you know, does that have anything to do with the job he's trying to do or the message he's trying to push out there, what he did in his past or whatever? I just, like I said, we know more about it because, you know, like how he has a relationship with him and he knows they told him what his intentions were regarding his daughter and, you know, him wanting to make a difference and do it in her name, you know? And if you know that, I just feel like that's kind of, you know, a bad look if you're going to try to trash the guy if he's trying to do something good over after what happened to, you know, in his daughter's memory. I mean, that's kind of fucking a serious issue. You know what I mean? That's
No,
all.
I could definitely sympathize with that, but do you feel like it's appropriate for him to take on this type of a position? I mean, I understand it doesn't pay well, but it is some sort of power. It is some sort of
Yeah, but listen,
authority.
the guy was a fucking gangster at one point in his life. All these guys were. A lot of us were in the street and shit like that. Does that mean that at 50 years old, I'm going to be doing the same thing I was doing when I was 20, 25? I'm thinking the same way, acting the same way. Your life experience, shit happens. You have to. I mean, people
But he
believe
was a
in, you
little
know,
bit more
reform.
extreme, though. I mean, the baseball bats, the shootings, the murders. I mean, he was a little bit more
That's what I'm
extreme
saying.
than your average.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. So you're gonna hold that against him if he's trying to do good to spread a message about the awareness of a drug epidemic and to, you know, give people, you know, and parents and families, you know, information or to put them in the right direction so it doesn't happen to them. You're gonna knock the guy for that then because of shit he did 30 years ago.
Look, I'm not judging him. I'm nobody's judge. I'm just trying to be objective.
They'll knock
But that's what I
him.
mean, though. You know,
they'll knock him, but they'll praise people like Joey Molino and John Jr.
Yeah, that's just hypocritical.
Well, that's the part that just kind of just doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? As long as you didn't cooperate, then you could go run for town council and kill and rape and do whatever you want to people. But if you cooperate and you go and do it, then, you know, you're a scumbag for life. You know what I mean? There's no reformation or second chance at nothing. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's just the way that I see it. It is what it is.
Yeah.
It is what it is, man. You know, it's just a matter of personal opinion. You know, we can agree to disagree on what happened, and it's not that big of a deal. It's not personal. It's just an opinion. That's all.
Yeah,
Nobody needs to take like personal offense to it. We're just speaking on what happened publicly. You know what I mean? Giving an opinion on it. You know, I just happen to
it's in the
agree
news,
with
too.
kind of what Howie's. You know what I mean? And it's in the news, yeah.
And
I mean, and you know, I don't know. You know, I mean, hey, listen, it is what it is.
Would you say this is a weird picture to you guys? In a hotel room,
I can't see anything. You gotta ask somebody else. I'm working. I'm working right now. I'm on my phone.
It's that famous picture of Alite Jr. and Joe O'Kane in the fucking hotel room with their shirts off. And they're
I don't know if
posing.
I've ever seen it.
It looks like they're trying to be funny.
Well, yeah, you know, I don't know.
But what are you trying to get at?
I'm just being stupid. I'm just being stupid. I'm just trying to make fun of them.
No, I didn't know if there was something that happened. That's why I'm just asking you because I can't see the picture. I was just wondering what it was about.
No, but they put a whole bunch of pictures in here. They got Casper Roza's picture here.
Oh, they put that in the article, the post article?
Yeah, they got a whole bunch of pictures. Yeah, another picture of him. And looks like they did some Photoshop. It's all touched up there, you know. He doesn't have one fucking pore, not one blemish.
Listen, if he was trying to make the news, the mission accomplished.
He made
I guess
it. Yeah.
That's what he wanted.
Yeah.
You know.
No, it's good for his website too. I think they shouted out the website.
Well, he was saying it during the when he was there, you know, talking and shit. He was shouting out his website and his journalist. So it looked like a lot of people that didn't know what was going on. It just seemed like he was doing some like self promotion instead of actually like, you know,
he got in
trying to talk about the issues at hand. He was like plugging himself at the town hall. You know? To people that don't know. People that don't know is what I'm saying.
Nothing wrong
Not
with
us.
that.
We know. You know what I mean?
You know, another thing too. You know, people say like, no one should look up to anyone like us. To be totally honest, anyone ever come up to me and ask me questions or offer some advice, I can give them the best advice, and I would give them the best advice that I can, based on my experience.
Personal experience.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't encourage any bad advice. You know, to do anything bad. I'd probably, you know, people like us would be the best people to ask certain questions, and we'd be able to give them the answer because we've experienced so many things, and we know what the results are, you know, by doing some of the negative things that people
might not have done yet, but might be thinking about it. So I feel like the best people to get that type of advice from are people like John. He's in the street. He knows how it works. He was in the street. He knows how it works, and he can be an asset. If towards that town fighting, against the fentanyl crisis or whatever. Maybe his plans are going further than that. But $1,500 a year. I don't think he's doing it for
Not doing it for the money. No. Yeah.
It's a
That's what I'm
thankless
saying.
job.
I just think like some of that stuff needs to get taken into context and to understand where it's coming from. I just don't think it was the right, platform or space to air out like a personal issue or grievance with the guy. And that's just my opinion on it, It is
Yeah,
what it is.
you want to write an article about it or something, but if you show up there, you got to expect backlash because a lot of the people that are there, they support him.
Yeah, they nominated the guy into office, And it seemed like, they were pretty firm on, the fact that they're giving him a chance, they know who the guy is and they're all right with it. And, if you don't live there, what's your main concern about him getting that position and, with the council or whatever? So
Yeah, some guy was pissed.
I can
heard somebody
understand
saying
where they're
that.
coming from, Yeah, I mean, they're a small town, a small community. It seems like they were having problems with people, leaving or not wanting to help or play their part. And, he stepped up and he wants to do something. So I salute, you know what I mean? I mean, I don't know. Like I said, they have their own personal things. I just think it was a personal matter turned into that public platform the way that it was just maybe in bad taste a little bit. That's all.
There you go. Tatone said it perfectly. Howie, you're not going to ask a doctor how to fix your car.
Right. Yeah, very good analogy. Who said that?
Tatone.
Tatone,
my man. I haven't seen you in a while, man. Good to see you. Happy Easter, brother.
Yeah. Happy Easter, Lance.
Oh, Lance 33?
Yeah, my man Lance is in here.
Oh, yeah. Well, what's up, Lance?
Shouts to
I
Pittsburgh.
haven't seen or heard any of these guys in a fucking while. I don't think you've been on in a while. Maybe that's why. It just seems like longer or something.
I haven't been on since last friggin' Sunday service.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I've been doing these YouTube shorts and shit. And some of them are good, some of them are bad.
Yeah.
But, things are on the up and up.
Oh, that's good to hear.
Yeah.
Gotta stay busy, man. Try to build the channel and put out new shit, Try to get some new people tuned in, you know what I mean?
They're not popping up in the chat, but I got over 200 new subscribers. Almost 230.
Is Chris here? Is he in the chat? Was that a comment he made,
I'm sure
or
he's
just reading something else?
No, I'm reading the friggin' news article from the New York Post.
Oh, I got you.
But they're actually quoting him.
They're
quoting him in the post.
Oh, okay. That's what
and Alite too. Yeah, they spoke to Alite too.
Gotcha. Makes sense. They usually ask people to comment or whatever if they're going to do a story. It's the right thing to do,
Alite was accusing Casper Roza of being hired by the guys from his ex-life and had his own fallout with the Gottis himself. And somebody said, "You don't have to explain."
Well, that's the thing. I'm pretty sure most of these people are aware of who the fuck
I don't think they care. Once they heard Gotti, they all groan. They're like, let me see if I can find that part.
Well, somebody even made a point. They said, didn't you used to be friends with John Jr. too? And he's like, well, not anymore, basically. But they were just making a point, like, how can you trash this guy for the stuff he's done in his life, but you were friends with this other guy? What's the difference with us being friends with him and you being friends with that guy? Basically, is how they were, kind of looking at it. And the thing is that a lot of people, and you see that in this community, for example, right? Which I always find so fucking weird. People don't understand that regular people that aren't knock around guys, street guys, whatever. They're just regular people. They don't give a fuck about whether or not somebody cooperated or what the fuck they did in their life. It's only these fucking mob groupies and fucking fanboys and shit that come on here and want to fucking make videos and go at people and do that. As you see in this town council meeting, these people don't give a fuck about what the guy did 40 years ago, 30 years ago. They don't care, man.
They don't give a fuck. They're actually indignant about it. They're angry. Like, shut the fuck up. Get out of here. We don't care.
Why do you think Sammy and Francis and these guys have so many supporters and so many fucking followers? The regular people, they don't give a fuck. They don't care, man. It's true. Why would they?
It's a new generation, man. It's a new era. Nobody cares about that shit. Even with Trump with the 34 felonies, people know it's bullshit. They don't care. Some people use it as a talking point, but it's there, you know, it's there. He's got the felony, you know. So whatever.
But in the grand scheme of things, these people, trust me, they don't give a fuck, dude. I
No,
promise
nobody
you.
gives a shit. I don't give a shit.
And why would you? You got to think about it too. Like, why would you? What the fuck
It's
does it matter
stupid.
to you? Know, it's stupid. It's
The whole
childish,
reason was,
man. You
yeah,
know.
the whole reason it was just a witch hunt. Everybody knows that.
At some point, you know, in life, you got to just, you know, grow up basically and shit. And I just think that a lot of the people on here are just,
No,
you
they
know,
don't.
really fucking immature, and they just, you know,
That's
they feel
America
like,
now, man. Yeah.
yeah, they feel like, you know, they should talk about this and call out people fucking for whatever. But these guys don't even have criminal records, don't even have a fucking speeding ticket on their fucking license. You know what I mean? It's crazy,
Shit.
man. It's weird. I just feel as though if the guy's trying to do better and shit and right some wrongs and do this in the memory of his daughter and shit, you know, let the guy do what he's doing. And listen, if he fucking starts doing something else, not shit he's done, you know, 15 years ago or, you know, 10 years ago, whatever the case may be, with something like, you know,
I'm sure he'll do a good
what's the
job.
point, you know?
No, I'm sure he'll do a good job. He's not gonna do nothing stupid. You know, I'm sure he'll do good with the position. You know, for a while.
Well, that's what I mean. He's doing it for a reason, for a
It's
purpose,
not
not
gonna
for
last.
it's not
Yeah.
self-serving, so to speak. You know, he feels like it's
Yeah.
his responsibility now to try to, you know, save another family or another kid or something, bring awareness to it. So
I
let him
definitely
fucking
get it. Yeah.
let him do what he's doing. I mean, even Junior in the interview, he even said, you know, listen, the guy lost a kid. I'm not going to attack him or say nothing. He's
Yeah.
going through enough. Let bygones be bygones. It is what it is, you know?
Yeah.
I just think
It's a
that,
horrible
you know,
tragedy, man. Yeah.
for
So yeah,
anybody,
you
whether
know,
you like somebody or not, I don't ever want to see somebody have to bury their kid and shit, whether I like the person or not. That's not, you know what I
and
mean?
look, he doesn't have to do this. He doesn't have to do it. You know, but he wants to. So I guess it's a good thing. Yeah.
That's all.
Hey, you know, he must feel even worse because you know
He sold drugs.
yeah, he was a drug dealer, you know,
Yeah.
and you know when you're in your 20s, when you're in your 20s, you're not thinking the same as if you're in your 30s. When in your 40s, same thing. You're not thinking the same as when you're in
No.
your
Yeah.
30s. You know,
No.
there's a lot of things that, you know, I never really thought about or had a conscience about. And as I get older, I start realizing how wrong I was, you know. And, you know, it must hurt him even more knowing that, you know, having to live with his past of being a drug dealer.
He could have
And,
been
you know,
responsible for somebody's death. You know what I mean?
you're right. And, you know,
Damage he did.
yeah, exactly. And, you know, he's trying to, you know, make his wrong, you know, into something positive.
And that's the other thing that I find cringe is that, you know, a lot of these people that are on here too, you know, they come out and judge people like, oh, this guy's a convicted, you know, drug dealer. This guy's a fucking junkie or whatever. When they got people in their own families who are fucking convicted drug dealers and addicts that had problems and shit like that. You know, it's like there's like zero fucking self-awareness. But when it's a, you know, somebody you like or you love or a family member you care about, it's like, oh, they were, you know, they had a problem, they got help for, and they're doing better now. But if it's somebody they don't like, they're a fucking low-life junkie, fucking drug dealer, scumbag that poisoned the, you know what I mean? It's crazy,
Right.
bro. I don't know. I just don't get it. You know,
Yeah,
these
it's
people are
crazy.
acting like, they, you know.
And like kind of like what you getting back, like what you were saying, like, you know, you have these people out here that don't have a criminal record. So that mean and look up to guys like Joey Molino and call people rats. But, you know, they idolize these arch criminals, these gangsters, and talk about people who cooperate as being, you know, scumbags and low life whatevers. And meanwhile, they never had the balls to commit a crime in their fucking life. So why are they even fucking what are they even fucking supporting these gangsters for?
Yeah.
You know, you didn't have obviously you didn't have the fucking balls to live the way the people that you idolize lived. So and then you want to put down the people who cooperate. You don't qualify for that, buddy.
Shit.
Just my opinion.
Well, what about
Yeah.
from like a standpoint from like, you know, Casper Roza has a right as an American to like have an opposing view and go there and exercise his
Listen,
right to
if an
heckle him.
if somebody wants to fucking dislike me because I cooperated, but at the same time they also dislike the mob boss that I cooperated against because he's a gangster. Yeah, then I can basically, you're disapproving of, both sides because both sides did a lot of wrong.
Yeah.
You can't fucking look up to one side and then
It's all the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all the same. So basically, your opinion of what a scumbag somebody was in their past life, and then you want to idolize somebody who's still, a part of that life and didn't cooperate. It's hypocritical.
Yeah. Like the other guy's
The other
probably
thing too
just
is
as bad
that
or worse. Yeah.
yeah, people that live in these, impoverished communities or in, what people would term as, low income, the ghetto, the hood, whatever. When these local people that terrorize the neighborhood that are pumping drugs and killing people and, doing these crimes and shit, they're happy when these motherfuckers are off the street. These fucking weirdos down here are looking up to these guys and fucking praising them like they're fucking, you know what I mean? It's so ass backwards. I don't understand it. I find it, immature and fucking weird. I really do. I don't get it. It's strange.
Yeah, they want to fucking talk shit about cooperators, but then look up to people who fucking took a guy and put a rope around his neck and hung him from a tree to make it look like a suicide.
Yeah, just so they wouldn't get arrested or get caught. They killed somebody else because he was gonna, tell the truth about what happened. Yeah.
That's those people are stand up.
That's the part that's ass backwards. They killed an innocent guy just because he witnessed something at a place and they made it look like a suicide, so his family didn't know what's going on. You know what I mean? Like that's pretty sick when you think about it. It's pretty depraved.
This guy had no connection to the life. He was just
just at the bar.
Right.
Wow.
And then they'll call the fucking person who cooperates on that case a fucking dirty rat.
Yeah.
The guy
who's
cooperating on the case to resolve and make the criminals who hung somebody from a tree pay their debt to society, but you want to attack the guy who's helping put that criminal away and support the criminal who did that.
It's all weirdo shit, man.
It's weird. It's strange, man.
It's ass backwards.
It's ass backwards. Yeah, exactly. It really is, though. It really is.
And look at the people saying it. Like even fucking 30 years ago when that video, like, what murder? Those guys are fucking retards. And they're
the guys, yeah. After the conviction or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, look where it's coming from,
Yeah, those are people that they don't understand real life. They look at, the mob is like, the Godfather, like this big fucking Hollywood, broadcast, and they think what murder? You ever fucking seriously sit back and think, about what it's actually like, for a family member to lose someone to murder, or the guy actually committing the murder,
disappearing.
Yeah, I mean, this is real life shit. They're making a joke out of real life shit, like it's no big deal.
Well, that's the thing too. That's kind of cringe. Is I heard Merlino making a comment one day. He was going after somebody, and he was saying, how these government cooperators in this case are scumbags, and they made all these children and families, orphans, and put their fathers away in prison for 100 years. And it's like making people, or what about all the people that you guys have fucking murdered and killed along the way to consolidate power in your family and people because they had something you wanted or stood in your way from getting something you needed or whatever,
I thought about that.
It's fucking, it's crazy, man. Like, how do you, like, that's,
fucker.
Yeah, just the whole thinking and thought process behind it is just like, what the fuck, dude? Like, how do you say that with a straight face? You got to be a sick fuck.
He is. What day is garbage day? Leave him in the garbage.
Yeah, throw him in the trash with the fucking dumpster, Exactly. That's
Happy
the part
Easter,
that's just like, huh?
Yeah.
what are we talking about right now? You know?
He's a nut.
The fuck?
Yeah,
But that's how these people on here think, though. It's not just him. It's these fucking people in the chats and on
Those
these shows
boys.
that praise these guys. Like, it's
that's right, Joe.
Yeah, let these guys in this community that are rich and do have a lot of money. Let these guys that you look up to get an opportunity to sink their claws into you and see how much you like them after that.
Huh. They'll be abusing everybody on here.
They'll
be running to the feds tomorrow, fucking asking for help.
Motherfucker.
Guys shaking them down and extorting me, you know what I mean?
Small fucker. Every Friday from here on out.
Oh, that's just one of the things I wanted to say from earlier. I didn't want to like get into it. We don't have to make a big deal out of it, but somebody was making a comment about the whole shit that happened with the do or whatever, and it's just it kind of goes back to the rest of the stuff where it's like if you want to be a journalist, be a journalist. When you start putting in your opinions and pointing fingers and calling people certain stuff, like you're gonna get a response and reaction out of just like the rest of the people that are on here making their comments and their opinions and shit like that, like. If you don't want to have to deal with any of that, then just stick to fucking the facts, whatever you're talking about, and leave the personal fucking shit out of it, and then you won't have any issues or anything, But it's the constant little, sideways digs and jabs and little backhanded comments and shit. Like, we're not fucking stupid. You know what I mean? We know what the hell you're doing. Just cut the shit, dude. So I just had to say that, man, because that's fucking, if I had my own channel, I would just go in and fucking lay into this motherfucker because he's a little fucking weasel, bro. And he's always doing that little slick shit that he does. He thinks he's fucking cute. And I don't got no respect for that shit. Like Pronsky said, they're in there throwing fucking loaves of bread at his fucking head. How come they didn't throw loaves of bread at fucking Eric's head or fucking a freeway Rick Ross and shit like that? They're fucking clowning you. That's what they think about you.
Oh, I thought they meant money when he said they were giving him bread when he walked in. I thought they gave him money for something.
They were throwing fucking seeded rolls and baguettes and shit at his fucking head.
Oh.
He thought it was like a form of endearment. They were clowning them.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, the only guys that walked into my club and got loaves of bread thrown at them were the fucking
jerk
assholes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they had no respect.
So what? They literally
throw them fucking rolls in my head. Throw them fucking loaves in my head. I'm grabbing that fry oil and fucking dunking somebody with it.
Little Snuff did this?
Yeah, they were all doing it.
Rolino
they were banging loaves of bread off his head. Yeah, they were all throwing them at him.
There's a short.
Yeah, they put it up on the channel and everything.
Oh my god, I gotta see this.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. Motherfucker.
Yeah, and I mean, I got a long list of things that I can go over. Well, I'll save that for another time and a place for now. I mean, it's Easter and whatever, and I don't want to feel, any type of time constraint in explaining what I want to say if I decide to say it. But yeah, this guy's turned into a real cocksucker, and one of the biggest mistakes he's making is, now he feels like he knows more than us now. Like once you start thinking you know more than everyone else, what do you know? You how do you know all these people that tell you things behind the scenes are telling you the truth? I've seen plenty of situations where if he had any type of street common sense, if he grew up in the street, certain things that were said to him, where he should have been like, "Yeah, right, get the fuck out of here. You're full of shit."
You should have known better.
Yeah, but he'll put it out there like, it's factual. Yeah, that just goes to show that he doesn't have any street common sense. He basically believe anything you say to him.
God damn it, Vegas Pete.
What is that?
He said, I bet my car and the dude will talk shit about all of you tomorrow. God damn it.
He's been doing it for the last couple of fucking shows, but he's been doing it like indirectly. Like he did a show the other day on what the hell's that guy's name? With the Rubio or something like that, I think.
Rubio, yeah, John Rubio.
Yeah. and he's talking shit, about people who wear wires and what a scumbag he is and shit. That's him taking shots, not just at him. That's him. That's
Yeah.
little fucking innuendos,
He already
like
did a
that
show
cute
on that
shit.
guy. Was he doing another show on that guy for?
So he does
Yeah,
shit like
he's
that,
yeah,
It's weasel. It's weasel shit.
Rubio's old potatoes, yeah.
And all because
Small potatoes.
all because he couldn't handle us not agreeing with what he said about Gene Gotti.
That's what started it, pretty much.
That's what
Like an
started.
ongoing thing,
Yeah.
Just like leave it up. Just like it is what it is. Leave it alone.
And as it turns out, he was wrong.
Yeah.
Okay.
But what
was he wrong about?
And
he was saying well, just to answer how real quick, he was saying that he knows for a fact, a matter of fact, that Gene Gotti is a high, he's on basically the ruling panel, underboss of the Gambino family, and we disagreed. We disagreed with it, and ever since then, and then the whole thing that happened with Gene with Barella the day he was on there, and he was calling him a punk and shit like that, and we told him like, you were wrong for speaking to the guy like that. Like that's the reaction you should have expected, So it's like a bunch of little things compiled, and he just can't let anything go. And he takes these little. Yeah. He went on. I don't know if you saw it or not, Smoke, but we went on Frankie's show the other day to bullshit about just shit in general, just about whatever. He come in the chat and calling Howie a fucking prick and telling him that he better fucking apologize to him for something. Nobody was even talking about him, and then he runs around and tells everybody that fucking. Howie and me and everybody was starting shit with him. He came in the chat out of nowhere. Nobody was even speaking about the guy.
Yeah.
And then he wants to cry a river afterwards and saying that he's being a prick and talking about it. Like he went in the chat and did it himself. Unprovoked.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it did originally start from when we didn't agree with what he did with Gene.
Yeah, that's when it started, yeah.
And then with Gene Barillo, and then the Gene Gotti stuff, kept it going. I mean, literally, we were doing a show basically chopping up Bernstein for saying that Gene Gotti is part of the administration. Okay? And as we're on the show talking about it, Jeff Nadeau is texting me, telling me, no, I told you that a long time ago. He is the underboss, and I know for a fact, 1,000%. And I ignored him and continued bashing Bernstein with everyone else that was on the panel. And then he goes and he does a show and he keeps emphasizing this is strictly my opinion. So he basically just told me to fucking stick my neck out for him and say that I know for a fact, because he told me he knows for a fact that it's true, and I didn't. And then he goes and does a show that it was strictly his opinion when he realizes that maybe he might be wrong.
Shit.
So I don't know. It just looked like no integrity or something. Basically like a lie. Like you just finished telling me 1,000%. Now you're doing a show that it's only your opinion. But yeah, so we don't agree with people just to agree with them, just because we have an acquaintanceship with them. We're not gonna fucking agree with something that's ridiculous and make ourselves look ridiculous. If you don't want to listen to us, you don't want to listen to our opinion on the situation, you want to go with yours, you go ahead, go do that by yourself.
Shit.
And we were on, like Carmen said, we were on Frankie's show, and he felt, I guess, safe to come in the chat and throw his little fucking comment out when nobody was even talking about him. I told him, I said, so how come you never came on Gunsmoke show? I mean, if you're so, if you're so right, and you believe that you're so right, come on the show and debate us on it. It'll be a perfect opportunity for you to make us look stupid. That, I mean, as long as it's all right with Smoke, that offer still stands.
It'll be a great show. Yeah.
You want to come up? We can debate it. No fighting, calling names. We can just see who's you know, who's right and
Yeah, just
wrong.
have a discussion. Just have a discussion about it. That's all. And I don't know if you saw the comment that Vegas Pete made. You know, he was shouting out. You know, he made a little comment like, "Oh, and it turns out, you know, Dominic Creel was right after all. You know, all these fucking rats
Yeah.
are the same, and you know, he was right about this." And then he says that Mikey Scars is the only one who's not a fucking jerk off, that fucking cooperator or whatever. And it's like, weren't you just doing shows talking about people wearing fucking wires being scumbags? Well, Mikey Scars wore a wire. Did he forget about that?
Yeah, I guess they did.
You know, Mikey Scars agreed to cooperate when he got put back out on the streets for the 2 fucking weeks that he was out there. He was wired up too.
The only reason why he didn't get a chance to wear the wire longer than 2 weeks was because his son ratted him out.
Yeah, his son, he got out when he agreed to cooperate. I think his mother or his grandmother or something was sick, and she was, basically passing away. And he wanted the opportunity to say, his goodbyes or whatever, and then talk to his family about him going into witness protection. And he had told his son that he was thinking about cooperating, which he was already cooperating. And he told the son that he wanted him to come with him to witness protection. And the son basically, flipped out, called him a rat, and then he called everybody that he fucking knew and said, "My father's a fucking rat." So when he was trying to get people on wire to speak to them, nobody would talk to him. So they had to pull him off the street because the son told everybody what he told him.
Shit, it was no good after that.
It just, well, it just goes back to the thing that when these people get a little hair across their ass, or you disagree with something, or call them out for something that that they're wrong about. They'll call everybody no good and say this guy wears a wire, is a scumbag. But Mikey Scars is good, but he fucking wore a wire too, man. So why aren't you speaking about that? It's like, if you're gonna be a journalist, be a journalist. If you want to be a fucking tough guy, well then when people fucking respond, don't go and crying about it and then doing stupid little shows and throwing little innuendos. Because he made a comment on the show with Frankie that he says, "Howie, I don't mention your name. Keep my name out of it." Well, no, that's the problem, is that he doesn't mention people's names. He does that little passive aggressive shit and makes comments and innuendos that are about people, but he doesn't say their fucking name. So it's like a little game he's trying to fucking play.
Yeah, that's the difference between me and you, Jeff. I'll tell you who I'm talking about. You, I won't do it behind your back.
Yeah, that's all. That's all, man. It's simple, but we don't. I'm not here to fucking get you attacked or nothing on your show. I'm just speaking about something that come up from earlier, because I wanted to come on when Frankie was on just to address that, and he could come on. We could have a discussion. We could talk about it. I'm not here to fucking fight or argue or nothing like that. But
comment.
It is what it is.
Mikey Scars only wore the wire for 12 days, just like John Jr. only had 5 pages.
I forgot about that, man. There's a 14-day threshold and a 6-page minimum in order to be no good,
Yeah.
I still can't believe when she went on her show that day and said, "You want to see 302s? This guy's is this thick. My brother only has 5 pages." Like, what the fuck? Did you really just say that? Like, that was the definition of insanity to me. How the fuck can you say that with a straight face? He only has 5 pages. Like, we shouldn't have any pages,
Exactly.
Jesus. It was fucking crazy, man.
Yeah, that's why
Fuck all
they want to compare, who's the worst rat and who's the this, that. And like I've said probably 3-4 times already. If you're out on bail, when you decide to cooperate, you're wearing a wire. The only reason why you didn't wear a wire is because when you decided to cooperate, you were locked up with no bail. Because once you decide to cooperate, if you're on the street, you're going to wear that wire if you want a cooperation deal.
Well, that's the part that's annoying too, is that, it's like everybody else says, once somebody gets a hair across their ass, so they don't like a comment or disagreement somebody made, now all of a sudden they're scumbags, they did this, they did that. But then there's other people that, don't say anything, that have done just the same, if not worse. And he says that they're the only decent, good guys on here, even though the guys got caught lying on multiple different, occasions. And I wanted to, I don't have a subscription to the Patreon or nothing like that for the RJ and Scar show or whatever, because I don't think they do many things, live on YouTube to like ask him a question. But I would like to hear, a couple of questions that I would ask him, because I think that he's, not being honest and telling the truth about a few things regarding his own, case, even though he claims that he's on here to right the wrongs and tell the truth about the Gambino family and the history, according to him and his position and his family's lineage with the mob. And then he's on here and he's not being honest about what he's telling people. And if you don't go research it or look into it for yourself, he comes off as, well spoken and honest to an extent if you don't know any better. But if you know better, then you know that, he's no different than anybody else. It's self-serving. I don't know if you watch any of their content, but
and getting back to Nadu for a second. Okay, every single person he's tried to partner with has fell through. Okay, and they all say the same reason why they couldn't be have a partnership with the guy. Okay, the guy is definitely got something about him that just irks people the wrong way. Okay, and and I would like to for him to ask Dominic Crea how he felt about his comment. You supporting him that he was right all along. Why don't you ask Dominic how he feels about that? I heard how he felt about it.
what do you think by that? What do you mean by that? How?
Because I heard Dominic Crea made a comment like, I don't need meaning Jeff to tell me that I was right about anything.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, basically saying like, you want to say I was right about everything? You're still a jerk off.
Yeah. Well, that he carries himself as the end all be all. Like he says that this is his genre and he runs this shit and this and that. It's just like that. That's why he has problems, because of the way that he speaks and acts and carries himself. You know.
What's wrong? What's wrong with this picture? How is it that every fucking partnership he's tried to get into has fallen apart? He'll say it's us. It's the way we think. It's the way we want to do things. I don't know. There's something wrong with that picture. Can't be everybody says the same thing about the guy. It must be true.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you, Tatone. I think that Scars definitely comes off as arrogant and he has that heir apparent attitude, like he's who the fuck he is, and people on here kissing the ring, so to speak, and putting him on this platform or pedestal because he is well spoken and he is knowledgeable, and he does carry himself to what most people in the public would seem as somebody being genuine or trying to tell the truth. But the bottom line is that he's told many inaccuracies and things that weren't true, particularly about himself in his case.
Shit.
And I just don't know if people know any better. I don't think a lot of people will go in and actually, research or read the testimony or articles that were written about in certain situations. So they're able to get away with that. And when you're behind a paywall like Patreon and people are paying for your content, those people are there supporting them. They're never going to ask any questions or follow up or put the foot to the fire to say anything. So when somebody like, the dude comes on and wants to put everybody else down because they disagreed with them or had an issue with something that he said or did, he'll call all these people scumbags and say that Scars is the only decent one on here just because he hasn't said anything publicly about him. Until the day he disagrees with him, then he'll be calling him one too.
Mikey Scars boy.
I mean, it's true. It's unfortunate, but it's true. And everybody does it. It's not you see it with a lot of the people on here, content creators. As soon as they have an issue, fall out with somebody, then they start telling you how they really feel. I mean, there's people that are going in chats right now that swore that they would never talk to these people ever again and what scumbags they are. Now they're in there donating, giving them money, and telling everybody to subscribe and be friends with them and support them. Like it's like I don't understand these people. Yeah, they have like no self-awareness and no ethics or moral compass at all. They just,
It's like you have to do something to them for them to like you. I don't know. It's weird, man. Like you have to have that fucking interaction with them for them to fucking like you for some reason.
Well, fucking Chicky supposedly is over in Angel's chat after all the shit that he's talked and shit that she said about him and what a disgrace, lying about the grandkids, this and that. And he's in there. She's calling him her friend, and they're joking around, supposedly making comments. What the fuck is going on with these people? Like, where's your integrity? Like, you guys just have none. Like, you guys are that pathetic and insecure in your own lives. You don't have friends. You have to come on the internet and kiss ass and to be welcome or feel like you're a part of something. Like, to me, that shit is pathetic. I don't get it. it's mind-boggling. It really is.
Yeah, it's like a lot of these guys, they make friends with people who are enemies with their enemies, and then when they fall out with them, they go back to their enemies.
Yeah.
It's crazy, man. I guess it's never a dull moment, I guess.
Yeah.
And Ducks, yeah, I agree with what Duck said. He's definitely, I think he's always been jealous about the show that they have, RJ and Mikey Scars, because I think at the end of the day, that's what Nadu's been trying to do the whole time, was to get somebody who was in that life, in the know, that's credible, to go on there and to do a show with, to give himself credibility to do something. And the fact that he's tried to do it with, I think, what, like 5 different people, and every one of them never went anywhere, and they all had the same issues and the same problems. So I definitely agree with that. I think that that's very true.
Yeah.
I think that that's true.
He's just a pompous prick. You
Yeah.
ask 10 people
Arrogant.
whether or not he's a pompous prick, and I guarantee you all 10 will say he is.
Yeah, I would say cocky, pompous. I mean, but I don't know. It's not like he was a nobody. He was on Barstool, so I guess he has a right to be a little cocky, I guess.
Yeah, he got a job on Barstool because they said, "Hey, take a look at this fucking fat fucking idiot. He'd be great for our fucking show. He'd probably, a lot of people would want to watch this show to fucking laugh and watch this fucking fat kid fucking yelling at the top of his lungs and having a heart attack on screen."
Oh, he started that whole shit with Sakali over the Google the Google AdSense thing or whatever, Smoke.
Yeah, what
that they're
about
doing to build the channels or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, that's what the whole fight and beef is over. Is because he got all these subscribers and stuff, and he's saying that you just bought him and paid for him, and he's the only one that's grows his channel organically. That's why he's the man or whatever the fuck. It's just so petty, like it's stupid. Like why even? What does it bother you whether or not the guy paid to promote his channel to get his shit out there to more people? Like what? I don't understand. What does it matter? I don't get it. Well, what am I missing here? It's fucking weird.
Yeah.
You don't think that that's strange?
No, I don't see it as cheating at all. I mean, that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to network and advertise, and that's what it's about. Growing. That's how you expand.
And you know what he's probably
outreach to
sitting
other
back.
places.
You know what he's probably sitting back doing right now? That fucking scumbag. He's calling me names and making fun of me. Yeah, without even realizing that the other day, out of nowhere, when I've never made a comment, derogatory comment about him, he called me a fucking prick.
Yeah, out of nowhere.
So now he'll say like, "Oh, I'm calling him names and I'm talking bad about him." Jeff, you started with the disrespectful name calling, not me.
Don't worry,
True.
he hates me more right now. I'm sure. They always hate
What'd
me
you
more.
do?
In
You
the
ain't
end.
do nothing. You ain't
Exactly.
do nothing,
They always hate me more in the end. So don't worry about it.
Listen, people. We're in a genre, and people are gonna talk and voice their opinions and say stuff. You're on a public platform. If you're gonna say stuff, then you have to expect that people are gonna, respond or talk about a situation. Otherwise, don't say nothing. Don't get involved or anything. And if you don't like people having opinions about certain stuff, then ignore it. Just leave it alone. But the guy can't help himself. It was like the day I was on another show and I was gonna, do the OJ discussion, open panel to anybody who wanted to debate the case or whatever. And he's in the chat talking shit, saying, "Oh, tomorrow night I want to go on there, I'll debate it, I'm gonna destroy you." Okay, let's set it up. And then what happens? The hour before it's about to be showtime, I get a message that he's copping please apologizing, saying that he drank too much and he doesn't really want to debate that. He just drank too much or whatever. Like what the fuck?
Yeah.
You just stay off the internet if you're that drunk and you do stupid shit like that.
You know what? Think about it. I don't want to
That's true, Tato.
taint my opinion with the name calling. Let's take the fat prick, all of that shit out of the
equation.
The equation, right? The reason why he got the job with Barstool is because they saw this guy going crazy on YouTube, okay, yelling and screaming at the top of his lungs. They thought he looked fucking. They were laughing at him, and that's how he got Barstool's attention.
Also, his knowledge on sports and betting and all that stuff.
Yeah, but there's people with knowledge on sports and betting are a dime a dozen. When they saw this crazy overweight guy fucking screaming at the top of his lungs, that's what they attracted them to him.
Well, yeah, the video went viral. It was during the Eagles
Right.
draft. He didn't like the player they drafted, and he's like going nuts, screaming at the TV or computer, whatever the hell he was watching, you know. But people it was like a shock value thing, you know. And this is the thing too, right? Wouldn't you think that if you worked for a big media company like Barstool that has, one of the biggest, social media profiles and media companies, not just in the US but globally, wouldn't you think that if you were a successful person and people did like you, that you'd have more subscribers than everybody else by a mile because you do have that exposure? So why is he on here bickering with people because Sakali got to 100,000 subs before he did, and he says that he's the man and this is his genre and he runs this shit? Well, the subs and the views and everything else don't say that.
I did a
That's
poll.
just my opinion on it. That's my opinion on it. That's all.
I did a poll, and I think it was over 200, 300 fucking votes. The dude came in number 2. O.C. Shorts was number 1. James Proctor was number 3, and Bernstein was at number 4 with like 3%.
Yeah, but there's only 5 people. There's only 5 people that do shows. So I mean, who else does shows like that? There's only 5 people, so I hope you're in the top 5. You know, look at the competition you're in. How many people do shows like that? Smoke, honestly.
Yeah.
Mob content shows. What? 6 people?
Somebody's got to do it. Yeah.
That's all I'm saying, but he just says shit like, it's his genre. He's basically like the gatekeeper and he knows everything more than anybody. It's just like that arrogant, like cocky attitude. But then the first time you disagree with him or question something he says, he flips out and takes it personal. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
it is what it is. We don't have to keep beating the same story.
And just to give a comparison of what I'm trying to say is, yeah, I understand what you said, Gunsmoke. Yeah, he knows sports and this, that, the other thing.
Yeah.
But this is the reason why Barstool was attracted to him is the same reason people get attracted to David Pate when he sings Lifestyle. There's a million people out there that
because it's amusing.
Yeah.
But when he sings the song, everyone thinks it's funny and they rather watch him sing it. You understand?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like the guy. You remember the guy that was on American Idol, that David Hung guy, whatever it was?
No.
The Asian guy that won American Idol, that he was like slow and he was, he had like Down syndrome. He wound up winning American Idol, I think. He was like the runner-up, and he sold millions of albums and records. He was terrible. He was like a drunk guy at a bar singing karaoke, and he won, American Idol because people found it entertaining that the guy was up there with a pair of balls, and he was terrible. But it was funny to people. They thought it was, it was cute. You know? That's all.
Well, they liked his look, his personality. They thought he was funny. And they gave him a shot.
Yeah. They were laughing at him. They weren't laughing with him.
Plus his knowledge on everything too. So it all it was a good fit.
But then it goes back to the problem with his attitude and his arrogancy, because when he wanted to get his quote unquote contract renewed, he wanted to expect these guys to give him a couple $100,000. He was worth it. And then when he didn't, he got all pissed off. Like he felt like he deserved it or earned that thing. Obviously they didn't feel the same. And to be honest, the Portnoy guy, he's a prick too, though. A lot of people don't like him either because he has that attitude too.
He's a little shrewd, yeah.
Yeah, he's got a little condescending, arrogant, little ways about him or whatever. But he's successful in his own right. I mean, look what the guy's built. So you can't knock the guy taking nothing away from him.
Yeah.
So if he wants to say something to make a comment, like, okay, he's earned that right.
Yeah.
But this motherfucker, that's something different. That's just my opinion on it. So he's the Beetlejuice of the fucking Barstool.
Yeah, you should have kept your mouth shut, Jeffy Pate. Should have kept your mouth shut.
Thank you to the anonymous person who sent me a cash app.
Hey, thanks, guys. Support the channel. If you guys can donate, it's Easter. Happy to show some Easter love over here. Fill up the basket. We need the Easter collection plate going on over here, huh?
Shit. Happy Easter,
you
Mickey.
Yeah, she bangs. There you go, the guy. So you remember that. She bangs. She bangs. She love it together. Like that guy. David Hung, whatever it was. It was just it was funny, man.
Yeah. And Jeff Jeff has been playing both sides of the fence, maybe even three sides of the fence the whole time he's been on here, with all the content creators, with all the people who participate, in the chat. I mean, on the panels, like Com and me and everyone else. So while you're sitting there fucking blowing your fucking wig off your head and getting pissed, better sit back and think before you act, because I will fucking destroy you. Okay? Don't forget all the fucking personal conversations we've had. So you fuck with me, and I'm gonna fucking come hard, Jeff.
God damn it.
Wait, what did Duck say? What did Duck? What's that comment Duck said there,
Let's
Smoke?
see. Pete Lavaglia.
Yeah.
Some rumors that it wasn't really him that he interviewed. Again, I don't know if it's true or not.
No, Pete Lavaglia. That was the real Pete Lavaglia.
That was him. That was him in the interview for sure. That was definitely him. I never heard that before.
Did you
That's
see
new
his
to me.
face?
Yeah. It was him, 100%.
Yeah, I was.
He was
in
showing
Fort
his
Dix
face
with
on
that.
there. Yeah.
I was in Fort Dix with Pete Lavaglia.
Yeah, I don't know who came. I've never heard that before.
I know
I've
what he.
never.
I know what he looks like in person. That was him.
I don't think he'd pull a stunt like that. He
No.
wouldn't. He wouldn't put on
Well,
some
he pulled
fake
that.
guy.
He pulled that stunt with what's the guy's name that lives out in Vegas? That's from New York. That said he knew Mikey Scars or whatever.
Jerry Capici.
No. The guy that was supposed to do an interview, he called out and called the guy a fraud or whatever. He used to donate to the shows. I can't remember his name.
Ah, fuck. I don't know.
Remember, he was. Yes, there you go. That's what I'm talking about.
What's his name?
Yeah, remember he pulled that stunt with Mike DeBella. He was going to do an interview on another show, and he came out and he called the guy a fraud and said he was full of shit and a liar and this and that, because he was upset that somebody else was going to interview the guy or talk to him or have him on the show. And before he even researched or looked into it, he's on there talking shit, calling the guy out and calling him a fraud and all this other stuff. And it turns out he wasn't a fraud.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. I forgot all about that. Holy shit.
Well, it's little shit like that he does that rubs people the wrong way, and you have to question what his intentions are and why even come on and do a show or get involved about anything like that. What does it have to do with you? And he said, people need to come on here and they need to do their research and be accurate before they do their shows. I know everything. I'm the one that runs this whatever,
The gatekeeper.
And it's like, yeah, come on. Yeah, the gatekeeper.
You shall not pass. Yeah, the gatekeeper, boy.
Yeah, it's like Howie was saying before. He's acting like he knows more than guys that were actually in the streets and know these people and know how the things work. He has zero common sense when it comes to the street. I'm sorry, but he doesn't. Yeah. He should just stick to the journalism and leave the other shit out of it, because he just comes off as an arrogant little prick.
When Jeff did his show, right, about Pete Gotti, and he was quoting things that Pete Gotti had said over the phone with Fat Sal Scalia and all of that shit. And when I decided to do a little research on my own to see what's going on with Pete Gotti, just to make sure I know what I'm talking about, I read a Jerry Capici article. And the fucking Jerry Capici article was fucking word for word what Jeff said on his show.
Verbatim.
God damn it.
Mm-hmm.
So what are you saying? Plagiarize it, boy?
Well, I don't know if you call it plagiarizing. Yeah, is that what you call it? Plagiarizing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he took somebody else's research and information and acted like it was his own and presented it as a fact that he did and researched all this shit for himself, and that he gets all the paperwork and has all the proof on who's who and who's what, and that we're misinformed. We don't know any better. And he was acting like he did all this research on it. But the bottom line is that he was reading a Jerry Capici article from 2018.
Damn.
That's the bottom line. So
yeah, I found it by mistake. Well, not by mistake. I was trying to do research on Pete Gotti since he's been out of prison, and I'm reading the article, and I'm
Gene
Gotti, and I'm reading the article, and I'm saying, like, this is exactly what Jeff said.
literally line for line.
Yeah. But it's nothing wrong with doing your research and reading Gangland, because to be totally honest, if you want to research, organized crime, it'd be smart for you to get a Gangland subscription and read a lot of his articles. But when you're gonna quote the guy's articles, you should say, give him some type of recognition, for having the original article that you're basing your story off of.
Yeah, you're just giving credit to
Yeah,
the
like
source.
giving them credit. I want to give credit to Gangland News, for the article they put up. I got some information from that article.
I guess in this genre, maybe it's hard to be original because that guy Capisci, he basically wrote the friggin' Bible on the friggin' mafia. I mean, he lived through it. I mean, he was there 30, 40 years ago writing about this shit, writing books about it, and interviewing people. So I don't know. I mean, you definitely want to go to him to learn about the mob and stuff, the
Well, he
history
says
anyway.
he says he's better than Capici. He's the new Capici. That's what he says. They need to listen to him now. He's the gatekeeper now, man.
Maybe with time, yeah.
Well, that's all we said, and he got fucking pissed off about it and feel some type of way about it, but people having an opinion.
The only thing that hurts him is his live, because they
The
get
what?
to see it. His live shows, that's what hurts him, because they get to see his pompous attitude.
True.
The pre-recorded ones, it's basically the same. Just basically him talking and sticking to the article. For the most part, sometimes he'll say something stupid, but during his lives is when he gets himself into trouble.
Hey, what do you guys think about Oh shit.
Live shows are trouble.
Yeah.
You can get into a lot of trouble because the chat, depends on how the chat is. If you're responding to the chat,
exactly,
you get yourself in trouble.
Right. When you do a pre-recorded, you can, if you say something that you don't like, you can just cut it out.
Yeah.
Can't take it back on a live.
No.
You want to call me a prick, Jeffy Pate?
You little prick.
You want to talk to me like a tough guy, Jeffy Pate?
Prick.
Hey, give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Yeah. All right. What's up, Jay Dams? Happy Easter, brother. It is a beautiful day, isn't it, Jay Dams? It is a beautiful spring day in the ghetto.
But yeah, he came out of when I went on Frankie's show to talk. He was doing a show based upon Roosevelt Avenue and the brothels around there.
It's a shithole.
And
yeah.
I went on to tell the story, about the time when I got stuck up at a brothel in by Roosevelt Avenue, and that we were basically having laughs, talking about it, and then he decided to make a comment saying that that I should correct the record, that he's that I said that he's used that Google shit to help his channel out, whatever. Well, first of all, using that Google AdSense, whatever you call it, I don't know exactly what you call it.
Yeah.
There's nothing bad about it. It's not like you're buying subscribers. You're just paying for advertisement.
Yeah.
So there's nothing wrong with it. So I don't know what he's so fucking mad about. And then I get a little pissed off, and I said something like, I'll go down to the cigar bar and stick a cigar up your ass.
Wait, what? He said that to who? You said that, or he said that?
I said that.
Oh,
How he threatened to
he
sodomize him with a fucking Cuban.
In your favorite cigar shop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could taste the flavor from both ends now.
Yeah, but he called me a fucking prick for no reason.
Would he be able to go back to that cigar shop after that? I don't think so.
or maybe it was after that he called me a prick. I don't know. Regardless, he started with the name calling.
Well, he better cut it out.
Hey, he can do what he wants. Just don't, if you want to continue playing with fire, don't expect not to get burned.
How long ago did he call you a prick?
That was on Frankie's last live.
Oh wow! In the chat or on the show? In the chat.
In the chat.
Yeah.
He came out of nowhere. Like I said, nobody was even speaking about him. We were talking about, history. She just reminiscing about stuff and talking about a specific topic, and he come out of nowhere and calling him a prick and saying, whatever, needs to apologize to him for something. Oh, for the promote button. Something, it was fucking something stupid.
Yeah.
Like, and he has this guy's phone number. He could have just called him. Why'd you have to go do it on a show? Because I guess he felt like he was in a safe space and he could get away with that. But then when you respond, he gets all pissed off and wants to,
Yeah, and then Frankie got pissed because he looked at it as you're disrespecting my guests on my show. We weren't even talking about you. And he made a comment to Frankie like, "Who are you?"
Wait,
something
what?
like something to that effect. Like,
wow.
who are you? Yeah.
He said that to Frankie.
Yeah.
Who are you?
I said he must have been drinking or something, because he starts getting tough when he's got a couple shots in him. But he's gonna do that to the wrong person. He's gonna get a couple different type of shots in him,
Yeah,
I'm not saying anybody
Jeff,
should.
you can continue doing your subliminables, but we're gonna come back at you and use your name. We're not gonna do subliminables.
Thank you, Jay Dams. Thank you, Pronsky. Jay Dams, my man. Thank you, Jersey Girl.
Anyways, what up?
I don't know, man. Are you still there?
Yeah. Anybody in the chat say anything? No. I was trying to read the chat and I hit the wrong button. Oh, thanks, Jay Dams. Gift to the membership.
Yeah, thank you, Jay Dams. Sylvia Ray. Let me see. Let me scroll up here.
Well, that is true. He definitely wouldn't say nothing to fucking nobody if they were sitting in front of his face. That's a fact. That's just the truth, It honestly is. That's the annoying part. I can see people getting, why you would get aggravated by that, because he wouldn't say it in person. He says he'll say it, but I know he won't. I don't think anybody believes that.
I wish he would.
Yeah. What do you think about all this shit going on with the Angel show over there with all them people fighting? You guys see any of that stuff going on?
No, what's going on over there now? I know she lost a lot of she lost a lot of people. Well, the trolls, they turned on her because of this new guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're all fighting and they got new beefs and.
There you go, Root Irish, $30.
My dude, thank you, Root. Happy
Root
Easter,
Irish,
man.
good looks, man. Happy Easter, brother.
The king of
Thanks
New
for
York.
the support.
I like that.
What happened?
No, he called me the king of New York. There's only one real king of New York. He's gone. Notorious B.I.G., man.
Ain't around no more. Oh, I thought you were talking about John Gotti.
No. Big was the last king of New York. Thank you, Root.
Well, yeah. So everybody over there is fighting from like you said, they got that new guy or whatever that coming to the community, and they're doing all those like membership shows and whatnot or whatever. But I guess they're ruffling feathers with a lot of people because they brought a lot of their own, I guess, like beefs that they have with other people into the community. So now they're getting shit from both ends. The people that didn't like them, the people that do, and then the trolls are fighting with new trolls. It's crazy.
She
man.
made a big mess over there, huh?
Yeah, she lost.
Oh yeah,
all her
for
friends.
sure. Yeah, she lost a lot of people for whatever little bit she got back. I think somebody was saying that they have like 300 memberships or something like that. Like that's like some fucking monumental, accomplishment.
That's pretty damn good though. That's pretty good.
But to lose all your friends over and fucking ruin relationships you have with people for a few dollars, like you're not talking about 30,000.
I think she got mad last time we were talking about this. She did a show about me supposedly on a fucking membership, whatever. Who cares? But yeah, she finds somebody new, and then the people that she was with that were loyal to her, they get mad, and she doesn't give a fuck about their feelings. She just goes with the new guy that she doesn't even know. And she's done this before.
Yeah, it's only like $1,000 a month after YouTube takes its 30%.
Shit. Well, what does she charge? I think she charges
Well,
top
does
dollar.
you?
Isn't she?
Well, do they take 30% from your membership, Smoke? Or is that only from
Yeah,
super chats? Or is it from
30%,
everything?
whatever the fuck you get. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So basically, if you have 300 members, you only have 200 because 100 on YouTube's taken for their end. So it's only
Yeah.
200 then because 100's going to them. So even if you're paying, I don't know how much do they charge for a membership. You
They
got to know
probably
how
charge
much
the
it is.
top dollar.
I think she's got a $5 and a $10.
So let's
Okay,
say
so a
most of them
$5
go for
one's
$5.
1,000 and a $10 one is 2,000 to burn all your relationships and screw over, personal friends and shit like that. And then you have a co-host that she giving what's her face any of the money? I don't know. If he is, then you're talking about another 50% less. So you're losing 80% off the top to YouTube and your partner. So now you're down to about 100.
It's a rough business.
Yeah.
That's crazy, no?
A rough business that everybody seems to be doing.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Have you guys seen that the new guy that has the channel out? You seen him yet? Smoke the Mark, the big behind the door or whatever, the red door or something like that.
Behind
Have you
the
seen
red
his show?
door. Yeah, Mark
Yeah.
Caputo.
No.
Have you seen his show at all, Smoke?
No.
Oh, okay, well, for people that don't know, there's a show that come out, Big Mark, and it's I guess the Patreon is to give him a shout out. It's what was it again? How with the red door? What is it?
Behind the red doors.
Yeah, behind the red doors. You're talking about the Bergen or whatever, Gotti's club. He was friends with them. Well, Mark is the individual, Mark Caputo, that Junior was with when they killed the guy in the bar. That's in the 302s. The Mark Caputo. That's him. That has the show.
Mm-hmm.
So I started watching the tune in, and I think it's a pretty good, pretty good show. I've caught a couple of episodes. I just find it interesting that he's out doing a show now with the stuff that's transpired. Obviously, I doubt he's going to talk about it because it's an unsolved murder.
Well, yeah, some people allege that he was the one who killed the guy.
Yes, allegedly.
Yeah.
So obviously, I doubt that you're going to, hear from him or speak about that or whatever. But definitely, it's a new show. It's pretty good. He seems like a genuine guy. He's not on here. But this is the thing too that's a little annoying that everybody seems to do, which I don't understand, is that the other day on his show, right? He starts off, well, not starts off, but he says during the show that they have the Patreon behind the red door, and that he's not on here for money or anything like that, but he's telling people to join the Patreon.
Oh, God,
it's
I hate when they say that.
Why? I don't understand. Why do all these people come on here and
so
say
noble.
that they're not on here to make money? Yeah, and then they tell you to go to their Patreon and help support the channel and make money, and it's like, what do you mean you're not on here to make money? Then what the fuck you got a Patreon for?
No, I noticed because I've been watching these Tupac shows too, and I was in the chat the other night. I noticed that the chat shames the content creator for even getting donations or whatever. They shame you, for getting the donations, whatever. So I don't know.
Fuck that. Hey,
so
listen.
People like to say, "Hey, we're not asking for donations here." Yeah.
Yeah. Well, listen. I'm gonna be starting to do my show, and I'm gonna be on here trying to make some money. How about that?
Why not?
The people that shame the people for accepting donations either can't afford to donate or they just don't they just don't want to donate because they're haters, right?
Yeah.
Or the other reason that they're trying to do it is to get other people not to help the channel out, and so nobody donates or gives them money by trashing them. That's another part of it too, is that they're trying to make sure nobody else makes money either by shaming them or speaking out and saying stuff. And it's like, it's so stupid. Everybody's on here. At the end of the day, you start a YouTube channel hoping that you're going to put out good content, you're going to get followers, and you're going to make money at the end of the day. Otherwise, what are you doing on here?
Yeah, what the fuck?
It makes no sense.
5 people? Yeah, come on.
Yeah, I just don't get it. Like, yeah, come on here. You're putting out content. You expect to get paid for it. You're putting time and energy and effort into it. You're in a studio paying, cameramen and probably people to edit your videos and do stuff. So what? This is a hobby, an expensive hobby that you have. I don't understand it. And then you go behind a paywall and have memberships or want to do a Patreon, but you're not on here to make any money. Like
Yeah.
it's insanity.
And if
I
they
just
have a
don't get
decent
it.
show, they're putting money into it. Because I pay for music, I pay for the app to do the artwork, so I could even do the fucking graphic art design shit. You got to pay
Yeah.
for a whole bunch. You got
Well,
to pay
see,
for the StreamYard.
the
I
point
mean,
is you don't have to explain any of that. You deserve to get paid for your services.
and the hours that you put
Exactly.
into creating something. Yeah.
Yeah, you do, especially
Plus
if
the
you're doing
live
like
shows. Yeah.
I'm gonna be doing pre-recorded shows where I'm gonna chop up, let's say I talked about the OJ thing, the series that did a 3-part thing. So maybe I'll do, 4, 5, 6 parts. You know how much time it's gonna take to do
Oh yeah.
that? To set everything up, to,
It's a
to
big
get
deal.
pictures or
Yeah.
video clips. Like you're talking about hours and hours worth of work to put out maybe a 30-minute video or something. I
And
might
everything's got
spend
to go
4
right.
hours, 5 hours.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
Yeah.
music, the
you got to
footage, and the right kind of.
sit there and
Yeah.
stare at the computer for hours at a time. That's draining.
You got to say it the right way too.
And then you're supposed to come on here and say, "Oh, but I'm just doing this for fun, guys. I'm not here to make
Yeah,
any
yeah,
money or
yeah.
do anything." Like, huh? Like,
And
come
you're
on,
a jerk off.
get the fuck out. Exactly. Then you're a
Yeah,
jerk off.
I'm your
Exactly.
dancing monkey.
Yeah, that's exactly at that point what you are by
I
saying
do it for
something
the
that
love,
stupid.
man.
Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Give me 1 second, guys.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you,
Yeah,
bro.
it's and there's nothing wrong with asking, for channel support. Obviously, some people go about it in different ways and make themselves look a certain way by the way
Yeah.
they go about it.
You don't want to be a dick about it.
It's just cut and dry. I mean, you want to show my channel support and show me appreciation for what I'm doing. Here's my Cash App. That's it. Cut and dry. Like all the other nonsense is unnecessary.
If they want to support, they're going to support. If they don't, they don't. That's it. You could ask until the friggin' cows come home. Doesn't matter.
Yeah. And if they don't support, then you stop doing the show. And
Try
they
something
want to
different.
know why. They want to know why you stopped the show. Get in touch with you, and you tell them straight up why. No support.
Yeah.
I don't, then the people be like, "Oh, you donate. You don't have to do that. You don't got to give me money." Well, then take all your Cash Apps down. Take your fucking Venmo, your PayPal, and the rest of this shit. Take it all off of there, and then people won't be giving you a penny. You don't have to say nothing that stupid. It's just, to me, it's so ridiculous. It's so cringe. It's so fake. Just cut the bullshit. You're on here to make money. Everybody is. Otherwise, what are you doing? I don't
haven't
get
seen
it.
these guys in a while.
Yeah.
Bobby, good to see you, bro. And Hellcat, good to see you guys.
Bobby Barbarian?
Yeah, I haven't seen him in here
Oh
in a
yeah,
long
what's up,
time.
Bobby? Yeah, how you doing, man?
Long
Happy Easter. Good to see you.
Happy Easter, fellas.
Hope you guys are doing well. Good to see you guys. Well, yeah, I don't know. There's so much other, we could talk about all kinds of shit that's been going on, I guess, too. I don't know what you guys want to talk about or bullshit about, but it's just shit like that stuff I see that's just annoying and aggravating, and I just don't understand it. I really don't. I don't get it.
Shit
Strange.
generation.
What's that?
It's a shit generation out there, man. These new people out there, I don't know.
I got something to ask. Have you guys been following any of the shit in the news about that the murder between that the kid at the track meet?
Yeah,
Carmelo Anthony and the other kid there?
It's disgusting, yeah.
I heard something about it. I haven't been following it, but
oh my God. These people, the family of the kid that stabbed the other kid, the black kid, his parents or whatever, been holding like press conferences, and they got this GoFundMe going to give him money, and he got out with minimal bail like the next day. And I guess the father of the kid who passed away, the victim in this case, it was they were twin brothers, and they wound up getting into a fight after the track meet, and a kid stabbed him in the heart with a knife basically and killed him because of a little argument that they got.
They told him to leave the tent because he was from a different school. They had different tents for the teams. And he said,
and
"What
he
are
asked
you
him to
doing
leave.
here?" Yeah, please leave. The kid pulls out a knife. Now, why is he bringing a knife to a fucking school for? Bottom line, he's wrong. I don't want to hear about self-defense just because he's a certain color. He should get preferential treatment now. Reverse racism, whatever. Racial justice. Like, come on, man. Right is right. Wrong is wrong. You don't bring a
Yeah, and
knife
they
to
talk.
fucking school.
Well, that's the thing too, is that they always say don't bring a knife to a gunfight. Well, you don't bring a knife to a verbal conversation or verbal argument with
It
somebody
was
and
a
pull out a knife and
basketball game,
stab a guy.
wasn't it?
It was a track meet. They were running track.
Oh my god.
I think it was track. I'm pretty sure it was track. Somebody could correct me
They're
if
like
I'm wrong.
17.
But yeah, so the parents all of a sudden they started getting all this GoFundMe, and the parents were saying, well, oh, it's not that easy to get money. Even if the people donate, you got to wait to get time to get the money out. Meanwhile, they just moved into like a new gated community, a house they bought. They got brand new BMW like convertibles that they're driving around, and they're holding all these press conferences, speaking out, trying to make this into a racial thing or whatever.
Yeah.
Like their son is the one that got stabbed. He's the one that
He's the
killed the kid.
victim. Yeah. No,
Yeah,
he's the
they're turning
victim
into
today.
he's the victim.
And they
Yeah.
kicked the father out, treated him like shit. Like he's the enemy.
Yeah, I
Like,
don't.
what the fuck, bro? Like,
I don't know if that was their attorney or if he was some type of public whatever the hell they call it, like a publicist or liaison, I guess, with the media or something like that. The guy that was speaking at the event, he's shaming the father of the victim, the kid who got killed, saying that he came here uninvited and nobody asked him to be here and he was wrong for showing up to the
what
press
state
conference.
is that? What state is it?
It's somewhere down south, I'm pretty sure.
I mean, what the fuck are they doing down there, man?
I think it's Texas. I want to say it's Texas, maybe.
Wow.
Yeah, I think it was in Texas.
Over there, you guys stand your ground. So if he says self-defense or something, I don't know. But the kid didn't have no weapon on him. There was no need to bring a knife to school. Like you were looking for trouble. You know?
It
That's the
was
bottom
literally
line.
it was literally a track meet in Texas in a meetup, and I guess they're saying that there was something that previously happened, maybe like a weekend before at another track meet, and something spilled over, and the brother basically told the kid that you need to leave, you're not welcome here or something, and kind of like pushed him, and the kid just pulls out a knife out of his pocket and stabs the brother right in his chest and kills him right in his heart.
Yeah.
And now they're on here playing like they're fucking victims or something, holding press conferences. It's crazy.
So if there was an incident before the actual incident, then that means he came to this incident prepared
Premeditated.
with a knife. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He brought the
It's
knife.
almost like it's premeditated.
Right. He brought the knife because he knew something was going to jump off.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the other kids didn't have a knife, didn't have none. They got into a little verbal spat. Maybe the kid got pushed out of the tent and asked to leave. He's not welcome. They have their own tent. This is their tent for their school. And the kid pulls out the knife and just plugs him right into the heart.
There's no
kills the kid. The guy's
justification.
twin.
It's just
and the kid
retarded
dies in his twin. The kid dies in his twin brother's arms, basically.
That's the worst part. Forever and ever, that brother has to live with that, and the father has to live with that too, knowing that his surviving son had to witness his other son dying in his arms.
And the guilt that the kid guilt that the kid must feel, because the brother was basically the one that told him, to get out of the tent, and kind of, I guess, exacerbated the situation or whatever, not knowing the kid was, had a knife in his pocket and was going to stab him and kill him over a little conversation that they had. High school kids to be anything, at a public function where everybody's at. I mean, all the kid needed to do was just walk away. It wasn't anything serious. The kid didn't pull a gun out or a bat or threaten him or nothing like that. And he stabs him. And now the parents are buying. Now, how distasteful is this? The parents are buying brand new houses in gated communities, driving around in brand new cars, and complaining about that they didn't get all the money from the GoFundMe yet. It's going to be a little while before they can get it or whatever. And it's like, are these people fucking serious?
They're milking the situation, which is even more disgusting,
Yeah, that's the part I'm saying is, like, you want to talk about distasteful. I mean, that's about as despicable as it gets. Not
Somebody
only
else did
are
that
you
too.
guys, who?
Some other chick, her baby got killed, and she got all this GoFundMe money, and she was with her friends, flaunting the money, like partying and shit, drinking, being a hoochie mama,
See?
And the baby had just got killed, whatever. No, remember the rapper who got killed at the car wash? It was like a month ago. Maybe 2
Yeah, I heard
months
about
ago.
that. Yeah.
And his 9-year-old daughter got killed. Well, his baby mama of the kid, she was celebrating with the GoFundMe money she got and shit, partying and shit like nothing ever happened.
That's so disgusting and so distasteful, and it just shows you the
shit generation.
that's fucking nuts, man. I just can't believe the parents, the way that they're acting and what they're doing, and playing victim and then blaming the kid's father for showing up at a press conference to defend his son because he knows they're up there, spreading lies, basically trying to get their son off of this, no conviction or whatever, and that they're the cause of it, and to blame them and turn it into like they're the ones that you lost their life. I can't believe this shit. It's crazy.
We'll see how the case plays out, but it's looking weird right now.
Yeah, and it gets even messier when the politicians get involved.
Well, that's the thing, I'm surprised fucking Sharp Tongue wasn't up there, or Ben Crump or whatever that fucking guy's name is out there, speaking out about it and doing whatever the fuck they do.
I'm surprised too. Yeah, he's usually all over it like a hawk. He's got to get his millions.
That should show you how wrong these people actually are. The fact that those guys aren't there speaking up for them or holding press conferences for them, even they know it's that ridiculous.
It's murky. It's not real. There's no angle there. I don't know. It's kind of.
Well, you have to think about it like this. Let's say the situation was reversed, and it was the two black kids and the white kid, and the white kid kills the black kid, the twin brother, and shit. Then what do you think they would be saying and doing then?
Yeah, that kid's fucked.
Then it would be a whole racial thing. There'd be marches and protests and everything going on. But then you turn it around, the black kid kills the white kid, and they're on there playing the victim and holding press conferences, and people are giving them millions of dollars. And they're buying houses and cars and everything while somebody's mourning the loss of their kid over a stupid argument at a track meet. High school kids. I mean, it's crazy.
The Luigi Mangione shit, too. He's got $350,000 in donations. They're sending him silk socks and shit. I mean, he killed a guy in cold blood. I understand maybe the guy was in a seedy business, being a fucking healthcare CEO, but still, you don't fucking shoot the guy.
I don't understand the whole blaming the guy, saying he's in a seedy business for, supporting his family and rising to the top ranks of the health. No, I'm talking about the people that are, defending the Mangione kid.
Yeah.
Like, what type of twisted sick fuck do you have to be where you're gonna say that he wasn't in the wrong for going out and killing this guy in cold blood that he didn't know from a hole in the wall, just because the guy had a position in a healthcare group that you may feel has taken advantage of people, or your particular family member or something that you think got wrong, so you go and kill this guy and ruin somebody else's entire lives and families and children's. And what did that fix? What did that cause? And then people are out here defending the guy, speaking out, saying, "Oh, maybe the guy had it coming, deserved it, whatever." Like, you got to be a pretty sick fuck to think like that. I'm sorry, but that's insanity.
And a lot of people do, man. That's the society we're living in. We're fucked.
It's not just today. This has been going on for forever. Look at the guy. Remember that they did a Netflix special on him, the serial killer there that was raping and murdering. Yeah, the Night Stalker, Ramirez. Remember that? Yeah. Remember that lunatic, Richard Ramirez, that freak? You got women who are trying to get into relationships with this guy. I think he got married while he was in prison to some woman. They're sending him love letters and adoration letters. Like, do you know that the first victim that he killed was like a 90-year-old lady? He broke into her house and brutally raped and murdered her. A 90-year-old lady. Like, this is the type of sick fucking you people want to have a relationship with the guy and send him money or get married to him. What the fuck is wrong with you people?
Sick.
Is there any relation to to Carmelo Anthony?
No, they're just assholes.
No.
Because
they just named him after him.
He's 17, so what was it, 2007? He was born, maybe
2008, 2007, depending
so
on
back then. Carmelo Anthony was playing big for the Knicks, right? He was like the only main star on the Knicks at the time for a long time, and I guess their last name was
one
Anthony,
of the best players in the league. Yeah.
Since your name Anthony, we just go name the baby Carmelo. So that's what happened.
When I first heard the story without knowing what was going on, I thought the actual Carmelo Anthony was involved in some old, like, unsolved, like, murder or something. Because he grew up in West Baltimore. He grew up in the hood.
Yeah.
He's from West Baltimore. They don't fuck around in Baltimore, man. I don't know if you guys ever been down there, but that's not a place you want to,
No, it's a horrible.
Go and hang out at. Yeah, Baltimore's a serious city, especially West Baltimore, where those guys are from. I mean, you're talking about being in the thick of it, So I thought when the story first come out, it was like some unsolved like murder from like when he was a teenager or something, because you see shit like that come out too,
Yeah.
So after I wound up, researching and looking at the story and seeing all this stuff, I was like, holy shit, this is insane. And then hearing about the press conferences and the parents acting and stuff, I'm like, I thought that he got murdered. I thought it was the other way around. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
I found out otherwise, obviously. I couldn't believe what I was reading. I was just like, Jesus, this is ass backwards.
It's just
It just goes to
time we're
show
living in.
you. Yeah, it's crazy. What happened? How was something
No,
comment?
I left because we said ass backwards about Nadu.
Oh yeah, the irony. Back to that motherfucker. No, I'm just kidding.
What do you think about the guy that they say they're making a big deal about that was wrongly sent back to El Salvador? They say he was a
Oh,
gang
I saw
member,
that.
TV boy, all that.
Yeah, supposedly Trump defied like a Supreme Court order because they're saying that they have to bring the guy back, and they claim that he was an active gang member, which there was I don't even think there's any proof of, to be honest. And the other thing too is that I don't think people realize, like, if you're from El Salvador, that's where, MS-13 came up, Mara Salvatrucha, that gang, that's really ruthless street
Yeah,
gang. You see the max prisons that they got out there with all the people. I don't think when
yeah,
you grow up in
CCOP.
those areas, you have a choice of whether or not you want to be involved with these guys. It's a matter of life and death out there. That's like a survival thing.
Well, he cleaned up all those streets now. They're all locked up forever for the rest of their lives. Anybody who's a gang member is locked up. They don't give a fuck who you are, what you did. If you got
Well,
those
there's a lot of
tattoos,
innocent people. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of innocent people that aren't even related at all. They just have tattoos that they got classified as being part of that group that really actually aren't. They might be from that neighborhood or know somebody or be related, and they're getting sent to these places, or in this guy's case, getting, deported. And I believe that the guy's married, has a family. I think he works, pays taxes, everything else. Like, I don't understand why they're sending that guy back unless there's more to the story. But from what I understand and what I know, I don't believe that that's the case.
no, I think there's one of the story. They're saying he's a DV boy. His wife had a restraining order. Now she wants him back. He was part of. I think he kidnapped somebody. They say he was part of the gang. He covered
Oh,
up
so
his
he
tattoos.
actually so he actually has like been convicted in the US for crimes.
I don't know about that, but they identified him as an MS-13 member. I think he freely admitted it in an interview or something. It's on his record from like years ago.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a different story. Then I didn't know about all
Yeah,
those other little things. Then
he's
that's
not
why.
an innocent
Yeah,
choir boy, you know.
yeah. I guess that's why I shouldn't. I don't like to speak about things I don't really know about.
But
I guess
maybe
I'm
he
not
wasn't
comfortable.
active.
And
But
Yeah, maybe he changed
yeah,
since then.
but this is unforgiving. You know, they don't care if you changed.
well, that's the kind of the part I was getting at before with the whole Alite thing. Can you hold something against the guy that he did when he was 20
Some
years
people
old or a
do,
teen or
man.
whatever, and he changed? So. Can you give the guy a chance or an opportunity if he hasn't done anything in the last, 10 years, and he's got a wife and a family and he works and everything like that, and he's not involved anymore and he changed his life, then holding that other stuff against the guy to get him deported and sent out of the country for, mere suspicion or belief that the guy is doing whatever we have laws in this country and the Constitution upheld our rights, and that seems like their rights are being violated in that case. Then I would have to tend to agree and
Well,
side with him in that instance. I don't know.
let's think about it for a minute. So the guy's from El Salvador. He comes into the country illegally. All right. Maybe he was a former gang member. Maybe he was a DV boy while he was here. Maybe he did clean himself up and stop that
So
bullshit
he's
for
not.
years.
So he's not a citizen. He doesn't have a green
No,
card
his
or a
wife
visa or
is.
nothing like
His
that.
wife is. Right. So now they send
So
him back. But he's back home. So why would they send him back here? He doesn't belong here in the first place. He snuck in here in the first
how
place.
how long has he been in the U.S. though? When did
Oh,
he
I
get
don't
married?
know.
Because well, you remember for a long time they had a legal loophole, which is that if somebody married a U.S. citizen, they would
Yeah.
automatically get citizenship because they got
Yeah.
married to American citizens. So people used to do that, mail in the bride service. They used to do a lot of it come out of like Eastern Europe and Russia and places like that, where people would, spend $100,000. You would come and marry them. They would stay here and they'd get their citizenship, and the family would pay you money to marry them so they could become a citizen in the United States. But they changed it a while ago. I don't remember how many years back now, where that no longer applies. They don't allow people to get away with it and do that
Yeah.
because they were using a legal loophole basically. So I don't know when this guy got married. Is he grandfathered in from the old law, or did he get married recently? Like, how does that even work? I don't know.
But if you come in illegally, does it even matter?
Well, it
Either way,
does because the legal loophole was that if you married an American citizen, then you would get citizenship because you married an American. So then it wouldn't have mattered if you came here, quote unquote, illegally
but
at
they're
that
saying
point.
he was a human trafficker and a drug dealer. That's what Carmine said. Happy Easter, Carmine. Nightmare says he beat his wife. He was involved in human trafficking. Came to America hiding from a rival gang. But all
Okay,
those
so there
gangs are
you go
gone
then.
now. But those gangs are gone now, so there is no fear to go back there now.
Well, so that's what I'm saying. So my question is, what was he involved with in the U.S.? I don't care about what the guy was doing when he was in El Salvador, because that's a total different animal. Like you don't have a choice in those countries. You know, you're either involved or you wind up getting murdered and killed because you're not. You either get down or lay down, basically. You know, and they'll kill you and your whole family and 10 bloodlines down. Yeah. So if he was escaping. If he was escaping the possible punishment of death or whatever for walking away from the gang or wanting to change his life and not be involved, and he fled to America to get away from that, then that's like almost like amnesty. That's why they're having an issue right now with declaring Mexico as like the cartels as a terrorist organization, because the minute that you claim that the cartels are a terrorist organization, you have to take in anybody that's fleeing from these areas under the protection of getting amnesty because they're fleeing from terrorism. So you'd have to accept and take all these people in that say that they were victims of this terrorist network or this terrorist group. And that's where the problem, the gray area, comes in. So I would just like to know a little bit more information about, you know, what led to his, you know, arrest or deportation, or what, you know, was he on a new crime and he got sent back? Did they just pick him up because he was on a list or something like that? I don't understand that. And that's scary for anybody that's here. Technically, if you've been here for 10 years, so to speak, you got a family and kids and a job and you pay taxes, everything. Like at that point, it's like, I don't know.
Okay,
I don't know.
how
I don't know
about
what
this?
to say.
Now he wants to round up gang members, American gang members, like Bloods and Crips, and send them to fucking El Salvador or fucking somewhere down South America.
Yeah, no, the government from El Salvador actually reached out to the United States and gave them an offer and says that they're willing to take in any prisoners that they want to send down there because, as an example, I don't know the actual numbers. This is just me giving an example. Say it cost the taxpayers, $45,000 a year to house one inmate, right? Well, in El Salvador, they can house that one inmate for a year for, say, $8,000. So the United States government would be saving $37,000 per inmate per year by shipping them down there.
I think we're paying $619 million for a year, I think, or something like that.
Well, yeah, that's why I was just breaking it down by per person. I was just giving like a number. Like, so say it cost us $45,000 to house an inmate for a year, and down there they're doing it for $8,000, and they say, okay, we'll offer to keep them here for $18,000. So we're going to be saving, $27,000 a year. They're going to be making $10,000, and then we don't have to deal with it. When their time's done, they'll ship them back up here. Now, I don't think that that's fair.
No, I don't think they'll ever come back.
Fair.
No, I don't think they'll come back.
Most likely they'll probably get killed or murdered or whatever else happens to the people down there. I don't think, unless they have a different prison system that they'll put these people in that are U.S. citizens.
You're saying they want to send an American-born blood or Crip to El Salvador?
Shit like that.
They're talking about that. Anyone. Yeah, it's
all
in
gangs
discussion
are
right now.
The terrorist organization, domestic terrorists.
Damn, that's got to suck for them.
Well,
that's be out there banging, boy.
Well, this is the problem, though. It's when you're putting somebody in prison like that and you're going to ship them out. First of all, you're sending them out of the United States to a foreign country, right? Where they don't know anybody, most likely, have no family, no friends, no support system down there. I understand that you committed a crime, you have to pay for your crimes, but I don't think that to me would be considered a cruel and unusual punishment, being sent to an entirely new country where most likely you'll never get visits from family or kids or loved ones. Phone calls are all long distance, whatever the fuck,
And basically your ops home country.
Yeah.
In some cases, yeah. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if they're offering to like make a separate jail or separate prison system just for the American prisoners, but I don't think that's legal. I don't know how they're going to get away with that.
So just a regular person that's an American born in the United States getting sent to El Salvador because they're a blood
I think I don't think
to save money. To save money.
The Supreme Court would never allow that. I don't think the Supreme Court
I
would
don't think that's fucking
that wouldn't fly.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say is that I think it violates people's rights under our laws. But at the same time, Trump is violating a Supreme Court order right now in regards to some of the stuff that he's doing with people. So
he's got technicalities there. Number one, the judge asked when the flight was already in midair on the way down to El Salvador to turn the fucking flight around. That's not happening, pal. All right. Who the fuck do you think you are? Some fucking radical fucking activist judge? You have your own opinion, so you're gonna stop the fucking executive order of the president of the United States? You're gonna subvert the efforts of fucking American foreign policy, boy, protecting this gang member piece of shit? No. Anyway, I forgot my
I mean,
point.
that's well, it's a gray area right now where they're gonna have to figure that out, and it is gonna go up probably to the Supreme Court because it's dealing with constitutional rights that are afforded to us by our laws.
And just to play devil's advocate, it's not necessarily about just this one person. It's about the future people as well.
Yeah.
You know what
in
I'm
regards
saying?
to what?
Like in other words, if they're fighting so Trump can't do this, right? So now if they're able to do it, then how many more people are going to get sent down there that way?
As many as they deem fit the
No, I know that's
requirements to
what I'm
get them
saying.
deported.
So basically,
Yeah.
if you think it's you're violating some type of rights and Trump is wrong, the opposition is fighting against Trump. Basically, not just necessarily for this one guy, but just for president. Precedent, like in court terms, like in other words,
Case precedent. Yeah, it sets a
yeah,
standard for all
right,
future litigations.
right.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, pretty much that's what's going on. It's going to be basically a landmark case if it does make it to the Supreme Court, and it turns out to be that whatever they decide on and rule on is going to be upheld, and they're going to use that for any future, legal problems that they have arising from this with other people they want to deport. Yeah.
He's fucked.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
definitely.
I don't really know about the case, but as far as sending like Bloods and Crips to El Salvador, that's fucking crazy.
It's crazy.
You don't think they deserve it?
No,
it's a constitutional. You have constitutional right. They deserve to go to
deserve-
prison, but not to another country.
Yeah, go to prison.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Hell is hell.
And the only reason that they're even considering or talking about it is because they're trying to cut government spending and government funding. And if they could save $25,000-$30,000 a year on prisoners, and there's 100,000 of them, let's say, you're talking about $30 million.
Yeah.
So that's how they're looking at it, but that's not right.
And if they do decide to do it, and they are able to do it, they can't house these guys with the fucking MS-13 guys. They'll slaughter.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That it would need to be in their own separate private prison for American inmates, basically.
I think they're building a new prison down there too.
Yeah, it's a whole thing. That's what I'm saying. The El Salvadorian government reached out to the United States to send them this offer. We weren't going down there saying, "Hey, will you guys do this? Are you interested?" It was something that they basically offered us. Yeah, and they're figuring that they're going to make extra money by housing American citizens, and then America's going to be saving an exponential amount of money because it costs less to house them there. So it's a win-win for both people, the way that they see it, and the people that are getting fucked are the people convicted to get sent down there, basically.
Basically, they want to put American prisons in El Salvador.
Yeah, exactly. Like a private, like it's like the prison industrial complex, like private prisons, basically they have in the U.S. It would just happen to be that you're in fucking El Salvador now.
So the downside to that is the family members can't fucking visit them.
Yeah, their kids, their families, everything. Yeah, even sending money or making calls, everything. How does that all work? I mean, you're talking about that's crazy. I don't know how they're going to be able to get away with that. That's fucking nuts to me.
El Salvador became the safest country in the Western Hemisphere. It used to be the most dangerous place in the Western Hemisphere. Now it's the safest next to Canada.
Because they arrested everybody in the world, in the fucking whole country.
All the gang members got cleaned up.
Yeah, you have a fucking even if you don't have a tattoo, they fucking locking your ass up.
Yeah, mere suspicion. Like you have no rights down there at all. Like even if that's what I'm saying. Even guys that are just from that neighborhood or might have a family member that was involved in that, whatever. I mean, they're going there. And you see how they have them housed and where they're living. I mean, it's fucking that's hell on earth.
Yeah,
no pillows,
I've heard of some of these guys getting off the plane and shortly after getting shot in the head, killed.
Oh yeah.
Some of these people that are being sent back.
Jesus, I can only imagine, man.
Those guards are a little rough down there.
Yeah, I guess maybe they did something heinous out there before they left, and then when they send them back there, they gave them their own fucking.
Your friend says hello.
Well, that's what's happening to a lot of these people that were convicted during the cocaine wars and shit that have been locked up since the 80s and 90s. They're getting sent back to Colombia and fucking Peru and places like this, and they're as soon as they get home, the enemies, kids that grew up now are basically killing them on sight because of the shit that they've done to their family members 30 years ago. They're getting their payback.
Yeah.
Remember the lady there, the cocaine cowboys? They did that Griselda Blanco.
Yeah.
Look what happened to her. She did her time, got out, went to Colombia. They murdered her within a couple of months.
Yeah. Somebody
killed
pulled
her
up
and her
with a
kids.
fucking moped with a fucking Mac 10 or a Uzi or some shit.
And they did that. And they did that to send a message because she's the one that started doing the motorcycle kills in Miami when she was running the shit. And she's the one that came up with that. So they served her ass cold justice right there.
Yeah, she was ruthless.
I mean, look, they called her the Black Widow. All of her ex-husbands, she had them all murdered and killed. The lady was a demented, sick fuck.
And she was in Queens too. I didn't know that, but she was in Queens for a while, living over here.
Yeah, that's where all the hubs were for the East Coast. It was Miami and then a couple of the boroughs, primarily. Yeah, Queens and I think the Bronx, I think too.
Happy Easter, Beck.
There was a huge Colombian population for a long time out there.
Yeah.
Happy Easter. Hey, happy Easter to everybody that's come in.
And need a baby too.
Nightmare, Beth, need a baby.
Hey, what's up, Nita? Nightmare, what's up, man?
You got me talking like you now, Smoke.
Yeah, I know.
Nita, Carmine S, Joey Fraser.
What's up, Carmine?
Yeah, I see you guys. Happy Easter.
Hey, Carmine, how you feeling, man? I know you were in the hospital for a while. You feeling better? Hope you're doing all right, man.
Motorcycle kills started in Italy many, many years ago. Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean the ones now, like the cocaine cowboys there with the cocaine wars and shit like that. Primarily, I mean, obviously, I'm sure people started doing it a long time ago, but in the U.S., it was definitely her. Remember they killed that one guy in that Narcos series they showed that she murdered. It was like the main that guy they called the Lion or whatever. They wound up killing him in the airport garage or whatnot on a motorcycle.
No.
Well, the American gangsters were the first ones to do drive-bys.
Oh, that was big, yeah, on the West Coast.
Back in the day, yeah.
Oh yeah, with the running boards.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's when they took the That's when they took the running boards off the cars. I think.
Yeah.
That's many drive-bys and shit.
Yeah.
Well, you remember like when out down in the ages of prohibition and shit, those guys would be standing out there with their Tommy guns and just fucking rolling up and murdering everybody on them things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the feds didn't have guns like that at the time, supposedly. They were slow to get those guns.
They were outmanned and
they were outgunned. Yeah, outgunned, yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's gangster.
You remember that the one I can remember in modern times that happened. You guys remember the bank job that they did in like the mid-90s out in California? Yeah, in Hollywood.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, 96, 97, something like that. Yeah, those two lunatics had like all self-made body armor with fucking machine guns. The cops had to wind up waiting to go to basically a gun dealer to have them open up and get free reign of the firearms that they had there because they didn't have anything that could fight back with those two guys. I mean, they pretty much took on the entire police force out there.
And he had a whole full body armor. Yeah.
Yeah. They were walking down the streets, and bullets are just bouncing off this motherfucker, and he's just sitting there loading up round after round, just fucking mowing down like thousands of rounds. Like those guys are out of their minds.
Yeah. They didn't steal a tank too, did they? I remember someone with a tank. I don't know.
No, the cops wound up having to call in, I think, the National Guard or something like that because they couldn't do anything to these fucking guys. The guns that they had couldn't pierce their body armor, and the bullets and guns that they had went right through cop cars, through their vests, everything. I mean, they were going through entire cars and killing people.
Eventually, they got his ass though. I think he tried to steal a car or something. I don't know.
No, that was their car.
Yeah,
that was their car. That little piece of shit that they were in when he's walking down the street. Yeah, his partner, I think, wound up getting. I think something happened. One of the guns jammed or something. Then one of the guys, the snipers or somebody, shot him in his hand. So he only had one hand. And then I think he went down. I think one of the guys wound up shooting himself, didn't he? Didn't one of the guys shoot himself in the head?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I think didn't he do it in a car or something? It was like a pickup truck or something. I don't know.
Well, they had that little piece of shit white car, and I think after the car something happened. The cop shot it up and it lost the tire. I think he tried. hijacking a car afterwards when he got into the shootout at
Yeah,
the end.
once the driver got killed, I believe.
Yeah, the guy that got out hijacked a car and wound up getting in a shootout. I think he wound up shooting himself in the head or something like that.
Yo, California is a crazy place, man. I mean, I know New York is crazy, but California has its own type of, I don't know, own type of white people out there. There's a lot of serial killers that come from there. I'm not saying nothing bad about California. I love California.
Oh,
I've never
a
been.
lot of them are from a lot of them are from like the Northwest, the West Coast, all the serial
I
killers.
don't know why that is, man.
You had remember they had so you had the Night Stalker Rich Ramirez. You had the Golden, what was that? The Golden Gate killer guy.
Is that
old
the
white
same
dude.
as the Zodiac killer?
There's a lot of
Nah,
desolate
that was a
areas
different guy.
out there. There's a lot of
then
desolate areas out there.
Yeah. So people just
Yeah,
live in
that-
isolation in the fucking deserts.
Well,
or the mountains.
wasn't Ted Bundy from the Northwest too, like Washington,
Yeah.
Oregon area or something like that
San
originally?
Francisco, some shit.
Yeah. Then that black,
Oakland.
remember the black guy, Little? What the fuck was it? Something Little
Oh, he
was his
killed the
last
most,
name.
didn't he?
The Green River.
Yeah, the Green River Killer.
Yeah.
Yeah, his last name was Little. I forget his first name, but he got away with it for so long because when the FBI does their profiling for murderers and serial killers, rapists, bank robbers, whatever, most of them are all white guys for whatever reason. And he wound up slipping through the cracks because he was an African American, and they never really looked at him twice. And he was able to, didn't he like turn himself in or something? I forget exactly what happened, but it was something real weird with that whole thing. And he wound up murdering, I think, like what 100 fucking people or something over like a 30-year
300
span.
or some shit.
It could be.
Crazy
It was something
number.
crazy.
Yeah.
I think he was the most prolific serial killer in history, wasn't
That's
he?
right.
Like the amount of people he
remember
killed.
that. Yeah.
And he was like somebody's grandfather. Like he was like calm, like his demeanor, like everything. I would never expect that guy had a couple hundred people he killed. It was nuts. That's a fascinating story.
Yeah. Oh, Ted
Anybody
Bundy
in the
was
chat
from
remember his
Washington.
name? Yeah, Washington. Yeah, I knew it was somewhere out in the Northwest.
Thank you, DL. I forgot it was 422. I'm thinking it's just Easter. And we had a perfect full half a moon.
Carmine
Usually-
says they got a new serial killer in New England. I didn't hear about
I
that.
think
You
I
guys
kinda
heard about that?
I think I saw the headline for that. He's on the
Yeah.
loose.
Really?
Little short, fat, pudgy guy.
Oh, they know who it is?
Where's he from? Lancaster?
MRE.
Oh.
Oh, from Rhode Island. Oh,
It's not me. It's
I thought you were talking
Bizarre.
about the other fucking short, fat, pudgy guy. My bad.
Oh,
the guy that the guy that has a fucking guard dog and a ski mask on all the time. That fucking guy.
You know what's crazy? Somebody sent me
I
an
could see
email.
him.
Don Juan
Yeah.
Dude.
Somebody sent me an email of a screenshot of like them talking to AI, asking questions.
Who's talking to him?
Somebody, anonymous person.
Oh, okay, got
They
you.
just sent me
I
an
just was
email.
trying to clarify. Yeah.
And it says AI overview. I guess it's like, when you Google AI, whatever the fuck AI shit he's looking into, when you ask it a question,
You just type it in Google, it pops up. But yeah, go ahead.
I guess they asked him about the whole thing with the case. So it says a state case being dropped due to federal involvement and having 207 pages sealed strongly suggests cooperation with federal government. Federal authorities can take over state cases, especially if they involve federal laws or offenses. Sealing documents, particularly a large number like 207 pages, indicates the need to protect sensitive information, likely related to the defendant's cooperation efforts. That's from AI
Of course.
saying that.
Yeah,
Of
somebody
course,
should,
man.
Somebody should put in this question. The likelihood of a person leaving a beautiful female laying in the bed waiting for him while he's on YouTube
While
for
they're on
2
the
hours.
internet. Yeah.
Who the fuck did that?
The wig
Oh,
on your show.
I forgot.
You don't
about
remember the
that.
night? You don't remember the night he was arguing with Fish? They were both drunk on the show, and he
what
was calling
says, I
Fish
got a
a
bitch waiting for me right now.
Yeah. He was
And he
calling Fish
lied
a
and
rat,
said
and
he
he
got
said, "I got a bitch
302.
waiting to blow me."
Go
What'd you say,
ahead,
Al?
Cuz.
Remember he lied and said he's got 302s on Fish?
Oh yeah, he did too. He did say that too. Yeah, yeah. I think most likely he probably requested to get that show taken down. I'm assuming, but somebody clipped it. They posted it up because I just saw it the other day. Fucking, it popped up in my feed actually.
Yeah, every time Somebody mentions Jeff's name. He's always calling the content creator. Can you please take that down?
Yeah, that's the move right there.
God damn it.
What'd you say, Smoke?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
So I wonder what else you can type into that thing, because somebody else posted. I don't know if it was Casper Roza or Eric or somebody. They asked that AI shit on Google if Angel was this dude's daughter, and it said on the AI that no, it's not his daughter. She was adopted from a previous marriage and shit like that. Apparently, all of a sudden, that's all popping up on Google now because of all the shit that's been happening on here, I guess.
What is trending
Yeah.
now?
Well, no, before, like, if you go in Google and you type in, I guess if you would type in, like, how many children does John Gotti have or whatever, it would say that he has 4, and it would name out the 4 kids or whatever, plus, the one, or 5, the one that passed away, right? It was 5, right? Yeah. And it would say, now when you go and you type it in and you do a search and say, how many kids does John Gotti have? It says that he has 4 children and 1 adopted from a previous marriage, and it gives Angel's name and all that other. Yeah, it pops up in Google now, and then it sends you links to articles. Some art. Oh, I forget what it is. Some magazine article did a whole story on it supposedly that I didn't even know about. I just saw it the other day. I think it was
My father.
Oh, fucking what the hell is those names of the common People's I think it might have been People's Magazine, maybe. Is that the name of a magazine, a big magazine?
Yeah, People Magazine, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I think that's what it was. It was People Magazine did a story and spoke about they did a story on his wife, their mother, and it was talking about how she had been previously married and had a child from her first marriage, and that she had 4 with John and 1 was adopted or whatever. But now when you type it in Google, all this shit is popping up now. And I don't know if it's because Casper Roza put out that. Did you see the article Casper Roza put on the website, on the John Gotti website he made?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, he's got a whole fucking spread that he did about Angel being the adopted daughter. And he's got FBI reports and different ones than I've ever seen before that came out like a year or so after the one that we knew about before when they got questioned for the Dodge drafting or whatever. And then there's another one where when John replies, when Gotti Sr. Replies to the investigation, and he says that he's been compliant and whatever, and that if anything that they need for him, he's willing to join the armed forces if he meets the requirements, which he didn't meet the requirements anyways because he was a convicted felon and he had a couple of toes missing on his foot from the accident that he had back in the day with the cement mixer that crushed his foot or whatever, and he had 2 missing toes. So that's why he walked with that little swaggered walk or whatever, because he only had 3 toes on one of his feet,
Yeah.
Anyways, it's talking about in there when he's responding back to the government's inquiry because they were going to the parents' house to find out where he was and that he needed to contact the draft board to submit his thing to find out if he was, going to go to Vietnam or whatever. And when they ask him questions in there about his marital status and his kids and stuff like that, he says to them, "I'm married and I have 2 children." Well, at the time that they did that, he had 3 children. He had Victoria, I believe John was born, and Angel. But he's telling the people for the government at the court that he's married with 2 kids. So the other one at that time obviously was her, because that's not his kid. It was from a previous marriage. So why would he be telling the government that he only has 2 children when he has 3 at that time? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So supposedly, I don't know if somebody's doing it or if AI is constantly, learning information and picking stuff up that's posted on the internet, and it's constantly compiling it and putting out new information.
And then it makes
Because I remember before when people, because I remember before when that Magelio History Month guy or whatever was looking that stuff up, that shit was never in there. So I don't know.
I guess Google is just compiling all the information out there in the fucking internet verse, and if there's new stuff that comes up, it factors it in.
It's constantly learning. Yeah, it's constantly learning and gathering information. Yeah, it's crazy, man.
What do you think about that? It's gonna be dangerous.
Oh, it's already causing all kinds of problems. I mean, now they have programs where you can, dub people's voices and you can make people say shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can do that face swap app and put them. I mean, if you don't like somebody, you could put them at like the scene of a crime or something like that, and then the person's gonna have to prove that that wasn't them somehow.
Yeah, it's
It's
looking more
crazy.
real
It's
every
scary.
day, man. Yeah.
I seen some that I had no idea. I was watching it and I thought it was a certain actor or whatever playing this thing, but it was all fucking generated with AI and it looks spot on.
Yeah.
They even have, remember they used that movie that came out on Netflix about the Irishman, what is it, the Irishman or whatever the name of it?
Uh-huh.
The guy that claimed that he was responsible for killing Hoffman, all that, the guy that died or whatever.
Frank, whatever the fuck, Frank Sheeran. Yeah.
Sheeran, there you go. Yeah, the Frank Sheeran one with De Niro. In that movie, they did all that anti-aging AI, and they made these guys look, 30, 40 years younger, like Pesci and De Niro
They've
and all
been
these
doing
other
that a
guys
lot
that were
with
in
De
there.
Niro now. Yeah.
Well, yeah, now they have the new one where he's playing two different people. The voice is a little bit that's all fucking AI shit. That's all AI stuff. It's crazy. I mean, they generate entire, places people are in with these green screens with the AI, and it looks like they're actually walking through these cities or places that they're at and shit like that, and they're in an empty fucking room by themselves with some cameras and a green screen. And you wouldn't know any better. It's pretty crazy, man.
And
They're
this
gonna
is
have
just
to
the
do
beginning.
something.
I don't know. Yeah, it's the Wild Wild West right now with that shit.
Yeah, they're gonna have to do some serious regulations on who
they
should be
tried,
able to
actually.
use or access AI, huh?
They tried, but China's not cooperating. China's fucking going gung ho with this shit. They're actually beating us with the AI. So now they just recently said they're gonna undo their restrictions. Google, all those motherfuckers. They're gonna go military. They're not gonna have any restrictions. So
Yeah, they've been talking about this for a little while because before I watched the whole thing on it, our AI was ahead of China by like 5 years up until about 2 years ago. And now they're saying that China's put so much money and so much effort into this AI that they're like 5 years ahead of us now with the shit that they have. And
That's
that
not
ours, like
good.
you said, yeah, and like ours, you said, is restricted with certain stuff you can't do or whatever that gets blocked. But over there, they have no restrictions on it and doing all kinds of crazy shit.
They're communist.
And I guess
yeah.
Well, I guess what the biggest problem right now and biggest fear is that, with the whole thing going on right now with the trade war and the tariffs, and there's been things being thrown around about wars and possible nuclear stuff, like Iran's getting crazy right now and the whole Russia, Ukraine thing and whatnot. Well, we don't even have to worry about that because the Chinese, these people are so good with the AI and the computers and the hacking and all the stuff that they do. If they were able to just hack into like the grid or something and turn the power off, a major power grid or knock it out like that somehow, people would die within the first year. You'd probably lose 90% of the population just off of that alone, without even having to drop a nuclear weapon.
Yeah.
How many people do you think would be able to survive right now if their power fucking went out? You couldn't go to the stores to get food or nothing like that, and you had to just figure it out. You know how many people would die?
Yeah, people gotta take insulin. That shit's gotta be in the refrigerator.
Any of that
whatever.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, dialysis,
Medicines,
like people that need medicines, everything. It would wipe out the population in less than a year.
Yeah, ventilators and shit.
Everything, man. Heart medications, cancer medications, whatever disease, anything, it would be fucking catastrophic. And they wouldn't even have to drop a weapon. They could just do it doing that by knocking out a power grid or the power supply.
YouTube,
Yeah,
nobody be able to watch YouTube anymore.
Yeah, some people would die from withdrawals.
They're gonna be outside rioting and fucking dealing with shit out there. It's gonna be major riots.
Yeah,
all over the place.
If some of these people's internets went down like overnight, they'd wake up fucking shaking and shitting themselves and puking like they were going through the fucking dope withdrawals or something. They'd be fucking jonesing.
And wishing they had guns.
Yeah. Motherfuckers,
man. Well, that's the thing too that saved us. That saved us for a long time is the fact that we do have so many guns in this country and that people have the right to bear arms. That's deterred a lot of places from coming around fucking with us because I think there's an average of 2.5 or 3 guns per household on average in the United States, which is insane when you think about it.
we could never be invaded.
Yeah, because anywhere you would turn, you'd have to worry about getting shot from any house in the,
Sound
that
like we're
alone
like
is
a country
deterrent.
of farmers and shit,
Yeah.
Got a whole bunch of sick fucks out there with guns, so.
Well, you look at places like England where guns are outlawed. Basically, I don't even think the cops carry them in most places.
They
I
might
think
be a
only
little
designated
easier.
areas.
They might be a
Yeah,
little
so
easier to invade, but they got nukes. So
well, I just mean from like a crime aspect and a country's aspect of them not having to worry about going in there and there being a
yeah,
gun behind every house in the door. The only people with guns are criminals and some law enforcement because I don't even think the cops out there carry firearms. But you see what a big problem stabbings and knife murders and crimes and
yeah,
shit with knives are because everybody and their mother carries a knife out there.
yeah.
And
That's
it's a
all they
huge
got.
thing I hear.
Yeah, I mean, look, people are going to commit murder. It's a natural human instinct, unfortunately. And if they can't kill you with a gun, they're going to kill you with a knife. You know, it's only natural, unfortunately. People are sick
I
fucks.
mean, they'll use anything, a baseball bat, whatever the fuck. That's it goes back to the old argument about, guns don't kill people, people kill people.
Yeah.
You know, a gun doesn't just sit there and go off and shoot somebody. There has to be somebody behind it in order to do it. So blaming somebody for having firearms to reduce the crime, it wouldn't change anything. It would just make the criminals
Well,
even stronger because they'd be the only ones with them.
we're a little more amped up though than England. I mean, we have a bigger population, but we're just way more violent. You know, I guess we were built on violence. That's how the country was born. But
Very true.
we're very violent, more than any other country, I'd say. Well,
Yeah, and it's crazy too. I was watching a documentary, like one of these Nat Geo ones or whatever that pops up in the feed, recommended videos, and they were talking. It was a thing on like the drug wars, like the current state, like the cartels and stuff. I think it was on like no, not National Geo. I think it was on Vice or whatever, that Vice channel.
Uh huh.
They cover a lot of those like.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I think it might have been from a little while back. I don't know exactly when it was produced. I just saw it. It popped up in my feed. It could have been from 10 years ago, 5 years ago. I don't know.
Yeah.
But they were talking about the amount of exports for drugs and the consumption, like globally. And they said upwards between 85 and 90% of all the drugs produced in these countries are consumed by the United States. Think about how crazy that is.
Yeah.
The United States consumes 85 to 90% of all the world's illicit drugs in this country of only 300 million people. That's crazy.
That's a lot of crazy motherfuckers with guns.
Yeah,
that's true.
A lot of people high out of their minds with firearms. And that's America, man.
You better be careful when you talk about Jiffy. He said, we bleed just like he does. Jiffy, Jeff.
Who's Jiffy?
Jeff Nadeau.
Jiffy.
Oh, Spiff.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Spiffy.
Nah, Jeff. He said that.
Oh, okay, my fault. They're both named Jeff. That's why I was confused.
Yeah. He said that we bleed just like he does.
When did he say
that?
He
didn't say that.
I swear to God, he said
when?
that.
Where?
Was that like a threat?
I think there's a clip. I saw it. It's in his last show, I believe.
Oh, I thought he said it just now. I was like, what the fuck?
No, not just now.
Oh,
what did he mean by that? Is that like a threat or something? What is that? What does he mean by that?
No,
I mean, he's right. I mean, everybody believes the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, technically everybody does, but come on.
Yeah, but not everybody got the balls to do it.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know why this guy says crazy shit
calling
like
him
this.
Jiffy
You
now?
know, it's like
God
like
damn
I'm trying not to be fucking straight up savage and shit, but it's like Jeff, man, we seen you fight, bro. Stop talking tough, man, please. I mean, you got beat up by a handicapped 300-pound cannonball looking motherfucker that was like 5'5". You know,
Yeah. And you let
everybody's seen that boxing match. I mean, that wasn't even a buy. That was pathetic, man. I fucking knocked that dude out in 10 seconds.
And everybody fucking knows you got slapped and you didn't do nothing about it.
Oh yeah, that's true. At an Eagles game or something, I think too, in front of like 50,000 people. That's pretty embarrassing.
I'd rather you crack me over the fucking head than smack me.
Alite loves to bring that up.
What?
You know, remember when Alite used to leave to do voicemails? Like, yeah, what about the time you got slapped? You remember that? You remember that shit?
No, I didn't hear that. He did that?
Oh, yeah, a long time ago.
Alite called him up and left him a voicemail talking shit like that, really?
Yeah,
that was when Jeff did the fucking video about him.
He said way worse. He said, he was going to do things to him, like violate his manhood and shit.
For real?
Yeah, it was bad.
Oh shit!
I don't even think that was the only one. I think he had a few voicemails.
I just remembered that he did a video where he was wearing a wig and he was talking like real slow, like
Oh
Oh
yeah.
yeah.
He sounded like what's that dude's name from Puerto Rico, the old guy with the suits.
Oh yeah, Edwin. I thought he went over
Oh
the
yeah, he
deep
was
end.
talking like Edwin. He was talking like Edwin. He said, "I run a mob channel." I was like, "Who's he talking about? Edwin, bro? What the fuck is going on
Yeah.
right now?"
Yeah, that was Alite's attempt at stand-up comedy.
Yeah, comedy. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it was funny, but it was just like that shit. That's funny. What were you saying, Gunsmoke? I didn't mean to cut you off, bro.
I don't even know. What was I saying? I don't know.
We were talking about the A-Light voicemail messages.
Oh yeah, yeah. He was just saying like, he's gonna violate his man. I don't want to say what he said, but it was pretty graphic.
Oh, what did he say? He was gonna
Is
fuck
it
him,
posted? Does anybody have
him
it
in his
posted,
ass?
like a clip?
He was gonna
What did he say?
insert
Fuck him in his
himself.
ass or
Yeah,
something like
yeah.
Oh, he threatened to fucking anal bang him.
It was a personal Albanian thing, I think, because I think Eli feels like you're supposed to
Oh,
back me up, Albanian blood.
Albanian
He,
blood.
he,
Yeah,
he was gonna un-virgin him.
Yeah.
yeah.
He's like, no, I'm not with that.
Really? I didn't know. Is there a clip of that on somebody's
Oh
channel I
no,
can
I
listen
don't
to
know.
it? Where do I
think
find that?
he played it on my show maybe, but that was we're talking about like I don't know, 2 years ago. Who the fuck knows how long ago that
You don't
was?
remember
now.
that comment? That was when
No.
Yeah, that was when fucking Jeff Nadeau, he did the video on A-Light. It was supposed to be an interview, but he turned it into a non-interview, just did a show about him.
No, I don't remember that. I didn't see that one.
And A-Light got pissed off about something and was calling and leaving messages.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I didn't know about that.
I think it was it on your show, Gunsmoke? Or Jeff's show?
He might have played it. He might have played it on his show too, but I'm pretty sure he called in like in a late night and just played it. Like, oh yeah,
I'll be honest with you. I don't think I've watched more than 10 or 12 episodes that he's ever done, to be honest. So I don't know. I just don't find it I don't find it interesting. I just go on Wikipedia and fucking I don't know.
Well,
That's just me.
Then you missed out.
Yeah, I didn't see that one. I wish somebody maybe has it and could pull it up. I could watch it. That sounds funny.
Right, you missed out on a lot of fucking moments. He made an asshole out of himself.
Well, yeah. Well, he usually takes them down, anyways.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
He usually does the show, and then it'll be down by the
That's
time you go to
fucking-
look at it.
Yeah, that show where he says, we all bleed like the same. He took that
Yeah.
show down, but I think there's a clip. One of them channels might have clipped it.
I'm sure they did. I seen one that popped up in my feed, that the one with the Dominic thing. I think that was actually Kane Shades that did that though. I didn't even know he was still doing YouTube. Did you? I haven't heard that guy's name for at least a year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The last time I remember him coming on, he was fighting with Silo about the boxer guy.
That's probably why he came back out, because Silo's back with Angel.
Oh, that's what I wanted to ask you, Smoke. What's the deal with that? I haven't seen Silo over here. Did something happen that I missed or whatever?
Look,
What's this guy's deal?
Shit, I didn't do nothing to the guy. I don't know. As far as I know, me and him are good, but I guess he doesn't want to show up here. I guess he's in her good graces, and you know what happens if you come around here, she's gonna fucking be pissed off about that and probably dead you. So I'm sure he doesn't want to fuck it up. So I don't care. Whatever.
Well, no, that's what I was asking, because I wanted to know like what the fuck that's all about, because I found out about it maybe like 2-3 days ago, something like that he was over there donating money, telling people to get memberships or something on her show, and I'm like, I don't think I've seen that dude around in a long time. I said, I wonder if something happened. Did I miss something? What's that guy's deal? Because
as far as I know, we're good. I did nothing to the guy, so I don't know. I know we've always had a good rapport. So
yeah, I've everything's always been cool with me. I don't have nothing to say one way or the other. It don't bother me. I just thought it was kind of weird because last time I remember, Angel was threatening my dude over there, Mark, in England, telling him that if he talks about somebody, she was gonna put out something on Silo that's so bad you never speak to him again. She was like holding over his head, and that's why he said he wasn't putting out certain information because he got threatened with that.
Yeah.
But I guess they had a falling out or whatever, or something fucking happened with them. I don't remember exactly what. I think it's somewhat chunky and shit. I just can't remember off the top of my head right now. But he was saying that he would never speak to her again, never be friends with her again. And then I heard he was over there the other day giving her money, getting memberships to her show. And I'm just like, what the fuck is going on right now?
You know how it is.
I'm
man.
like, this is.
You know, I can't say that I'm not surprised.
I mean, I
That's
do,
what
but I
people
don't.
do,
I mean,
I am surprised that I'm not. You know, because I've seen it from other people before. You know, this is how people are on the internet on here, man.
well, like I said, that's what Chicky did, because Angel was trashing him left and right with the whole swearing on his grandkid shit, and then I hear he's over there kissing the ring again too, acting like they're buddy. I don't understand these people on here, man.
Yeah.
That's why I only talk to a handful of people, a couple people, because
Exactly. You're better
these
off.
people are fucking sick. Yeah, these people are sick, man. There's something wrong with them. This YouTube shit is I don't know, it's crazy. I don't get it. I don't understand these people at all. If I don't like a motherfucker, I don't like you. That's it. You're gonna know about it.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm not gonna talk about you and say I'll never fuck with the person again, and then a week later, because I got in a fight or I didn't like something somebody did, be back over there kissing ass. But that ain't happening. I can tell you that right now.
No.
You ain't gonna see that from me.
Yeah. You've already been through enough, and
so I guess it's safe. So I guess it's safe to say you don't like Jeff Nadeau.
Oh.
Oh, me?
You? Yeah.
No, I don't like that motherfucker.
No, that's what I'm saying. You said you know, you're not gonna fucking send subliminables. You tell them straight out.
You don't like him at all?
Listen, I don't have a personal. Well, no, I do have a personal problem now because of his fucking mouth. But Howie will tell you. Everybody knows I've never liked that guy from day one. I was just cordial because he was friends with people that I was friends with. So I'm not gonna say nothing to the guy.
Yeah.
He never said nothing like directly, but over the past, year or so, or whatever, more and more stuff's come out, and he's, spoken sideways and made little comments and shit like that. And it's just like, now I know why I never really fucking liked him. It just proved my point.
And now I know why everyone that I spoke to didn't like him.
How long I've been telling you that the guy was a weasel, Hal?
Long time, but you weren't the only one.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying it's not something. What I was getting at is it's not something that was like recent that just happened. Like I always know he's just
maybe
slippery.
Maybe like fucking more than 2 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just justified by stuff that other people that I don't even speak to or anything are all saying the same, same type of thing.
You can see exactly what happened. Every single mob informant that he tried to create partnerships with fell through, and they all say the same thing about him.
Yeah, they all did. Yeah.
They can't all be
well,
wrong.
Somebody was telling me, which I don't know. Do you guys know if this is true or not? Somebody was telling me that Angel said something the other day on his show that Nadeau told her that Louis Casman was blackmailing or extorting him or something like that. Did you hear about that or no?
Yeah, he was extorting who?
Angel allegedly said that Nadeau told her that Casman was extorting or blackmailing him or some shit like that.
Damn.
Yeah, basically saying that he was going to tell everyone that he went to the nut house.
Right, which makes no sense because Casman's got asked about what happened with the show. He was supposed to be doing what Nadeau months back, and he said that he basically can't work with him, that he thinks he's mentally, unstable, he's all over the place, and he was making promises that he just couldn't keep. I guess he was trying to sell him his channel or something, Casman was saying, and Casman offered to buy it off him for a specified amount. And then when push came to shove and Casman said he wants to buy it from him, I guess Nadeau backed out and didn't want to do it now after he, told him all this other shit. And he was telling people that he was extorting and blackmailing them, supposedly. Well, and, I mean, you want to talk about being a rap move. Why would you go over to Angel, the person that they can't stand each other, they hate each other because of all the shit that's happening? Why would you go tell her that piece of information? What were you hoping that she did with it? Because it wasn't anything good that he was hoping that she told him. She knows he hates Casman. So what was his intent on doing that? That's what I'd like to know.
What I'm confused about is maybe she's confused because there's another story out there that Transformer was blackmailing him. So I don't know. Maybe she got the stories mixed up, and it wasn't Casman trying to blackmail him. It was the Transformer.
Yeah, that's what Diet Pap said.
Diet Pep said what?
Diet Pap said that his girlfriend had a cock, basically a kickstand. I don't know.
Do? No.
Yeah, but and other people have made comments too about it too. So I don't know what the story is or what to believe. But it seems like this.
According to them, the dude was with
I don't know.
With a chick with a dick, and she was gonna blackmail him by telling everybody that he was with a chick with a dick.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's true. I don't know. I don't know if Angel got the story mixed up. You know, like
that's legal.
Or maybe Casman and the chick with the dick talked to each other and they came up with a plan. I don't know.
That's a funny story from Lee. I'd love to hear him say that.
Oh, there's a couple other people that said it too. I heard Lefty was talking about something about that one day. Not the same story. It was a different story, but it was along them same lines. But I don't know if he got it from Paps or who he got it from. I'm not too sure. But when Angel come out and said that Casman was allegedly extorting him or blackmailing, I want to know what the fuck actually happened then. Because all these people are talking about this whole thing, so something occurred. And my point is that why would you go and tell Angel that? What was your intent behind that? What were you trying to do? Because you know she wasn't going to do nothing good with that information. So to me, that's like being a half a rat. I mean, that's being a half a rat right there. You're going running over to somebody they know they hate to say he's committing a crime, but he's extorting you.
It's fucking disgusting.
Me personally, I don't care if he likes chicks with dicks. If that's his preference, that's his preference.
Fat all the time says that's content.
It doesn't make a difference to me if he likes chicks with dicks.
Anti-cuck chicks with dicks.
I don't see what the problem is. Yeah. I guess maybe, whatever reason
wrong with
him or her were trying to blackmail him. I don't know. I'm just going by what I heard.
That's illegal.
According to Diet Paps and Angel, they said that he was with a chick with an Adam's apple. That's what they said.
Yeah, well, that's not illegal. Falling in love with a chick with a dick.
Oh no, that's this thing. That ain't got nothing to do with me.
Yeah,
I was just focused on the part with the Casman thing. Like I just feel like it's a rat move, like a weasel move. Like what were you What were you trying to do?
Yeah, of course. But yeah, I mean, Jeff, if that's what you're into, there's nothing wrong with it.
Oh, DeGosta said that he should have went to Thailand with Mike.
Yeah, no.
They could have went fucking lady boy hunting.
I heard he likes big dicks, and they're not so big out there in Thailand.
Oh, he likes like the pre-op, transfer. He likes the pre-op trainees.
He says he likes the African American, right?
You post-op boy.
Yeah, he's got a Nigerian scammer that he's been dating for like 2 years. Somebody put the clip on. He had a live the other day, and he's talking to somebody. Called him on his phone, and he answered the phone while he was live, and he was like, "Hey, listen, my love, I'm in the middle of a video right now. I got to call you back." And the person on the other end was like, "All right, call me."
No, who you talking about? Who was on the phone, boy?
Nadu was.
Some person was on the phone,
and it sounded like a dude on the other end.
Yeah,
it sounded pretty manly. It was like, "Oh, see you in the morning."
Love you.
Something like that.
Text me when you wake up, buddy.
Yeah. It was a little strange. It was a little strange. So when you're hearing all these other stories from all these other people and shit, you start scratching your head saying, "Oh my God, what the fuck? Maybe that's really what was going on." I don't know.
It was a corny scene in that fucking movie, Donnie Brasco, when that fucking
which one?
What's his name? Johnny Depp is standing there in the phone booth, and he's like, "Put the phone down. I want to hear you breathe." Remember that bullshit?
Oh yeah.
He's talking to Anne Heche. Yeah, it's so stupid.
Yeah.
Stupid fucking movie. Anyway.
Well, I haven't seen him in like 3 years or something, right?
Oh, I don't know.
Isn't that what the guy said? The Joe Pistone guy?
Well,
I think he said at one point when he first went into you know, went undercover or whatever, they moved his family out to California like immediately.
Yeah.
And I don't think after like the first year or two he was able to like go out there and see them because he was in so deep and they were worried about, you know. So I think he said for 3 years he hadn't even seen his wife or kids or something like that, which is pretty crazy when you think about it.
Well, he did a whole 6 years undercover, right?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Well, you know what I found out's even crazier? I'll give you one. You know the guy that just started that podcast? He had Casman on the other day. He was talking about it on his show. The Joe Barone guy.
Is that
It's
the Red
called like
Doors guy?
Goodfellas.
Oh, I don't
No, that's Mark Caputo. Joe Barone. He was
Goodfellas podcast.
Yeah, Goodfellas. Yeah,
He's
that's the name of it.
He's Dominic Cicali's buddy.
Exactly. Yeah, he came out originally on Dominic's channel. They know each other or whatever. I think he was around. I think his father got killed by the Genovese, and he was around them and the Bonanos, I believe. Well, I just find out the other day on his show, he had a clip that he had put out, a short or whatnot. He was undercover working for the feds for 18 fucking years.
Wow.
18 years. He was out on the streets working with the feds. So
like Willie Boy.
This just goes back to my this just goes back to my point about, if somebody's a government cooperator and informant, you know, how could you be in that neighborhood? How will people know? You know, you'll never. This guy was out on the street for 18 years getting people locked up left and right while he was working for the feds, and nobody had a fucking clue.
And
nobody had a clue.
And 22 of his friends vouched for him.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, he's got 23 coming out next week. He's got an interview coming. He's gonna bring the 23rd one up. But as of right now, there's 22 guys that vouch for him, man. But just think about that though. Those are a couple prime examples. You got Willie Boy, who was out on the street for 20 years. They said giving information, right?
Wahoo.
He codenamed Wahoo. You had Greg Scarpa Sr., the father, who was working with the feds for 20-something years, 30 years, from all those time in Mississippi all the way up until he got arrested in that shootout.
Oh, they're making a movie about it too, with Mark Wahlberg.
Wahlberg playing Scarpa?
Yeah, they already started filming. You can look it up. They got pictures of him.
What?
He looks like Scarpa.
Don't forget
Really?
that.
Hold on, I gotta look this up.
Don't forget that scumbag Howie who wore a wire for 8 months.
Son of a bitch.
Oh yeah, that motherfucker. Yeah, he was robbing Best Buys.
Yeah.
DVD.
He was breaking into CVS's and Best Buys, whatever the fuck they say. Idiots.
Yep. Some say he loaded the whole Best Buy in the back of a fucking flatbed truck and drove away with it.
DVD
plays. I thought you fit everything into the back of the Crown Vic.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You could only fit 400 pounds back then.
Yeah. Well, Howie fit a whole fucking Apple store in the back of his Lincoln Town Car. How about that?
It's a big trunk. It's a pretty big trunk.
Yeah. He filled up the whole fucking Lincoln Town Car with the whole Apple store. You believe that? Impressive.
It's that if it's one thing Lincoln makes, it's a big trunk. They got a
nice
big
trunk.
Yeah, they do make a big trunk.
I remember there was a guy on here. One time telling people how he used to trunk people back in the day.
Shit.
Oh my God! Hey, I'll tell you off here.
Okay.
I'm doing an innuendo, but nobody knows. It's an inside joke. Remember that I was looking up that picture with Ronnie One Arm and JoJo when they were walking down. We were trying to figure out who the other guy is.
Yeah.
And we were laughing because even in all the pictures and stuff, it says Ronnie One Arm on the right, JoJo Carrazzo in the middle, and the unknown guy on the left. Nobody knew who the fuck he was, but Howie knows him. He just can't remember his fucking name.
Yeah.
So
it's fucking crazy. I knew him well too.
I think I used to have that picture.
Yeah.
On here.
Well, Howie's known the guy for a long fucking time, and he can't even remember his fucking name. So we gotta laugh when the people online posted it, and nobody online knew it either.
His first name is Robert. I just can't remember his last name.
Yeah. So, anyways, when I clicked on the image to see the website to see if there was any comments that people made, identifying the unknown guy because they were trying to ask who it was.
Mm-hmm.
The next picture right underneath it was on a Facebook link. It was talking about mobster fraud wannabe. It was from like a week ago, and it had a picture of Danny Trio and a link to his fucking Facebook page. How fucking funny is that shit? I was fucking dying, dude. I clicked on the link for the image, and then right underneath it was an article about the panty snatcher down there or underwear. What the fuck do they call him? The wear burglar or something
The
like
wash
that?
and wear burglar.
Yeah, the
The
wash
wash
and
and
wear
wear
burglar.
bandit. Something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had a picture of him and a link to his Facebook page, and they were fucking trashing him. There was like 1,000 fucking comments on this thing. It was hilarious. It was funny as shit. I don't know who did it, but it looked like it was from a Facebook group. Like the people on Facebook are calling him out now.
Well, that's where he's big over there. You know, that's his domain. That's his realm. He left YouTube and he, you know, he kept his rep up over there on Facebook, telling his mom stories.
It's not anymore though, because this article was from like a few days ago, like within the last week that they just put it out. So it looks like they might be going after him over there too now. Finally,
where's he gonna go? Rumble? Rumble sucks. You can't go to Rumble. That's where YouTubers go to freaking die.
He's gonna go to Kick.
He can show that. He can show that article that him and Lee Cole made.
Oh yeah, that was fucking funny. You gotta be a sick.
Too, didn't it?
Yeah, it's spelled like the way that Paps talks. It was all fucking mispronounced words and misspelled and shit like that. It was hilarious. Who the fuck would write a newspaper article, a journalist and an editor, and have that many spelling and grammatical errors in it? It's ridiculous.
That might be
but
good.
You have,
yeah.
You got to think about what a sick fuck the person has to be to come up with that article. Not just a story, but then to take it a one step further and put out a fake newspaper article about it. I mean, what the fuck? That's nuts.
Well, they really laid it thick, you know.
Yeah, that's dedication, boy. That's
You
fucking
gotta believe,
straight up dedication. Yeah.
We got the facts, dude.
I thought it was funny, but maybe Diet Paps or one of these other people can elaborate on this story, because I like to hear fucking, you know, their version of what happened with that whole thing, because I don't know what the fucking thing.
With the Transformer?
Yeah, with the whole Casman fucking Transformer thing, with the fucking with the nut house.
Yeah, something
He
I think is
he was on. Well, he was on the other day. Huh?
Something's a little mixed up there, because could it be that fucking both of them tried to fucking blackmail him?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. It's possible.
Yeah,
maybe they were both in it. Maybe he set him up with the Transformer just to get him or something. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, it was a setup, the inside job.
Maybe when he called for the welfare check on the dude, he gave the Transformer a phone call to let him know everything's okay.
Yeah, if you call me, I'm not gonna have my phone for a few days, honey. Well, so what he was saying, yeah, my love. What he was saying the other day on that show that I'm talking about, he was calling. Somebody in the chat said something to him about his stint at the nut house, and he said, "Oh, these people are lying on me now." The craziest thing is that the people who put the story out was Joey Merlino and Snuff.
Yeah.
They're the ones that put the story out, and he's over there kissing their ass now, buying cheesesteaks, and kissing the ring and doing videos on John Rubio now, paying homage. You know, when those guys were the ones that put it out that he got committed to this nut house or whatever, he was telling somebody in the chat when they were questioning him about it that he voluntarily went there, but he couldn't leave for 72 hours because of state protocol. Like, that's not what voluntarily means you're checking into the nut house for. Voluntarily means is that you went in and checked yourself in to get the right state of mind. If you're not doing too well mentally, you got something going on. It's not somebody calls to do a welfare check on you and then you get committed to the fucking nut bin for 72 hours. You must have been doing something for them to come there and talk to you, and then you had to get sent to the loony bin.
Right. Oh yeah. Well, I think he said that he thought people were hiding up behind the bushes, and he does content on the mafia.
Oh, that's that's what the person in the chat said. They said that you thought mobsters were in the bushes trying to kill you or something. He said
probably is somebody in the fucking bushes out there waiting. Probably Panisi out there in the fucking wood bushes.
Well, that's the thing, maybe he wasn't. Maybe he was paranoid, but he was paranoid because people were actually doing that, or was he just fucking paranoid and he just thought that's what was going on? But it's still a possibility somebody was doing that. I don't fucking know.
Maybe paranoid's good.
Well, you don't.
You got to be a little bit careful.
You don't usually get paranoid when you drink alcohol.
No. And he was talking about. He said that he's an exit guy. You ever heard of that, Smoke? Are you an exit guy?
The club? Exit?
He
I went
said
there
he's an
maybe
exit.
once.
No,
Went
he said
once.
he's he said he's an exit guy. Somebody was asking him if he's seen a movie or whatever, and this dude is telling the people in the chat that I don't like to go to movie theaters because there's no exits. I don't even really like going out in public places. There's one place that he says there's one place that I go to, and I know that if there's really a problem, I could jump right out the window. It's only 2 or 3 floors down. I could just jump right out. I got to keep my back to the wall and know my surroundings and everybody that's around and shit. And I'm just like, who the fuck is this guy? Joey Gallo or something? Like he's worried about getting whacked at the fucking clown house? I mean, what the fuck is going on right now?
And it's against the law for a movie theater not to have an exit.
I know movie theaters have 4 exits, two in the front and 2 in the rear on every fucking movie theater I've ever been to. It's literally a law.
So he doesn't like
So he
confined
said,
spaces.
yeah, so he said he's an exit guy. Well, so then he's talking about how he doesn't like being in cramped or confined spaces. So obviously the guy can never do a day in jail then, because he'd be in a 6x9 or 4x8 foot fucking cell, and he'd wind up going into the medical unit in a paper fucking jacket on a cement floor because he'd probably fucking want to off himself, So he probably shouldn't be on here talking shit about anybody that, cooperated or doesn't want to go to jail and shit. He won't even go to the fucking movie theaters.
Yeah.
Granted,
But the
in this
safest
day and
place in the
age,
world.
Maybe I never thought about that. You sit by the exit.
He's afraid of his own bushes.
Yeah, pretty much. That's what I'm just saying. Like, this guy talks like, he would fucking do something or, judging other people on something. This guy won't even go to the fucking movie theater. I mean, come on. What are we talking about here? If you didn't know any better, you'd think he was like El Chapo or something in rival cartel area. You know what I mean? By himself. Lost. It's fucking crazy. Does he really think people are trying to kill him because of the show that he does on YouTube? Like, maybe you shouldn't do what you do on YouTube then.
Well, then again, if he's pissing active guys off, they don't want to be talked about. You don't know how somebody's going to handle it.
Yeah, I could.
Well, that's the point that I'm getting at, though. So you probably shouldn't do that content then.
I can just imagine like how mad these made guys that he's speaking to will be if people found out who they were.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy said he speaks to made guys.
Shit.
I'm sure if any of those names leaked out there, that they wouldn't be too happy that old Jeffy boy is telling people who he actually spoke to.
Yeah. Shit.
What happened to Common?
I don't know. He's always distracted by something, man.
No, I think he fucking lost his connection.
He likes it in the exit. No, he just likes to sit by the exit. In case there's like a terrorist attack or something, you can make a quick exit, Which is smart. I never thought about that. I always want to get like the middle seat, like the best view. But I guess that's the worst place to sit because somebody comes in with an AK, his ass is going to be living. Well, my friggin' ass is going to be dead, motherfucker. So maybe he's right.
Then you just sit near the exit. I mean,
but then the view sucks.
But he said movie theaters don't have exits.
No, they got exits. They might be dark and hidden, but they're there, boy. It's right in front of you, boy. Each corner.
Well, what's he worried about anyway? They bleed just like he does.
Now, if they catch you off guard, they catch you slipping. You're watching a movie, popcorn. You ain't thinking about somebody coming in there smoking you. They did that in a Batman movie a few years back. Well, about fucking almost 20 years now. Fucking Batman, the guy walked in there, shot up the fucking theater. In that situation, you want to sit by the exit, I don't know. Maybe he's got a point.
Yeah. I think Common said drop the link.
Oh, motherfucker. Now these people are obsessed with cucks and trannies, man. These fucking people.
Cucks and trannies?
These fucking people. Yeah, that's right, Steve.
Hey, listen. Honestly, there's nothing wrong with it. I know people like to make fun of people because they like chicks with dicks, but hey, you know, I guess that's just being half gay.
I don't
You know,
know.
I don't know. There's nothing wrong with it. You know, that's his preference. That's his
It's a
preference.
bad accusation on what's the name? Well, there's nothing wrong with it, but you know,
Well,
I don't
hey,
know.
we didn't make the accusation.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. Yeah. He might be looking to sue motherfuckers over that shit. You know. But
Well, I'll do the same thing that he said he's gonna do if Sakali tries to sue him.
what's that?
Go out on my balcony and wipe my ass with it and set it on fire.
Have a wonderful day. Oh, here he is.
Hey, sorry,
Motherfucker.
man.
Yeah, it's all good.
My phone's been acting up the past 2 fucking days.
No,
Keeps
your shit's
freezing on
actually
me.
great, man. Your shit's not doing that fucking brr, brr, brr. Your shit's been perfect the whole time, so.
Oh yeah, no, I got the earbuds all charged up. That's why it does
Yeah,
it when the battery's low.
well, this is.
It took me a while to figure it out, but that's what it is. Yeah.
One thing, I guess you can look at it from another point of view too. Like, you know, guys that like Transformers are pretty tough. You know, that must fucking hurt.
Shit.
Oh my god. You ain't right,
Tough
Bump.
bastard,
You ain't
boy.
right.
What if you were born with both sex organs? Then you're hermaphrodite. Then that's you're a very rare species, I guess.
Yeah, you got other problems.
Yeah.
You got other problems if you got that going on.
Bathroom rights, boy.
Yeah, one or the other,
Special
man.
rights.
Hey,
And,
you know,
yeah.
that you know, the guy's a content creator. Maybe that he, you know, the mic on his show isn't the only mic he likes playing with.
Shit.
Yeah, and it's a big black mic too.
This guy's
well,
probably fucking
supposedly.
steaming right now. He's probably purple right now. Fucking
That's
smoke
his
coming out of
preference.
his.
That's what he says.
Yeah.
Dude.
I could see a Nigerian scammer being on the other end of the phone. You know, they got them people that do them scams and shit, but they're every time. Listen, I know somebody recently that they got a bunch of money from somebody that passed away in the family, and they wound up quote unquote falling in love with some broad that they met on the internet and sent them like $180,000 of the money that they just inherited. Yeah. For a person that they've never even met before, never turned on a camera, nothing. They just were talking to him online and they got him for like 180 bands. You believe that shit?
Must have been a very lonely person out there to do something like that. Very lonely.
The guy's got a wife for 35, 40 years and kids. The older guy.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's not no young kid or nothing. That's what I'm trying to tell you. But so think about it. Imagine these people do this type of shit for a living, where they do this scamming with these people, these lonely, desperate, incels on the internet.
Yeah.
And think about if you got 10 of them people. They each gave you 100,000, 150,000 because you convinced them to send you money because they love you or whatever. That like you almost deserve it at that point. I feel like if you're that fucking stupid,
Yeah. There's a sucker out there every day, man. These sick people. I don't know. They just fall for something like that. They take advantage of the old people too, though, man. That's horrible. They go after the old people.
Oh yeah, no, I don't agree with that. I'm talking about these. Shit. I'm talking about these incels. Like there was one kid who blew. I think his father was like really well off. He was like a multimillionaire, and the kid had access to like credit cards and shit like that in his account. And the guy had tons of money. So if he lost, $1 million, he probably wouldn't even know, like that kind of money. Well, it turns out that his incel kid had sent somebody, I think like 470,000 or something. Over the course of like 6 months. Yeah.
Yeah.
To his online girlfriend.
Jesus.
Can you believe that? Somebody got $500,000 off this fucking sucker.
Wow.
For being their online girlfriend.
In 6 months.
Yeah.
That's a long scam. That's a flim flam.
But think about how many people that happens to. If you go on the internet, you can see stories like this all over the place on here about people that got, catfish basically. They got a whole TV show on TV about it.
Yeah.
Like it's a real thing. Speaking of catfishes. Yeah. Speaking of catfishing.
You motherfuckers.
Well, you know, he claims that he doesn't like white women, so it definitely wasn't him because he only likes the dark skinned broads. He
I
says
can't
so.
say I disagree.
Well,
No,
no, the
he's
point
right.
is that who the fuck would use it? Does the way that catfishes work is that usually like, you know, the person's never going to show you the real identity or the real whatever. Why would you
Yeah.
do a reverse catfish? Like that shit doesn't even make any sense.
Reverse catfish.
Yeah, because he went and sent her. Supposedly, the girl said that when he added her to the snap and the wig's picture popped up, she was like, "Oh shit, she got hoodwinked." But why would somebody use his picture that was trying to catfish somebody? Like it doesn't make any sense.
He probably did. He probably didn't realize and made a mistake, and his photo got exposed.
Yeah, maybe he was hoping the other kid's shit was loaded and it wasn't. It was still his or
Yeah,
something. Because
like how when you join those apps, it'll tell you the other people in your contacts that have the same app.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You know, maybe he had his photo on his on his phone number. I don't know.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Like it was
Yeah.
already linked to that thing, so it popped up
Yeah.
automatically. I
Right.
got you. Well, that's why I'm saying the whole thing just doesn't make any sense because why would somebody do that if they're trying to talk to somebody on the internet pretending to be somebody else? Why would his picture pop up the first time you added him to the whatever the fuck they were talking on, whatever app they were on? I forget the name of it. But once again, you know, look at the people that put it out. It was Angel and Diet Paps that put it out, clowning and posting that catfish video or whatever, right?
Yep.
And that he's over there telling Angel that Casman's blackmailing him, extorting him. You know, I don't understand why these people do that weird shit. Like he'll do 20 videos about a member of her family and for views and content or whatever, and then she'll get pissed off and say something, and he'll be over there apologize and say he won't do it again, and then 2 days later he's doing a video on Junior. It's fucking weird.
He can do 20 videos on us. I'm only gonna do one.
It's like a merry-go-round, man. You just got to keep it going, man. A little drama here and there, then it calms down, then a little drama. You got to keep it going, I guess. That's the formula, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's what people want. At the end of the day, is something to fucking, you know.
I mean, without
talk
that, what
about
is it? I mean, it's going to be stale. He's going to give you the history about the mom. Everybody's already heard it, you know. What's he going to tell you?
Well, that's why I said I don't even watch the show. Like the people, like you could just literally look online about it. It's like I don't know. I just don't watch it personally.
So when he
It
pisses
is
off
what it
like a
is.
Borello and Borello curses him out, that's good. That's, you know, it's not maybe in the moment he's not happy about it, but for the overall show, I guess it's good, even though he don't like that type of shit. But it does add to views, you know. People want to see that shit. It's entertaining, I guess, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, nobody gives a shit. Clicks and views, Fat Bowl Italian. That's what it's about, boy. And yes, I do love everybody. Yeah, yeah. Smoke if you could generate AI hot girls. I keep forgetting to do that. I gotta do that shit, man, on Instagram. AI chicks with big tits. It's a whole fucking thing, you know. Maybe get some views out this bitch. Yeah, the most perfect tits you've ever seen. Anyway, you guys don't care. What the fuck happened, everybody? I can't hear nobody. Hold on. The fuck's going
Hey,
on?
sorry, 1 second. I'm getting something
You
ready
guys are
for dinner.
scaring
Hold
me.
on.
You guys go quiet. I get scared. What this guy say? Yeah. I noticed that, DL. Yeah, half of them are fake. Yeah. Did we lose friggin' Howie? Son of a bitch.
I'm here. All right, I'm here. I'm back.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know.
put
He might have
myself-
gotten a text or his call or something. Maybe.
Motherfucker.
You there?
Yeah. I just.
Oh, he's there.
Somebody just sent me a funny photo.
Oh.
Oh, these people are fucking nuts. People are crazy, bro. That's all I know. That's funny.
Most of these Instagram people, they fucking airbrushing themselves, and I don't know.
They do all kinds of weird shit. The filters and everything.
Eventually, if you're really serious, you're gonna meet up with the person at some point. Like, why would you set yourself up for something like that?
Well, yeah, that's what I don't understand. Because eventually, if you want to meet up with somebody, have a relationship with somebody, they're gonna have to actually see who you are, not the catfish you're trying to use. Unless you're one of them scammers, then it would make sense because you never had any intent to do anything. I don't know. It's people. That's why I was calling it a reverse catfish because it don't make any sense why somebody would do that.
Yeah.
I just find that pretty fucking weird.
Reverse
I think
catfish, you
I
at.
think he didn't he even say on that show on Angel Show or something when they did that it was it was somebody at bar, he took a polygraph to it or some weird shit like that he was saying. I don't know, he was saying something fucking like that.
Damn.
He took a polygraph and it was a scam, it was somebody at the work messing with him or something like that. I don't know if I believe that at all.
Yeah, who the fuck knows what to believe?
You never know on this internet shit. These people are fucking weirdos.
Yeah.
Some real fucking weirdos. Oh, somebody's doing a show on this later, apparently. I just got a text message. What the fuck?
Oh. We
Doing a show on what?
We made the
I want
thumbnail.
answers. Yeah, we made the thumbnail.
Who's doing the show?
Who do you think?
I'll text. The one I sent you, the text.
Oh, the same guy who sent me the picture.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah. I think that's the thumbnail.
Oh, okay.
Son of a bitch.
So maybe we'll get answers. I want answers.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? You don't usually get paranoid when you're drinking.
What fucking is?
No. Do that. I'm doing something else and drinking.
Yeah, I mean, listen, when you're drinking, your paranoia levels go way down.
No, you don't give a fuck. That's where
you probably won't even care. Yeah,
a lot of people pick up their balls when they're drunk. That's when they pick up their balls.
That's when they
exactly.
make mistakes.
Yep. You doing something out of character or speaking a certain way that you would never would do if you were sober. And
you don't start seeing people hide behind bushes when you're drunk.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
You think he was doing something else that got him all paranoid, basically. Or he was partying or something.
You said it, not me.
Guilty as charged. I did it. Motherfucker. Well, maybe we'll find out.
Trying to look
maybe
for
we'll
see
find
what the
out.
fuck you guys talking about. I don't even know what the fuck.
Well, so I guess
I put it in the thing, Smoke.
Jeff's new idol is Dominic Creel now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Now they can start sharing paperwork with each other.
2 weeks in a row? Let me see. No.
What?
No, he's just breaking balls. Fat Ball Italian. He said 2 weeks in a row you made her a fucking thumbnail. Nah.
Oh, you made one last week
maybe.
too?
Oh, maybe.
What'd you do last week? I don't get it. What I missed?
I think the last time you guys were on the show, we talked about I don't know how she lost all her friends, whatever, or she throws
right.
under the bus. She didn't like that, so I guess she was talking shit. Yeah, she don't want to talk about that.
It's not like motherfuckers were lying.
I don't know who the hell she's talking about now, but she's saying bullies with the same old lie. Happy Easter. Also, Damien
Who put that?
Schreitz.
Oh, that's a new one.
Yeah.
Wait, what's the same old lie? What's the lie?
I don't know. Who knows? That's the mystery you're gonna have to find out.
And what do they mean by bullies? Who's being a bully? Talking about something that was said on YouTube?
Maybe
That's
it's not even you. She's dealing with her own shit with these trolls and all this other shit. So who knows? Yeah, don't take it. Who knows? You know.
I got you. It could be about one of many different people. It's not about the show we did. You're saying
she's got a ton of people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's true. That's definitely true too.
I
was gonna say we didn't say anything. We didn't say. We were talking about shit that was being said by other people on here.
Yeah.
It's already out. Like it's already out there. Ain't nothing we fucking said. We're just talking about what happened. You know.
Well, who knows? Maybe
so
it is.
Who knows? We'll find out.
Yeah.
We'll find out. What time? When is that scheduled for?
Shit. Let me go back to it. Hold on. Fuck you.
I don't know why, but not every time I think of Jeff, I think of that lifestyle guy. Lifestyle.
Oh God. What is it?
I mean, it does kind of look like him, though. It's for tonight?
Yeah, 9:15, 4 hours.
Is it public, though, or is it one of the private things?
I
You got
don't
to
know.
pay
They don't
for it.
say nothing about that, so I guess it's
Well,
public.
no, today is Sunday. I think she does public Sundays.
Oh,
Oh no,
Sunday's public? Oh, okay.
it's not about us or whatever. It's plus Eric. Somebody just texted me. Eric Foss did a show on her being not a Gotti.
Oh, yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, so
Oh yeah. I saw a good bit of that show. Yeah, he was on the money.
He wasn't lying about anything.
just they're saying Team Mickey Rourke.
It was a good show.
Jesus Christ.
Team Mickey.
Team Mickey Rourke, these motherfuckers.
Team Mickey.
Well,
that's the greatest.
evidently, MRE and his pals over there refer to her as Captain Lou Albano.
For real?
That's
the wrestler? The wrestler?
Yeah, the manager. Yeah, the wrestler.
Oh, shit. That's fucked up. That ain't right. That ain't right.
Yeah, well, that came out of her mouth. She said it.
That's hilarious. Oh, DL said Jackie Payne has better hair than the wig.
God damn it.
What?
If you want to find out about the lie, you have to buy a membership, common sense.
God damn it. Somebody will have to fill me in. I ain't buying shit. I ain't giving that lady a penny. I don't care what the fuck's on there. Ain't happening.
That members only deal was a mistake, I think. I don't know. Look,
it is.
Maybe not for her. If she's got 300 members, that's not bad.
But yeah, but this is the whole thing with the membership thing, right? When you put your channel on membership only, when you're doing 90% of your content members only, that video is never going to go into the YouTube algorithm. So you're never going to gain any more people. How are you going to get more subscribers and people? And Gunsmo, what did I tell you?
A long time ago, you told me to stop.
I told you a long time ago to cut that shit out.
Yeah.
And I said it's hurting your channel long term. It's not going to help you out at all.
Summer members only. Yeah, even longer.
Yeah. And by them going behind that paywall, they're burning their channel to the ground because it's never going to get any view. What's up?
I want to wish everyone a happy Easter. Happy Easter, common sense, smoke.
Yeah, you too.
You too,
man. I got a couple things to do, and I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, bro. Thank you for everything.
All right.
All right, man. Have a good one, huh?
All right.
Yeah, I'm actually. I got to run to the grocery store in like 5 minutes. She just got back.
Yeah.
I gotta grab some stuff and make some dinner tonight. So I'm gonna that's a good segue for me to bow out. Wish everybody a happy Easter.
Yeah.
And I hope everybody has a good rest of your weekend, and we'll catch up soon. You coming on later or no?
I might. Yeah. If
well,
not,
shoot
then
me a
definitely
text or something if you do. Let me know.
All right.
All right.
Sounds good, bro. All right, cool.
All right, everybody. Have a good day, guys.
Enjoy your Easter, man. Later,
yeah, you
brother.
too, man. Take care, man. All right, ciao.
All right. Oh, DL's going Easter egg hunting, huh? I think the tradition is you gotta do it early in the morning or by noon. Yeah. Noontime egg hunting, boy. Anyway, I want to thank everybody for stopping by today for this wonderful special edition Easter Sunday service. Oh, thank you, Dixon. Anyway, I want to thank Howie and Steve for I want to thank Howie and Common Sense for coming on, and for Frank. Shouts to Frank, and yeah, thank the good people in the chat for being here on this Easter Sunday. Shouts to Rude Irish, Jay Dams, the anonymous people who sent me cash apps, Pronsky, Tatone, Danny Green, Jane Creek, Ryan Morrison, Jersey Girl, Tina Beagle Baby, Sven Larson, and Nightmare Boy. Did I say Nightmare already? Nightmare Boy. And the anonymous people. And shouts to Scott. Shouts to Roger, too. Thank you, Roger. So, yeah, we might be live again tonight. We got more shit to talk about. So, you guys stay tuned, all right? Keep going. Oh, Jesus. It's already been almost a 5.5 hour show. So, yeah, that was a little mini marathon right there for you guys. That's pretty good. Good show. Not as holy as I would have hoped it to be, but, you know, I guess it's as holy as it's ever going to be in this fucking genre. What are you going to do? But yeah, enjoy your Easter. Thank you guys for the support, keeping the channel alive. I hope you enjoyed the show. I had fun today. Yeah, we're going to work on another YouTube short later. Gonna go do some shit, and yeah, look out for the next live. And don't forget, check out the YouTube shorts, man, and hit the like button. Maybe even leave a comment like, yo, Gunsmoke, this is cool, man. Some stupid comment. Leave a comment on the YouTube shorts. The most recent ones. Let's get these friggin' views up, huh? Let's get the comments going. You gotta tingle the algorithm. That's what the YouTube shorts are all about, the friggin' algorithm. The more likes, the more shit they keep suggesting it to everybody. And the more people watch, you know what I'm saying? Thank you, Joe Root. Thank you, Steve. Seriously, will you be live or should I buy a membership? God damn it, Fat Pole Italian. God damn it. Thank you, Fat Pole Italian. DL boy. Yes, I do, Joe Root. I like them. What do you mean? I like your comments. Don't lie to me. I do. Of course I do. What are you, nuts? I'm going to check later. And if there's one I missed, I'm going to like it now, all right? It made me feel bad on Easter Sunday. Son of a bitch. Beautiful Easter Sunday, too. The weather's perfect lately. Fucking beautiful. Beautiful springtime in the ghetto. Anyway, you guys don't give a shit. All right, we're out of here. And, yeah. Catch you on the next episode. Until next time. Peace.